Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee of Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and chairwoman of this committee. The time is 9:49 a.m. on Thursday, April 24th, 2025. And we are conducting this hearing in person in the John A. Wilson Building in room 500 and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today is the second day of a two-day public hearing on my Peace DC plan. Yesterday, we heard from public witnesses, and today we're going to hear from our government witnesses. Please note that we're going to have a separate roundtable with the government on the violence interruption merger in the coming weeks. So as I talked about yesterday, we've had a lot of progress in the city over the last 2 years when it comes to driving down violence and crime. And I want to commend everybody who's been a part of that effort and thank the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice for your leadership in getting the numbers to a much better place. But we also know that crime is still something that affects district residents and visitors on a daily basis. And so Peace DC really aims to build on the success that we've had as a city over the last couple of years, but invest in interventions that are going to build some more sustainable peace. So Peace DC is made up of 4 primary areas. The first is interventions to empower our young people and support neighborhood harmony. The second is to prevent violence in the first place and strengthen our training and our oversight of our violence prevention network. The third is to bolster our public safety workforce. And the fourth is to drive down recidivism and make sure people who are returning home to our community have every opportunity for success. So today we're specifically going to be speaking with our government witnesses on 7 different bills. I'm not going to go through all of the details of the bills, but very briefly, Bill 26-204, the Safe Passage Training and School Engagement Amendment Act 2025, is about supporting our safe passage workers and making sure that they have additional training and correspondence with our school communities. Bill 26-27 is the Case Closure and Witness Support Amendment Act of 2025, a bill introduced by my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, to make sure that we are incentivizing case closures and supporting witnesses as they go through witness protection. Bill 26-186, the Justice Involved Youth and Community Act, is to set up a pilot program to support youth who are receiving deferred disposition agreements, deferred prosecution agreements, and consent decrees to make sure that they get to where they need to go. The Pretrial Detention Amendment Act of 2025 is to extend and make permanent a provision from Secure DC that created an infrastructure to allow judges to hold people pre-trial for committing the most violent offenses. Kidnapping Amendment Act of 2025 responds to some court rulings and makes some sensible changes around our kidnapping statute. Residential Tranquility Amendment Act is about empowering the police to be able to intervene and stop amplified, targeted demonstrations in residentially zoned neighborhoods overnight. The Metropolitan Police Department Training Academy College Credit Opportunity Amendment Act of 2025 is about making sure that we can get more officers in the door and change slightly our important crediting offerings for our police officers so that 15 of those 60 credits can be accomplished at a MPD partnered university. So looking forward to hearing from our government witnesses today so that everybody following along is aware. It's a little bit of an unusual ordering today. We're going to go in each bill. We have Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah here, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, who's going to be testifying on the first several bills, but then various government witnesses will be joining depending on the bill topic. So we will go in order that way. I want to note we are joined by my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. I'd like to turn to you if you have any opening statement you'd like to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you including my bill around the Case Closure and Witness Support Act in the hearing today. In the fall of 2023, as crime spiked in the district and we were all searching for causes and solutions, I learned that MPD's murder solve rate was a stunning 45%. That's only 75 out of the 244 homicides committed that year. By comparison, the national average is 50 to 60%. I also learned the district does not have a comprehensive and integrated plan for witness relocation and assistance, and that the reward for providing tips to law enforcement in a homicide case is a maximum of $25,000, and that MPD rarely awards that much. I first introduced the Case Closure and Witness Support Act in November of 2023 because information provided by witnesses is highly valuable to law enforcement and comes with great risk to those who provide it. People are often afraid of retaliation and intimidation, which leaves most murder cases unsolved. It's important to note the racial inequities in DC's homicide rates. In 2023, about 95% of victims and suspects in homicide cases were African American men between the ages of 18 and 34, despite Black residents making up less than half of DC's population. While the rate of crime has declined significantly over the last year, the issues I identified remain. Witnesses continue to hesitate to step forward with information that would help protect their communities, in large part because they fear retaliation and do not have the resources and support needed to protect themselves. The case closure rate hasn't changed much since then. It's about 47% now. And this is why I reintroduced my legislation earlier this year. First, legislation increases the minimum reward amount in homicide cases to $50,000, which is double the current maximum of $25,000, to anyone who provides information or testimony that leads to the adjudication or conviction of a person responsible for any homicide committed in the district. Second, the bill, for the first time, officially establishes a witness relocation and assistance program for witnesses in danger of retaliatory violence in connection with their cooperation to a criminal proceeding. The program provides witnesses with the following: law enforcement protection, physical relocation of residents, housing expenses and utilities, basic living expenses, childcare, documents to establish a new identity, transportation, storage of personal possessions, support and advocacy to provide for a safe transition, and other services as needed. And finally, the bill requires the mayor to submit a report to the council assessing the extent and effectiveness of the district's programs and policies for witness protection and assistance. While there are already witness protection and support programs in the district coordinated by the U.S. Attorney's Office, there's no law whatsoever that establishes the program or its goals and responsibilities. As a result, we currently have no way of knowing whether this critical public safety need is adequately resourced. Closing cases is critical to breaking the cycle of violence. When perpetrators are not held accountable, it leads to a sense of impunity. By offering greater incentives, protection, and assistance to the people who are instrumental to closing more cases of violent crime, the Case Closure and Witness Support Amendment Act of 2025 ensures that a key component of the pursuit of justice and public safety receives adequate attention and resources. Additionally, I'd like to note my support for the Safe Passage Bill. Educators have consistently raised concerns about safe passage and workers lacking proper de-escalation training and being disconnected from the realities of the school communities they serve, and I support the required training provisions in the bill. Finally, I am infuriated to hear that the federal government abruptly canceled hundreds of grants for gun violence prevention programs. Some of these grants support our own violence interruption programs in DC. These interventions are critical for averting violent crime and supporting our youth by teaching them to conflict resolution skills and providing them with resources. In order to keep DC safe and beautiful, we need to preserve them, not cut them. I appreciate the public testimonies from yesterday, and I look forward to hearing from our government witnesses today to address the concerns we hear from residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. All right, so for our first bill, Safe Passage Training and School Engagement Amendment Act of 2025, we're going to hear from Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah. Deputy Mayor, thank you for joining us. And as you know, we're going to swear you in. If you could turn your microphone on, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please
Good
go ahead
morning.
if you have any opening.
Good morning. Pull this down. Okay. Good morning, Chair Pinto, Councilmember Nadeau, and other members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Apia, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony in opposition as written to B 26204, the Safe Passage Training and School Engagement Amendment Act of 2025. I want to acknowledge all the public witnesses who shared perspectives in written testimony or by testifying in person or virtually at yesterday's hearing. The safety, I also, it's not in here, but you mentioned, and it's always important to me every time we talk about it, to thank of course, there's, over 10,000 team members in the public safety and justice cluster agencies, but we really are partners across government. Today we'll have a task force of DPW and DCPL and DOB and just agencies across government that work with us to drive down crime. We have residents and ANCs and stakeholders across our city who have helped us to achieve the gains that we have. It is always important to me to say that we were down 35% last year, and we're really encouraged by that. We're down 27% in violent crime today, and that is through very, very hard work in challenging times with diminishing resources and really working together to continue to prioritize the safety of our city. So really appreciate people's hard work in doing that. So would be remiss if I did not start by saying that. So the safety of the district's youth is of utmost importance to the executive, and the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program serves as an important programmatic piece of the ecosystem, keeping young people safe in our city. In October 2023, DMPSJ assume day-to-day oversight and management of the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program because we're uniquely positioned, to ensure collaboration across the entire continuum of government and community partners focused on improving public safety outcomes. In school year 2023-24, the program had nearly 185 Safe Passage ambassadors serving nearly 50 schools and ensured safe travel to and from school for thousands of DC students. Additionally, during summer school 2024, Safe Passage ambassadors were stationed along the summer school routes, and several grantees offered after-school programming for students. Grantees provided a variety of engaging and impactful experiences for more than 140 youth, focused on building practical skills, exploring new interests, and fostering personal growth in supportive environments. At the start of school year 2024-2025, DMPSJ adjusted our approach to Safe Passage coverage after feedback from parents, school leaders, and the community. Safe Passage, Safe Blocks transitioned from school-focused to predetermined routes in 12 priority areas, expanding the program's reach in neighborhoods with more than 200 Safe Passage ambassadors employed by 4 community-based organizations. Since taking over the program, DMPSJ has worked to create a collaborative relationship between DMPSJ, Safe Passage grantees, and school leadership and communities by focusing on site visits, monthly principal and school leader meetings, and listening sessions. The monthly principal meeting is also attended by the Metropolitan Police Department, District Department of Transportation, and other public safety agencies to address public safety trends and ensure a coordinated approach to student safety. During the meeting, the Safe Passage Program Advisor provides updates and answers questions about the program. As part of DMPSJ's programmatic management and oversight of Safe Passage, we developed in-depth standard operating procedures that are included in the grant agreements with our grantees. The SOP communicates all programs' expectations, standards, requirements, and procedures, including the staff training requirements. In school year 24-25, the following training sessions are required for all Safe Passage ambassadors. In August, a one-week onboarding training covering program protocols, safety procedures, and conflict resolution strategies. In September, hands-on CPR and first aid training. In October, workshops on de-escalation techniques and community engagement. In November and December, we offer refresher training sessions for program updates and additional skill building. In January, clearance and background protocol trainings to ensure staff compliance with program and district requirements. In February, conflict resolution training again. And in April, during DCPS spring break, which was last week, trainings on recognizing child abuse. This is more of a week long. CPR, AED, and Narcan training, and self-care and resilience for the Safe Passage ambassadors. In addition to these specific required trainings, we also hold monthly mini sessions and ad hoc trainings as needed, provided by both program supervisors and external trainers that we bring in. In February of 2021, when Councilmember Henderson introduced the Safe Passage to School Expansion Act of 2021, she noted that council must refocus our attention on the safety risks students face traveling to school as they return to in-person instruction, to create a program that is focused on its mission and that fits within a continuum of public safety supports. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a line. In the midst of a gun violence epidemic, excuse me. The executive shares this goal and has worked to create a program that is focused on its mission and that fits within a continuum of public safety supports. Safe Passage ambassadors are the trusted eyes and ears during student commutes. These ambassadors work to get students to school safely. The bill purports to equip ambassadors with the tools they need. However, it broadens the scope of the Safe Passage program by requiring that ambassadors meet more and more students' needs beyond getting them to school safely. Such an expansion will not lead to better outcomes, but will threaten our ability to cover even more priority areas. Additionally, we believe that prescriptive programmatic requirements outlined in the bill are not the best method to ensure that ambassadors have the tools they need to best serve in their roles. DMPSJ uses both our expertise in public safety and that of our cluster agencies and the input and collaboration of government, school, and community partners in the work to make programmatic decisions, including training requirements necessary to meet our shared goals of creating a safer environment as children go to and from school. We believe continued flexibility is needed to ensure that we are always able to adapt program requirements to meet the needs of the children, families, communities we serve, and our ambassadors' needs. For these reasons, the executive urges council to work with us to address programmatic issues and concerns in lieu of passing this bill, which we believe will mitigate against our shared goals. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. And I think 2 years ago, when we started talking about transferring the Safe Passage program from the Deputy Mayor for Education's office to your office, there was a lot of conversation about getting that balance right, of recognizing it really is a safety function, but we can't lose the connection with the schools. And so how the program is currently working, can you speak to the level and frequency of the coordination with the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, but also more specifically that Safe Passage workers have with their school communities in their service areas?
Yeah, so I mean, it varies, right? Because some schools are very connected to their Safe Passage workers and some aren't. One of the key reasons that we went to the priority areas is because there is the balance between how do we have a network of support all along more priority areas, making sure more schools are covered, because that's one of the primary things that we heard. Some of the schools in the previous iteration of it, they really had, those were their Safe Passage ambassadors, right? They were right outside the school, they're right there. That means that, you know, they're not along routes, they're not further out. We're not necessarily coordinated with MPD Metro Transit to cover more ground that kids are coming into school. So I just point that out because an adjustment was made to the 12 priority areas. Routes are up on safepassage.dc.gov that we worked with MPD, with school leaders to make sure we're picking routes that we know kids are coming in on, that school leaders are telling us there's problems in, to have more coverage. We, at the beginning of this school year, I myself meet with school leaders. You asked how much DME is involved. They're involved because they oversee schools. So they participate in the monthly principals meetings. Deputy Mayor Kine and myself had a separate meeting with principals who wanted to attend, but a lot of them go to the actual monthly meeting to address issues. Many of them reach out to Jasmine Bainab, who oversees in my office, like on more daily basis, to be honest with you. But at the start of this school year, we hosted a get-together at the old council chambers for any of the school leaders who wanted to come and, even before school started, meet their ambassadors. And I will tell you, most did not come, like they just didn't. It wasn't very well attended. So I say this to school leaders because I meet regularly. This is a partnership that when we make opportunities, they have to participate. And I'll say some participate more than others. And I think there's a lot on their plates, and I get that. I think they want more for the ambassadors to go to them. what we are focused on, it is important that they communicate, and we have channels by which oftentimes it's not the principal who's the point person at the school. It's someone else that they've designated who does have regular contact. Because I'm doing this with my hands, there are chats between certain routes, program, and whoever the point person is, and whoever the site lead is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But I think part of what we're trying to get at is to standardize this to make sure that there's more consistency, because there's some schools that I hear about that people are thrilled with how it's going. And I want to give Jasmine a shout out as well. Some of our public witnesses yesterday talked about how great their experience was with her. But there are some schools that seem to really be communicating regularly. And then there are some schools that seem to be very separated from the safe passage workers. And so as we think about some sort of consistency, that was part of our thinking around the training, is to have more kind of standardization of the training that's being engaged with, and more opportunity for cross collaboration to learn best practices with those safe passage workers that really are able to communicate more regularly with school leaders.
I definitely get that. And that's why we have SOPs that are incorporated that actually list out what are the mandatory trainings that people must have. And then there is room for flexibility for the CBOs might sometimes have ideas of what they want to do, things they want to do with their particular workers. But there's a list in here of required trainings that are conducted by my office with whomever. Like, more often than not, we bring in trainers, or we bring in our agencies. If it's on Narcan, bring in DBH, fire EMS. If it's on CPR, bring in people for that. De-escalation, we hire people, or we work with schools, or we work with whoever. That is standardized, right? Like, so it's not a free-for-all if everyone gets to decide what they're going to train. The monthly communication, that is standardized. The safe passage meeting requirements is spelled out in the SOPs. They're required to meet with us. They're required to participate in daily WhatsApp. They're required to do daily debriefs. They're required to do a violent incident call. They're required to monthly meet with people. They're required to do managers. There are actual protocols that we have put into place where people are required to communicate. The reason it's not that we're opposed to any of those things. What we say is, when we put things in law, like people must do monthly de-escalation training. Like, what if they don't need monthly de-escalation training? That's the law, we'll follow it. But what we're saying is there needs to be there's a role for structure. They must participate in training. We don't disagree with that. But the prescriptive nature of what's in here doesn't allow for the flexibility of us to say, hey, we see this. This is what is needed, working with people. That's really what we're talking about, create frameworks. But the prescriptive nature, I'm not sure. The thing you said about some schools, yes, some schools have a different experience because there are some schools that are more participatory. And I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that there are some that we regularly have communication with because they engage at that level in all of these different channels that we've created. And there are some that just want the safe passage worker to be almost like a behavioral tech. We can't do that, right? Because that's not their role. And there are many adults in schools that are funded to be in schools to play those roles. And we pulled back because our safe passage workers, that isn't their role. They are not trained to be behavioral techs or otherwise. And it's important, if we're going to have people really be in their lanes, that if there's a gap that schools have, they need to work with DCPS and others to fill in school functions. The schools that have those issues are the ones who primarily want that type of a relationship. That is not what safe passage is.
So one of the other pieces of feedback that we heard from some of our public witnesses yesterday was that not all safe passage workers are really engaging with kids, and that there had been some youth feedback that some kids felt like they were just reporting out on them if there was an issue, as opposed to really intervening and engaging in that de-escalation.
Mhm.
So how do you see where the line is of what their role is outside of the school building?
Yeah, it's really tricky, right? Because it's hard to say what the line is. Like, we do some youth development training because people are different. We have over 200 safe passage workers, right? So some of them are great at engaging young people. At my performance hearing, you heard some of our safe passage workers come in who clearly are like, get in there, like get the kid on the bus, finding out what was going on. And there are some who don't have that level of personality to do that. And we saw that last year. And so one of the trainings that we put into place was youth development, youth engagement, to try and give them some more tools to do that. We also, though, are mindful because 2 years ago, or maybe 3 years, I don't know, the years meld, there were safe passage workers jumping into fights and things like that. And that's important, but there also is a line where for their own safety, and sometimes they think they're de-escalating, but they were escalating the fights, that we do conflict resolution and de-escalating training regularly. Some of it we have to trust their judgment, right? Because they're not police officers, right? And they also aren't violence interrupters. So they're not trained. They are fed into a network daily where they're communicating information that will help us to make those decisions kind of on a truly a daily basis as to where the lines are. But I mean, we track incidents across each priority area and then cross citywide to identify trends, what's going on. And that will help us determine if the safe passage worker in that area, maybe we continue to see physical altercations. Well, perhaps then one of the ad hoc trainings for that particular provider is that we need to do more de-escalation training there because it's out of line with citywide trends that we're seeing in physical types of incidents, right? So we track it on a weekly basis. I get it. All of the different types of incidents that are going on by priority area, by individual incident, and then citywide.
Okay. I mean, I have a lot of appreciation for how nimble these situations need to be and the kind of flexibility. And of course, it all depends on the day and the relationship. But it doesn't sound to me super clear on what their role is meant to be. And if it doesn't sound super clear coming from you, then I can imagine some confusion from some safe passage workers of I'm not supposed to intervene, or my role is only to mark down an issue, or it's really up to me if I'm going to get involved.
No, it's actually spelled out in the SOP, what their role is. It lists out canvassing and monitoring, right? Redirecting and clearing areas of students to place of safety in the event of immediate impending danger. And we do training on all of this in onboarding. Alerting safe passage supervisors. There's reasons we have supervisors because they are more experienced, because they're the program lead, because they have direct communication with MPD others of any behaviors, bullying, fighting, threatening gestures or language that they're seeing among students that could impact the safety of other youth children, and reporting such behavior to relevant schools safety personnel, who are generally the people who are the connection point, and if necessary, MPD. Remaining visible and present, attending check-ins, sharing information about curfew laws when appropriate, safety tips, location of police fire stations, competing in the clearance process. So then we have the role of the supervisor. So no, it's not loose. It's all defined in a SOP that we train on. And that when there are issues that arise, we train again. And then we talk to the supervisors. Then we talk to the actual CBOs themselves. So it's hard to say this is specifically while I'm sitting here if it's this type of fight. Well, some of them might know the kid and be really easy to redirect. But if there's weapons involved, then we likely aren't going to want them to throw themselves into a situation where there's weapons. Some might be able to do that, but to kind of talk in the abstract is a little bit difficult. But no, they have defined roles that are listed out in SOPs that are in the agreements that they all sign.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a 10-minute round, and then Councilmember Bonds, who's joined us online.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Appreciate your testimony, Deputy Mayor. This is a really important program. One of the things that I talk about pretty often with families is just the need for coordination between what happens outside and what happens inside. And earlier in my tenure as a council member, we had more VI programs inside schools than we do now. How do you see what we have inside the buildings working with what we have outside? And of course, we know what starts inside the building can often carry out onto the street. So how do you coordinate that? And where do we still have gaps that we need to fill?
Yeah, I mean, that's a challenge. So one of our last principals meeting, we had that very discussion. There were 80 principals who attended because we see the same thing you see, fights online, things that we were not alerted to, and we have daily calls. So when we're not hearing from the schools about something that happened inside, when we're communicating daily, it gives us pause. Now, we understand that sometimes for schools that the relationship, that sometimes their relationship with MPD, they don't want it to be a criminal matter. And we agree, not everything is a criminal matter, but that's why we have these kind of channels for us to filter through the safe passage process. So it doesn't always have to make its way to MPD. Maybe a VI is the right person to help de-escalate something or find out more information. I do think it's still a gap. We continue to try and work on communication. We do have one's leadership academy in some schools, but it's so limited that we have to rely upon the communication with schools. I will say that the deputy mayor for education, they have Phil Copeland. So they've really worked on kind of their school safety component within DME to liaise a bit more with schools and to provide us with some more information that way. DCPS has kind of beefed up under Ricky Brown their school safety continuum this year to provide a little bit more of that inside outside. MPD has looked at ways to expand our SROs because that is also another avenue. So we're kind of working on all these different channels, but a main thing that we said to schools is you have to let us know. You don't have to necessarily communicate with MPD, but we do have these channels through our safe passage communication channels to let us know about fights or incidents. And we need to do the same, right? Because oftentimes what we're seeing on a route to school or in a community, which is why the VIs and Safe Passage now have communication. And I'm really proud of how they view themselves as a team, which took some work, but they do view themselves as teaming, which is also why we thought it was right to be in DMPSJ because we could help make that happen. But there's always work to be done, right? Like it's why we're trying these monthly meetings to say, hey, we saw this online and we weren't aware of it. Why? Is there a concern? Is there a trust gap? What is driving not letting us know about some of these fights that are now escalating?
What non-law enforcement tools do schools have inside their buildings to help de-escalate conflicts?
I mean, I think many of them have sort of restorative justice teams, but on that call, some of them asked for some additional mediation support because they are doing a lot of mediations themselves inside of the schools, but sometimes they're also sort of looping in parents because that's driving a lot of fighting. And so they did ask on that for some mediation support.
You mean conflicts between parents that are trickling down to kids?
Conflicts between their young people that the parents are now coming and being involved in.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
we've had some of that in Ward 1. Yep.
Yeah. So they asked for some mediation support there. I know that some schools have behavior techs who serve that role, but I think I don't really know beyond kind of those two sets of tools what else they have in schools. Some have, different programs. Some schools have credible messengers, some don't.
Yeah. Why don't we have VIs in schools anymore?
I don't part of it is, this is even true with one's leadership academy. Some schools liked it and some schools really, really didn't. And
but the schools that liked it want it back.
Well, I'm open to there being VIs in schools, but this is what I'll say, because we had this conversation with one's leadership academy. It is important. They're not there to be behavioral techs. Like violence interrupters are there to help us drive down violence, and it's important information. But if we're going to have them do jobs in community and everywhere else, everybody can't play every role. Yeah. It's just not possible. And we have limited resources. So if I have shooting in community, yes, it's important to know what's going on in school. But if I have them in school, they're not in community. Like it's either or, right? So
why is it either or? Why don't we just have more?
Because because Safe Passage right now is a $10.2 million program. VI between, I think, OAG and ones is about $25 million. We would love to have limitless resources where we could have coverage everywhere. We could have all these things, but we don't. Like we have the resources we have, and what we're trying to do is really have a continuum.
Yeah, but that's like 10% of MPD's budget when you compare.
I don't know what the comparison is. Like all of this is a part of a continuum of.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about those individual programs, well, we would look across the board at Safe Passage, at Hospital Violence Intervention Program. We know that we invest nearly $100 million in non-police interventions. I'm not going to sit here and ever set up MPD versus VIs because they all work together. That's how we've driven down violent crime and crime overall in our city. So there's, to me, 10% of the budget, whatever.
No,
Like,
it's just, the point is more that we spend significantly less on prevention than we do on.
I would say that's not true because how we view prevention is housing, education, workforce development. The public safety and justice cluster in total is $1.9 billion of our 21 billion. It's $21 billion budget, right? Education, I think, is a $5 billion investment. Health and human services, by far more than that. So we view prevention
So
secondary.
everything is public safety.
Everything is public
Okay,
safety.
I'm going to pause you
Yeah.
there. School Connect,
Yes.
how does that fit into how you think about all of this?
I mean, it is part of it. Like, so one of the things that we hear most is people's concerns about transportation, right? Getting to and from school. And DC School Connect was started to fill a specific need in certain key communities at the time, busing kids, and it became much larger than that. And obviously, again, the cost grew and everyone wanted it. And so I think it's an important piece when we are able to identify who is truly at risk, because what it really became is at the time, a lot of people weren't feeling safe. So everybody wanted to use this resource, and we don't have, again, limitless resources to do that. What I say to people is it's our responsibility to work with Metro Transit, where we pay to make sure that our transit system is safe, that kids can ride free, that we have safe transit system, because we have a bus system. And so that's what we're working on as well, rather than expanding. We sometimes create parallel systems. Well, we need to work on the primary system, which that's our primary transportation system, of which we spend hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure it's safe for our young
Do
people.
you support the continuation of School Connect? Are you expecting cuts?
I don't know. It's not in my, it's under for hire vehicles, I
Yeah,
believe.
it's in my committee, yep.
So I don't really know.
But shouldn't it be with you? I mean, it's a safety program.
I don't have like I said, we believe, you said everything is public safety. There are public safety programs across cluster.
For sure, but the Department of For Hire Vehicles is a regulatory agency, so not really supposed to be running programs. So I would really like to see it come to your cluster.
Okay, I mean, listen, like we support all things being here, but we obviously work together with them. Like I said, we have to identify who's truly at risk, and we've done some of that because we can't, the waiting list is become very, very long.
That's an expensive program.
Yeah.
But you do see it as sort of part of the ecosystem
do.
of safe passage, more or less,
I
because
do,
it's how
yes.
kids are getting to school. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. This is such a great opportunity for us to learn more about how we are going to affect public safety in a broader sense. I'm sorry, my video is not, can you hear me?
We can hear and see you.
Okay, all right, okay, very good. I'm trying to make the adjustment. Okay, my questions are, and thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, for being with us to discuss particularly this issue of safe passage. My questions are related to your perspective when you indicate that these individuals, I think 185 individuals, while they are there, and to some degree, they are the first outside of family or household individuals that our students sort of like dialogue with or see on a regular basis, but you're indicating they're not behavioral techs. And we understand what a technician's job is. But more importantly, how can we better equip these individuals who are doing safe passage work to be on the alert for situations that may escalate, situations that they see that might escalate once the student is out of their view and maybe inside the classroom?
Sure. So when I say they're not behavioral techs, that's a sort of very specific like role in a school, but they do have a responsibility to help redirect behavior, if that makes sense, right? Like, so a lot of it comes down to training. And so I actually had my team pull like a lot of the different types of trainings we have. For instance, virtual stewards of children by Safe Shores. Assessing victims' needs is another training that they get. Sexual harassment, right? Like de-escalation many times, cultural competency, reframing conflict. We do that like multiple times throughout the year to help them to, it's a nice way of saying like conflict resolution, but reframing it. We believe that that all adults and also other young people play a role in helping change the behavior of what we're seeing, and when we see negative behaviors to address that. And so it is through training, it is through like I said, looking at incidents and seeing like what are they doing, what was the intervention that was or was not applied. It's through site visits. Our team does a lot of that to observe sort of random pop-ups to see, are people engaging, are they talking to young people? It's hearing, how their communication is with MPD, because they do play a role with Metro Transit. So we do look at that. So I think it's all of those things. I think a lot of it does come down to training, and then training some more, and then training some more.
All right. And so I think I'm hearing that the way the program is designed to work is that we are training these individuals to be on the lookout for, there'll be indicators that they can observe in the student population, and they will in turn know how to handle those situations. So they're really more like information. I'll be very candid what is said in the community. They're information cops. Is that correct?
I don't think they're cops at all. I think they're eyes and ears, right? Like,
Okay.
so, because, they are eyes and ears. Yes. Right. Like I grew up, we had like crossing guards and, route leaders for kids who walk to school. That is what they're doing. Right. So they are caring adults. They are, helping young people to get to school. Like, so sometimes it is, hey, you're cutting up in the corner store, you need to go on over there, right? Or sometimes it's they stash their weapon there, right? So yes, they are information, a part of our information network, if you will.
All right, so here I am. I'm going to school. I've got my weapon in my brown bag, and I'm now putting it under the bush. So the expectation is that through the safe passage process, whomever is on duty along my route as I'm crossing the street, they have seen that and they will say to me, listen, I don't know what you have in that brown bag, but you shouldn't be doing that. Or I'm going to have to inform your the principal. Is that what is expected? I'm trying to understand
they would have to do
how
both.
it works.
So it would be our expectation that they engage with the young people about what they saw, but it's our expectation they're going to inform us of that. Because if a young person is bringing a weapon or stashing something, there's something behind that, right? They may be scared. There may be a fight later. There may be something going on. So it's a duality of engaging with the young person and maybe trying to find out what is going on, but they also, per our SOPs and their requirements, need to report that, right? Because they're not the only ones responsible for that. The school needs to know, the safe passage leader needs to know. We need to determine if it's a weapon, MPD also needs to know. So that it's both. That's
All
our
right, and so
expectation.
would there be dialogue with the student about it, or is it that they, as safe passage workers, they just simply observe and then inform the higher authorities?
No. It's our expectation that they actually engage with the young person as well. Right? Like they're not just eyes. Like we could put cameras if we just, right? Like if all it is like we're trying to see what's going on, put some cameras, and we do, right? But they're part of our youth engagement structure. So that's why I say both. Like it is our expectation that they engage with that young person to see if they can find out what's going on, because maybe they've built enough relationship that they're the only person they will talk to, right? Because they see them every day, and that does happen. And they need to report because something else may be going on. Something might happen at school, something might be happening at home, or it might be a gun. And that actually, these are not even hypotheticals. What you've described is a real case that happened in Ward 1, actually, early in the school year where a young person did stash a gun. The safe passage worker engaged, but they also had to alert per our protocol, and MPD came and they're like, it's a gun. And so
All
it
right.
doesn't mean the kid gets arrested or any of those things, but we have some work to do there because
Yeah, I'm not even going there.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned with understanding this role, that in many communities is considered very valuable.
Mhm.
Yet you're telling me it's more intelligence gathering that they are responsible for. You're also informing me that there's something called behavioral techs that are more concerned with how they treat the situation, the conversations they have with young people. And I guess we also still have some security, enough so that those individuals in turn are responsible for breaking up fights. So you told me about three different individuals. And a fourth one would be what happens in the classroom. A fifth would be the principal. I'm just trying to
And a parent.
understand the protocol for our educational system and how it all works together so that we get a young person through the process and out of the process and into successful life. That's what I'm really trying to understand.
I think you just named it though. So some of the entities are in school, some of them are out of school, some of them are at home because you didn't name, and I will say it,
Right, the
parents,
number one. Yes.
caretakers,
Yes.
the aunties, family members, right? Like their kids are holistic. There's a whole bunch of people around them who have a responsibility to walk them all the way through from their house. And if we're using the school process to on the way, to when they're on the metro, where metro picks them, right? To when they get to the school, like we're just trying to get them there, right? Like that's what we're trying to do here. Then what happens in the school, right? And then all the way back around from sports, you didn't name coaches, right? Like there's
Okay,
a
so
whole
then
host.
I have to ask the administration, how do we put a dollar to the educational product that we have in the District of Columbia? Because I'm hearing this morning there may be some overlapping, and you know what our budget situation currently is,
Yep.
what we're faced with, and what we may be faced with going forward for some time as a nation. So I'm very curious as to how do we put a price tag? I mean, that's the way America is now. What's the price tag for educating young people and adults in the District of Columbia? And what are the systems that are necessary? So that's kind of like what I'm very curious about.
Can I say, I think we're really doing that work. Like that's kind of the work that we have to do and we are doing on the executive across how we're looking at programs. Like we're in a process right now. There's obviously a mayor's order that has a freeze on certain things that causes us to look at where are we duplicating? Where can we scale down? Where are we getting the most impact? Because we have to do that for a host of reasons that you're well aware of, right? And so it's very difficult to put a price tag, but that's what we're trying to do. And I think that why you just heard of all these different touch points is we're trying to deduplicate where we can and get as much coverage while understanding you can't always expand it financially. Like we're not in that position to just grow programs as much as we would love to be able to do that. So I think that's the process that we're doing of what maybe we can't continue in FY26. What do we need to continue to invest in? How do we maximize the resources that we have to get the most continued impact?
Thank you very much. My time is over.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds. I just have a couple follow-up questions and then we'll move on to our next bill. So first, in terms of the type of training, we've also heard from parents who have children that may be neurodivergent or experiencing other mental health challenges. Is dealing with a broad array of different types of needs of children part of the training that you're engaging in now?
I mean, it is, but I do think that's one that probably we could more specifically add in is neurodivergence. Like, so in the bill, it talks about cultural competency and diverse. That is one of the trainings that we currently do. Just kind of looking across the spectrum of trainings. I think doing one specifically on neurodivergence is one that would be beneficial to add in. I think that, you know, in a lot of these given how many times we talk about conflict, reframing conflict, or like I said, stewards of children and various things, some of that might be touched upon, but there's room for more direct conversation and training around neurodivergence or young people who are kind of on spectrum.
Okay, great. Thank you. So to follow up on something you were talking with Councilor Nadeau about, when we think about the geographic limits, I understand your viewpoint around not having the safe passage workers go inside the school buildings. How far are they supposed to go outside of the school building to go all the way to the closest bus or metro?
Yeah,
And how is
It's
that?
mapped. So if the maps are all up, if you go to safepassage.dc.gov, like we put all of the priority maps up, and on those maps you can see the various routes because there's not just one route within a priority area. Off the top of my head, I don't know. It's many routes within a specific priority area, and they've been mapped. Like most of them, we met with school leaders who want to literally kind of walk out the area. We also met with MPD because they are doing some safe passage themselves. And so we don't want to overlap. We're like, let's get the most coverage possible. So you can see all of it on the map. Like there's dashes that this is where MPD does safe passage coverage. This is the various routes within this priority of where we're covering. And that all, like we do them yearly, like we've done them 2 years since we've had it. But in working with the schools and like observations on the year of where kids are, where they're kind of congregating, you can kind of see it in certain areas, but it's all out there and mapped with schools. The thinking is, you know, again, there's limited people, right? Like, so you want as much coverage as possible where more and more kids are. And school leaders, they're out front of their school. They open the door, right? Like they're right there. So you don't need people standing right by the door. And if you looked previously, they kind of were there to be like, come.
Right.
So schools are responsible, and that's even why DCP has kind of beefed up their security teams to be like, we'll take the back door, right? Like having a safe passage worker there means that we can't have them further up by the corner store that might be 3 blocks away that we know all the kids from Jackson Reed or Coolidge, right? Like we know they're there, right? So that's how we chose to do it. But.
Okay. And then as we think about the idea of making sure travel is safer to and from school,
Yep.
are you thinking about expansion of kind of student-only buses or any of these other ideas to address what we're still hearing from too many students, that they feel unsafe literally on their way to and from school?
I had this conversation with PAVE parents, and I think that it sort of resonates is that we invest so much in our transit system, right? We do. We're investing a lot of money. We're investing to make sure kids can ride free. So I would love to say that we can continue to create parallel systems, right? But we can't. We can't afford to, and we also don't have necessarily the operational expertise to do it. And we would never have enough, right? Like, and so by that, you're inherently picking or choosing. And that's some of what we would do with DC School Connect. Kids who really have safety challenges, and we can identify some of those with schools and others. But I continue to say, I know that Metro Transit has put a lot and is putting a lot into trying to make sure that buses in Metro are safe and have made a lot of progress in the same way we have on, sort of our community-wide, that in a recent letter to the Department of Transportation, I think it was like 2 per million rides. And I don't know if that fully includes buses, but I know that WMATA is very invested in working with us. And that's why in our daily 1 p.m. call, which is the law enforcement call, Metro Transit is a part of that. Because if there are specific routes where there's issues, buses where we know was an issue, they can put some of their people on that bus. And so I think that's some of the work is like, instead of always creating parallel systems we can't maintain and they get too big for us to really maintain over time, we still need to continue to invest, and we're investing so much in making sure that our entirety of our transit system is safe.
Thank you. I hear you there. So just really specifically, when we talk about the different roles and de-escalation and communicating with school communities, okay, there was a conflict that happened. What happens next?
So there's a safety plan. It depends on what the conflict was, but there's always a safety plan. Like if it's a violent incident, there's an actual violent incident call, like at the end of the day at 5:30, where we'll put together a plan, a safety plan. But even if it's a small thing, like there'll be a safety plan that's put into place. Some of it doesn't require much. We might be like, two kids are fighting. We're letting you know there needs to be a mediation, but there is a safety plan established.
And then who handles that mediation? If
It
that's the-
depends, because sometimes the schools, like I said, want to be the mediators, and a lot of times that might be the case. Sometimes they ask for MPD support, sometimes they ask for VI support, or even safe passage worker support. Some of the schools like KIP will use the safe passage people. So it's a collaborative kind of decision about what's going to be the right as part of the safety plan process.
So let's say an incident that might be a little less violent, like there's pushing or arguing outside of school.
Yep.
Then that becomes part of a report that's shared with the school leader. And then what I'm hearing is that it's kind of up to the school leader to determine what the next step is.
Not necessarily, like it's a collaborative process, right? And a lot of it is the safe passage supervisor, our office, and then schools, right? Because if they need to know, if they want to mediate inside, schools primarily for in-school issues, they're kind of primary. But we also maybe like we need to try and reach out to do a mediation with these young people so they don't fight down at the wharf. I mean, so it's a collaborative process. They may be, but the safety plan might be we need to work with the safe passage supervisor to arrange a mediation here. Not all safe passage workers too are like mediators, just like we say with VIs. Not every violence interrupter can mediate a crew-based dispute. So we need to determine like who is the best entity to do that. But it's quickly, because with kids, it's not like now in 2 weeks, we're going to do mediation. No, because they'll already have fought by this afternoon or like, in school by the time that happens. So that would be part of like the 10:30, I think it's a 10:30 call that's had to say, hey, this is what we saw. This is what the plan will be. And usually it's by the afternoon, right? Because they're going to come out. So what are we going to do there?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna turn to case closure in a moment, but I see we've been joined by my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember, do you want a round of questions on safe passage? I can't hear you, but it looks like you're off mute. No. Try unmuting and remuting again.
Do you have the right speaker on? Because sometimes, when you go into Teams, it like switches your speaker.
Yeah, because we heard Councilmember Bonds. No, we still can't hear you. You can hear us? Maybe try rejoining. All right, we'll give her a moment while we're waiting. I'll ask another question. Are there any trainings on warning signs that you give to safe passage workers if there's maybe abuse in the home or if a child isn't being fed?
Yeah, so Safe Shores does one of our training on for like young people. Basically, it's called Stewards of Children. So they also have mandated reporter training. So as part of that would be identification of warning signs of abuse or neglect. I'm trying to see. We have one called Assessing Victims' Needs. So in that as well, like there's some of that. Let's see if there's any. I think those are probably the main one. We do a trauma-informed care, so there may be some assessment in that as well, but crisis intervention, like, there's some piece of identifying because our primary target is kids in all of those, but.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you again for all of your work with Safe Passage. I think there have been a lot of measures of progress since the shift happened in your office. or over to your office. And I want to continue working together to just try to make sure the program has the support it needs and to be responsive to the continuing kind of expansive needs of our schools and recognizing that far too many kids still don't feel safe getting to school, which is one of our main areas of feedback we hear when we talk about school attendance as well. So it all plays a role. Okay, we are going to move on to Case Closure and Witness Support Amendment Act of 2025, introduced by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. We're also going to invite up a few additional government witnesses. We have Alana Suttenberg, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and Jeffrey Carroll.
I don't know if he knew he was on this one. I don't think he was listed on this one.
Okay, one moment. Okay, we had gotten word last night that Assistant Chief Carroll would be here for this bill. So if we can send him a note and see if he's able to join us. Okay, great. So I'm going to swear you in, Ms. Suttenberg. If you can turn your mic on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much. Now invite you both to make any opening statement you may have. Deputy Mayor, we can begin with you if you have comments.
Okay, I'm going to skip. It's still morning. Good morning to anyone who has joined us, just joined us. I'm Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. I'm here to offer executive testimony in opposition to B 2627, the Case Closure and Witness Support Amendment Act of 2025. B 2627 was originally introduced in 2023 with the stated purpose of helping the Metropolitan Police Department solve more homicides. While the executive agrees that closing homicide cases is vitally important, we do not believe the proposals in this bill will do that and instead offer ways to build upon the work the MPD is doing to bring more swift justice for victims. Currently, MPD's violent crime closure rates consistently exceed the closure rates of comparably sized cities, which is 500,000 to 999,000 in population. And for homicides, MPD's closure rates have exceeded comparable cities by an average of 20% per year from 2010 to 2023. In 2023, the MPD homicide clearance rate, which we use the UCR, was 52%. And in 2024, that rate rose to 60%. MPD has been able to achieve these rates through a variety of means, including good investigatory practices by detectives, forensic tools, and community partnership. The executive believes that we should invest in these methods in lieu of proposals that aren't evidence-rooted and proven practice in our city. We would note that the best method of reduction is prevention, of course, and thus we should continue to work to lower the number of homicides and violent crime in our city with common sense policies. This is why we urge the council to continue to support those current tools that have helped drive down violent crime in our city, including one we'll talk about later today, continued pretrial detention provisions currently before you for extension. Instead, with this bill, council's proposing expensive payments, a minimum of $50,000 for information about a homicide in a time when fiscal restraint is both necessary and prudent, and unnecessary and expensive changes to our case closure and witness protection procedures, and again, task the executive with overburdensome reporting requirements that will not lower crime or help close cases in the district. Currently, MPD has a maximum of $25,000 per crime. Under this proposal, if 4 people have information regarding a murder, that would cost the district 8 times the current limit, requiring each one to be given $50,000 and totaling $200,000. In a time of limited resources, it is critical that we focus our time and attention and dollars on those things that will allow us to continue to make our city safer. This is not a fiscally responsible proposal during a time when we are already tight on funding. On the other hand, proposals such as B26-187, the Metropolitan Police Department Training Academy College Credit Opportunity Amendment Act of 2025 will give MPD the ability to hire more officers, enabling more efficiencies at MPD, which we know is critical to actually closing cases. For the reasons above, I ask the committee not move forward with B26-27. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and answer questions. Turn to Ms. Suttonberg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And we'll turn now to Elena Suttonberg from the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, Councilmember Nadeau, Councilmember Bonds, and I believe Louis George online, other members of the council. My name is Ilana Suttonberg. I serve as the Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. I thank you for the opportunity to appear at today's hearing and testify at the bills in question. First, speaking to Bill 2627, the Case Closure and Witness Support Amendment Act of 2025. We appreciate the goals of this bill and agree with many of the goals. However, we are concerned that certain provisions in practice may have the opposite of their intended effect, and therefore would recommend that the council reconsider many of the provisions in this bill. First, we absolutely agree with encouraging community members to provide law enforcement with information that leads to a conviction in a homicide case. However, we have concerns with the proposed mandatory payment of no less than $50,000 to any person who provides information that leads to the conviction or adjudication of the person or persons responsible for committing any homicide in the district. As prosecutors, we want to ensure that we are receiving reliable information in all of our prosecutions. With such a substantial mandatory payment, there could be concerns related to the bias of witnesses receiving these payments in our prosecutions, which could cause juries to doubt the testimony of these witnesses. This could make homicides more difficult to prosecute and result in fewer homicide convictions, which would run counter to our shared public safety goals and the goals of this legislation. Second, we agree with providing comprehensive supports to victims of crime and witnesses to crime, accounting for their safety and needs. Indeed, the U.S. Attorney's Office has a robust Victim Witness Assistance Division that provides assistance to a wide range of victims and witnesses in cases prosecuted by our office. This includes safety planning, service referrals, payments for alarms and other safety enhancements, payment for emergency housing, payment for security deposits, moving, and other expenses for a victim or witness to relocate to new permanent housing outside of the danger zone through our Emergency Witness Assistance Program. We also work with the U.S. Marshals Service on the Federal Witness Security Program that may provide new identifications and permanent interventions related to the security, health, and safety of government witnesses. Taken together, the U.S. Attorney's Office provides safety services and referrals to well over 1,000 victims and witnesses a year. A witness protection and assistance program on the substantially broader level envisioned in the bill may be difficult to implement on a district-wide level and would create a significant financial cost to be borne by the district. We would, however, welcome continued partnership with district agencies to support victims and witnesses in criminal cases, and would strongly support other ways to create additional resources for witnesses in homicide cases. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both very much. Deputy Mayor, can you walk us through the current reward structure if a case is open and MPD is looking for tips, especially when there are multiple people who may come forward?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not complicated, right? Like, so, I say that, but we offer a range of tips, both in homicide cases and in a variety of other matters. I use, for example, weapons cases. We have anonymous ways that people can actually report that there's an unlawful weapon. This is the same in kind of any of our violent crime structures. And oftentimes people want to be anonymous, and we'll pay out varying levels of payment. And that is really determined, honestly, in the detective structure, right? Like, is this a reliable tip? Does it lead to a conviction? What was the evidence that was recovered? And so there is some variability. Like, that's why oftentimes what you see is we say up to a certain amount, right? Up to 25,000 or otherwise. And I would say that that has been successful in our engagement with the public. And in helping us to achieve the types of closure rates that we have. And so it really is that. They can call. You often hear us when we're out. We give out an anonymous tip line. There's information on the website about how they can contact. They can contact a detective if they're directly linked to the case, and then there'll be a referral of what evidence was provided and how much will be paid out to the individual.
Thank you. One of the things I've spoken to the chief about on several occasions is like what is incentivizing for someone to come forward, and one of the things that she has talked about is the challenge of some people being fearful of their own lives of coming forward with a tip. That even if we offered $1 million, that's not going to make up for that fear. Do you have a sense on the cases that have been closed from a tip, like what was incentivizing for people to come forward, or in the inverse, what we know about people who won't share information?
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because this was a conversation in 2023 when we had sort of some of the heights of our crime. I can distinctly recall a conversation with people in Washington Highlands who actually said it was not about money. They wanted to actually work with MPD because they were tired of their communities being terrorized. But there were a couple of things that were driving their fear of doing so. Number one was, and this is kind of how I keep saying we got to pretrial, they're like, if we help you and people then are back in community, it's very difficult to remain anonymous no matter what. So you can't you MPD, it doesn't matter whether it's USAO, the courts, or anybody else who made a decision. We're helping you, you have to keep us safe. And so that was some of what drove our need. It's a trust relationship, right? They cannot trust you if they provide tips. Person's back out for 2 years pending trial and then is shooting up their car, right? So that was some of it. And then there was just some basic things it sounds however, but it was not money-based. It was, hey, can you not have detectives come to our home because they're very identifiable? MPD detective is you can tell when they're in the community. So is there a place, a safe space that we can come outside of our neighborhood where we can give you information? Absolutely. The chief has explored so we do have anonymous tip line as well that you can use, but there's other things that we have looked at, like Crime Stoppers, in ways people were really concerned even when they would call 911 that you're going to share our information somewhere, right? So it wasn't about money, it was about ensuring their safety no matter what, if they participate. And that truly is it, because is a lot of money available now for tips, and some people take it and some people are more like, we just don't want our community harmed. So those are some of the things, some of them very practical. I think all of them very practical, but they related more to trust and safety than money.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And thank you so much for mentioning the detective in the community. I've heard that concern a lot, and I think that's a great point to be mindful of. So when we think about witness protection, can you talk about, Ms. Suttenberg, the kind of federal role for our current witness protection structure? And then if Deputy Mayor, you have other thoughts on ways that our local infrastructure can better support that effort?
Sure. So from a very high level, before the case comes to our office, when it's in an investigative posture, then the investigative agency is charged with any supports. If it's an MPD investigation, then it would be MPD. It could be Park Police, FBI, whatever the investigative agency is, would be involved in providing any supports. And they have a team who can provide supports to that individual. When the case comes to our office, that could be through either an arrest, through an arrest warrant, or even a grand jury original in certain cases, then there's kind of a warm handoff and it's transferred to our office, and we take the lead on a lot of these victim witness support services. People are often assigned a victim advocate throughout the process who can be more support for them going forward and understands referrals. They're very familiar with a lot of district agencies. They can give them referrals for therapy. They can give them referrals for housing. And so there's a lot of different things that person can do. But then we also have several dedicated witness security specialists. We have 5 in our office. If a witness in a case that's being handled by USAO, if a victim or a witness has a safety or a security concern, we set up an intake appointment with that person. And that's, learning about what their needs are, learning more about this person. And then we assess whether we can do anything to help this person. In certain circumstances, we can provide them with new locks on their doors. That might be an adequate solution. We can work with the DC Housing Authority on transferring their vouchers, or working sometimes as needed within the shelter program. So there's a lot. And then we can also use an emergency witness assistance program to provide for emergency housing. This is certainly not a comprehensive list I'm giving, but there are a lot of different supports available. But crime victims' compensation, I think, is also an important part of this discussion. They're run through the courts and they have a big financial portfolio to be able to provide supports to victims and witnesses, and will often refer people there. They take their police report and then they can benefit from services there. So, there's a wide range of services that might be available to someone. We can only help someone who we're aware of who they are and who is willing to do an intake with us and kind of discuss their needs and their situation with us. But we certainly want to be there as a support for victims and witnesses. So I don't know if that directly answered your question, but there's a lot to go through.
No, thank you.
And as Ms. Suttenberg said, if MPD is the investigating agency, which is often the case, they have a similar structure in terms of victim support. That we do some relocation through MPD where necessary, and also referrals through their victims advocates, working with them on crime victims comp or the host of resources that we have for victims that are many available through the DC Victims Hotline, through OVSJG or otherwise. But really that MPD, like victim advocate, becomes a critical kind of touch point for walking the victim or witness through the host of what may be needed, whether it is relocation or any other services. And so they navigate through that. The other thing that I would say is that we, and again, like this is something we had to scale back on, that we did at one point invest in some emergency housing for specific gun violence, for people who were victims of gun violence, where it is short-term, or was supposed to be short-term, where there may have been a shooting that weekend and we really need to remove people from the environment for like a weekend or a couple of weeks. We need to work on voucher relocation. Some of that is still done through family support services at once, but we definitely had to scale back because it became people were like 2 years in a hotel and things where good intention became not what the intention was. But there is still some of those kind of emergency, and this is now more working with MPD to determine if there really is a safety risk and in what it is, right? And how long that is going to persist so that we will move them more often than not outside of the district for defined periods of time.
Okay, thank you. And, what it sounds like is from the federal level and the local level, there are a myriad of supports available. Is there someone who's responsible for shepherding that process? Like if you are someone who's come forward and you are fearful, where do you go? Who do you call?
Sure. So if the case is in our office, right, so that's kind of how the U.S. Attorney's Office becomes involved. If the case is being handled either in investigation or prosecution in our office, then we do have an entire division, the Victim Witness Assistance Unit, who's devoted to helping victims. And they help them both with, as I kind of noted, the advocacy with witness security. They also do travel arrangements for out of town, right? There's a host of things that need to happen. So we have various touch points. In some cases, in more serious cases, you might automatically get a victim advocate. In some cases, it might be if the needs of the case require it. And the prosecutors are trained to understand when a victim advocate or witness security might be something helpful for their case or necessary given security needs. So in our office, it's, as needed, as assessed by the prosecutors and the supervisors.
But is that only provided if the case is proceeding to prosecution?
So that's right. So that's if a case, it's not necessarily a prosecution in court, but yes, it only comes to our office if there's an arrest warrant or a grand jury original. So if it's just being handled as an investigation, our office does not have involvement in, then it's handled by the investigative agency. And that's what Deputy Mayor Pia was talking about with respect to MPD.
Yeah, MPD is a victim services branch, right? Like, so that's where it would start. And so if it's a family member, there's a family liaison specialist that's assigned, or just basically a victim advocate who would help do the same sort of navigating and walking through the kind of range of resources. And that's particularly if someone, when we're talking about like a witness or a victim or otherwise. I mean, generally victims, we have intake through the crime victim hotline. But when we're talking specifically about someone who's a witness or other in a case, that would go to the MPD side of the house. I can't speak to Park Police or any of the other investigating agencies, but
I guess, Joe, just one more on this, and I'll turn to Councilor Nadeau. Is there a gap before we've gotten to a prosecution or before we've gotten to an investigation of if somebody is fearful or more people are made aware in the violence interruption space that there may be a risk.
That's where that would fall, right? Like, so if we are aware of an issue, that's why I talked about in ones, we say it's FSS, but it's kind of anything. If a violence interrupter knows what's happening in the street and it's like, we need to get someone out of here for a while, we do that. And so that information would not yet get to kind of the investigation or otherwise. That's more like, we know that it's hot and like people need to be removed, or there's like a credible threat or otherwise, at which point we do remove people, we take people out of the jurisdiction, again, for defined periods of time, and kind of all over the place. We will send them for some time while we're able to either calm down the environment or figure out with MPD what's going on or move the investigation forward.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I do want to note we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder. We're doing 10-minute rounds on case closure and witness support amendment act. So we'll turn to Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony. I'll start with the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, your testimony states that in 2023, the MPD homicide clearance rates were 52%, and that in 2024, that rate rose to 60%. So is it your position that 40% of unsolved homicides is acceptable progress?
No, we want all homicides solved.
Mm-hmm. And can you briefly describe what the tip reward program is at MPD?
Yeah, so like I said, there's both an anonymous number, which we always say, or text. People can either text tips to the line or they can call for any number of things, right? Like it could be, we have found a gun here, we have information about a homicide or otherwise, at which point a detective, either they will be contacted back, they'll be given a number if they want to be anonymously identified, in which a detective will follow up to see if the tip is valid. If it is, a determination will be made about how much should be given to the individual, and then they're paid out. It's pretty much kind of that simple.
How are the awards amounts determined?
So I've had this conversation before with MPD. It's basically based upon some of it obviously is if it leads to a conviction. That's a key piece. Some of it may not be. If you help us to identify an unlawful weapon, you may still get a tip even if there's not a conviction. But it also, I think, would be what the case is, right? There may be a difference between a CPWL, obviously, and a homicide. But a lot of it is by the detective's determination. And there is, I think, maybe a couple who make that determination and look at it to try to be fair.
Do you know what criteria they use?
I don't. I'm not sure if there's I'm sure there's a formal criteria, although I'm not sure because I've had this conversation in the past with Chief Parsons about the things that they look at. Some of them I just said, right? Like, do we have is this usable evidence? Will it lead to a conviction? What is the quality of the evidence? What is the case or the charge that's pending? But beyond those criteria, I could inquire of MPD if there are other things that they look at.
In your testimony, you said if 4 people have information regarding a murder, that would cost the district 8 times the current limit under my bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
You then go on to say that council proposes expensive payments, referring to the minimum of $50,000 for information about a homicide. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
I have a constituent in Ward 1 whose son was murdered several years ago, and the case is still open because they're having trouble getting witnesses to come forward. They know who did it, but they can't get anybody on the record. If $50,000 is too high a price to pay for information that might solve a murder, what's the dollar amount you would assign to justice for a grieving mother?
I think there's no dollar amount that you can assign to someone's life. So no matter, we could say $1 million each, and that still wouldn't be enough because life is invaluable, and we believe that, right? But we are a government. We have certain amounts of money. We have a host of ways in which we're trying to prevent homicides or otherwise. And so I think we could put all of it is arbitrary because in fact, there is no amount of money that could make up for someone's life being taken. But what we do have a responsibility as a government is to be fiscally responsible, to utilize the resources we have in the way that's going to best allow us to bring victims justice for as many victims as possible. And these are the amounts that we believe, based upon the resources we have, help us to do that.
You say in your testimony that council wants to impose burdensome reporting requirements on the executive.
Yeah.
How much effort is too much when it comes to transparency about violent death in our community?
It's not about effort. It's about what we're trying to do is drive down violent crime and solve homicides. So the proposals that are made in here to revive the Homicide Elimination Task Force, which hasn't functioned since 2019, which when you look at what that is, it's 20 people meeting to talk about various things. We know there's plenty of evidence already about what helps us close homicide cases in the district. Good forensics, good detectives, enough detectives to be able to do the work, which is why the chief has prioritized promoting detectives. They're about to promote more. We need to have officers to do that, right? Like working together with our community, which is what we've done to strengthen trust. So reviving these, we have many bodies. We've got the CJCC, which has about 15 different committees in it. When we propose these different task force and otherwise, it oftentimes is the same groups of people. And quite frankly, right now at a time where everybody is stretched, we have to focus our resources, which includes our time and effort, on that which is going to continue to allow us to drive down crime. So it is not about the burden on us to be transparent. It's about being realistic about what people are able to do and how we can focus our limited time, money, and otherwise to ensure that we are doing everything possible to make our city safer.
Have you ever compared the reward amounts to cities and states that have higher homicide rate closures?
I haven't looked at the dollar amount. I would assume that MPD has, but I haven't. No.
Yeah, I mean, our dollar amount hasn't changed in decades. I know New York City has a much higher dollar amount.
I would say, though, if that's the case, right, like, so some of it obviously is based upon how many homicides we have, because when over the years our homicide closure rate has gone down some, but is still above the national UCR rate. And so I don't think that's based on money, because in 2017, when we had a 71% UCR homicide rate, it was the same amount of money, right, that was being given. So I think that, in fact, demonstrates that the dollar amount isn't what is helping us to increase or decrease. First of all, it's having less homicides and all of the things that we know that I've described earlier: community trust, good enough detectives to really be able to move the cases, enough judges to be able to impanel grand juries, all of these things that are challenging in the district for a host of reasons that we know. I think sometimes we compare ourselves to other jurisdictions when we know, just by virtue of me sitting here with Ms. Suttonberg, our local prosecutor, who is the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're unique. And that creates some benefit, but also some challenges that make it sometimes more difficult to compare, because we don't include the resources that are being spent by USAO in our conversation about what the district spends in these spaces, because she's federal, but that is part of our estimation.
Sure. And we've spent a lot of time talking about money today, but the bill is about creating a comprehensive program for case closure that provides witness support, relocation support, et cetera, which I think is what you've been talking about. A lot of what you've been talking about is what my bill does. It's not just about the minimum or the maximum. I'm going to turn to Ms. Suttonberg. USAO is responsible for the investigation and prosecution of homicides committed in DC. Is that correct?
When they're committed by adults or certain in juveniles.
In your testimony, you say that council's proposal for tip rewards is too high. Do I have that right?
We're concerned with a minimum payment of $50,000 in every situation as described.
And the FBI's tip reward program pays a minimum of $100,000 for an arrest of a wanted suspect. Do you think that's too high?
I don't have a position on FBI's tip reward at this point.
In your opinion, what are some factors impacting the homicide clearance rates?
I think that, as Deputy Mayor described, it's certainly forensics. It's good detective work. I think that there needs to be a willingness of people in the community to speak with law enforcement, and I think that is certainly an important part of it. I think it's strong prosecutorial work. Often we work very closely with detectives. We authorize search warrants that then go to a judge for approval. And I think that there's a lot of factors that go into it. Our homicide investigations are very deep and rely on a host of various investigative techniques. And I think all of them put together are what can bring you a homicide closure.
Does the federal government work with the DC government on coordinating services?
Yes.
And can you give me a breakdown of when things are handled by DC agencies and at what point they're transferred to shared jurisdiction with the federal government?
Sure. So in terms of kind of taking the lead for support services, as I noted, it's kind of when it transitions from an investigative posture only to something being handled by our office. But even then, while we might take the lead on handling the supports and the referrals, we work very closely with district agencies. So we might make a referral to DBH. We might make referrals to DC Housing Authority. We might make referrals, I can't even think about them. I'm sure there's a million other DC agencies that we work closely with. And our victim advocates are actually specially trained to know what those resources are and how to navigate the systems. And I've relied on them frequently as a prosecutor. So I'm not trying to be comprehensive in the work that's done. I think we all work very closely together and have a lot of the same goals.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the witnesses that are before us today. This is my understanding that this bill focuses on assuring that there are services for witnesses to crime and the process of closure of homicide cases. Is that how you see this process? Now, I think I'm lost. Hello?
We can hear you. We can't
You
see
can
you, but
hear
that
me.
is okay.
Okay.
We can
I
hear
don't
you.
know. All right.
Oh, now we can
video-
see you.
Okay, it comes and goes. I don't know yet why, but it does, and I apologize for that. I'm trying to understand because my takeaway from the testimony that both of you have provided is that the current process is working and it's working well, and that the closure rate is improving. And therefore, we should not be exercised about this matter at this time. Is that what your testimony is sharing with us?
So I would say that, right, like we want and I want to emphasize this. First of all, we want zero homicides, but to the extent we have them, we want a 100% closure rate. Like that is the goal,
Of course.
that every homicide is solved. So I'm never going to say that there isn't more that we can do to try and close homicides. What I am saying is that it's really important that we invest in those things that we know that work. And in speaking with prosecutors, community, and with MPD, they've told us and these are the things we are investing in, quite frankly, more forensic tools, right? Like I think about a program we have with the National Guard where they actually have provided their counter drug program. They provide us with forensic expertise to help us to have more tools. Like those are the type of things that we need to invest in. More detectives. The chief has promoted more detectives because we're like, okay, we need more detectives to close cases. Honestly, getting more judges, because if we have more judges, we're able to actually process cases more quickly, right? Like ensuring that we continue to maintain good community trust, that when we actually, they give us tips, that they do receive a reward. That is important. I don't think the amount is as quite as much of a factor as people would think, but that we're respectful and we keep them safe. And so what we're saying is let's invest in those things that are helping us to continue to improve, rather than maybe some of these things which we're not sure will help us to improve. At a time where we really need to continue to be laser focused on what we know that works, let's do that.
All right. And Assistant Attorney General, your position?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. So we, in agreement with Deputy Mayor Pia, there's more to be done. We're not saying that we are doing everything and that the system is perfect. That's not the position that we're taking. There's certainly more that can be done. And we're happy to work with the council and other district agencies to do this. I do think that actually our goals are very aligned with the goals of this legislation. I think that there can be more done to support victims and witnesses who are going through the processes, and we're happy to have those conversations. I think that that would be a helpful conversation of what federal agencies can really do, right? I think the Marshal Service perhaps is more equipped to handle the witness protection program. District agencies can't give out new social security cards, for example, right? But I do think that there's a lot that district agencies can do, and I think that these conversations are important, and we're happy to be part of those conversations on how to improve these processes.
And
I-
can I just say one thing too? Like
Sure.
this sitting here, this to me would be a great topic. It was put in Security C for CJCC to study, but there's a lot of things for them to study there, and I don't believe that portion was funded. This would be a great conversation for us to have there about, are there ways we can strengthen our relationship, because it's a space where all of our criminal justice system partners are there, and we can talk about, are there ways and things that we could do so that what we can provide is maybe kind of informed by where we are currently in our system and what our partners are saying is the realities, ways that we can work together to improve. So I just throw that out there because I often use that as the space, since we're all there, including you, Councilmember Pinto and others, right? Like to use that as a conversation place of how we can improve these types of processes.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't know what the CJCC is doing. So I have to ask these questions when given the opportunity. Oh boy, again.
It's okay. We still can hear you though.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, from the description you've given of the process, when a witness comes forward, it seems that a lot is left to the decision as to whether or not a witness's information is helpful is left to be determined by those that talk with the witness. Yeah, that makes sense. But should we formalize it a little more? Should we have some basic, procedures? You talked to me, you came forward from the community, and so therefore, there's a price tag on that. If it leads to a conviction, there's a price tag. It sounds like the detectives that do the interviewing sort of determine, oh, I like that witness. That witness has really been helpful. And I'm just curious as to your thoughts about that. Is that what you're sort of sharing with me when you describe the process?
I mean, yes and no, right? Like, because there obviously is some discretion, like some of it is guaranteed, right? Like this is more in the gun tip space, right? Like some of it really is guaranteed. If you give us a tip that leads to an unlawful weapon, you get this amount. But when we're talking about a wide range of types of violent crimes, the quality of information does matter, because like there may be a lot of people who witnessed a shooting and are now, right, like giving information, and how we determine who gets what, there needs to be some discretion based upon what the detective is hearing, what they know will lead to in conversations with the prosecutors or otherwise. And so, yes, there should be some guaranteed, but there obviously has to be flexibility based on the type of case and the quality of the information provided.
All right, and I understand that. And I guess now let's talk for a quick minute about this 40% that we're not there yet, but we're trying to be on our way to, solving those crimes. Is it a thought that, and maybe you have some data that could inform us as to whether or not we're following up enough on what seems to, if I'm a detective and I feel like, I've heard from 3 or 4 witnesses, they're all saying pretty much the same. One of them did say something just a little different, but yeah, they're from the same kind of community. They were on the street at the same time. So I'm not going to, how do we follow up when we get a little piece of information? And I wonder if you have data that shows that if we had looked at a little piece of information, which didn't seem significant at that particular time, if we had followed up on it, we might have been able to make an arrest, and then the 60% becomes 70%.
So I would say that our detectives are pretty relentless, and our homicide detectives want to solve homicides. That if you look at some of the kind of press releases, we have cases that have been solved from like the 90s and early 2000s recently, because of the continued work of the detectives on bringing those cases to closures, even decades after they occurred. And we have other cases outside of homicide where forensic information has come back. I fully admit we had a backlog. And as we've worked through that, we have had cases that have, forensic information that's come back that's helped us move cases forward. And so I would say, I don't know that there's data on that. There might be data on, kind of cold case closure, but I don't think anecdotally knowing MPD detectives that there's any of them who are anything other than dogged in trying to bring cases to closure. And I think USAO knows that because at the end of the year, we kind of go hard on them about trying to get, making sure that we're moving cases as much as possible all year, but certainly at the end of the year. So I don't know what site, I can certainly see if MPD has some kind of data around sort of engagement or cold case closure or something like that, but it's more anecdotal, just knowing our homicide detectives than anything.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Thank you for entertaining that question. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here. My questions are going to center around both the Public Safety Training and School Engagement Amendment Act, as well as the Case Closure and Witness Support Act. Just a heads up. And Deputy Mayor, I'll start with you. Could you speak to the services that the district offers to support witnesses?
Yeah, so some of them we've talked about. Obviously, there can be financial remuneration or supports. Some of that through the DC Crime Victims Compensation Fund, which is administered by the court. And that can go towards anything from burial expenses and funeral expenses to mental health supports to rental assistance, kind of anything that victims are experiencing. There's pure witness supports that MPD or other investigatory agencies or prosecutors might offer, much in the same space: mental health support, relocation expenses if necessary or otherwise. For all crime victims, we have the DC Crime Victim Hotline, where it's a sort of front door into a host of different services, whether mental health, legal services, medical services, or otherwise. There's supports through family support services at ONES for those who are the victims of families that are victims of gun violence, which is another door where there might be some acute needs in the immediate aftermath of a shooting, including, again, burial support becomes a big one that's oftentimes needed. And then further down, engagement on like mental health support, relocation or otherwise. So there's a lot of, you hear kind of similar themes: financial, mental, emotional, and then obviously navigating the legal process.
Thank you. Thinking about communities that have historically been overlooked and underserved, and given the possible fiscal climate, have you given any thought on how services provided to witnesses may change given our current fiscal climate?
Yeah, I think that's a realistic question. I know there's a lot of anxiety about things that people are seeing with the federal government and with federal grant dollars and otherwise. I think one of the things that's true about the district is we invest significant local dollars, right? Because we believe in victim services. Obviously, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is a whole agency that, while there is significant federal dollars, a lot of it is local money to make sure that our various categories of victims continue to receive support. And so I would say that it's a priority. We believe that part of crime reduction and prevention is like long-term supporting communities that are most harmed by trauma. And so we're going to continue to prioritize that. I can't speak to, it's kind of a volatile climate that we find ourselves in with our federal partners and what will be funded, and that will sort of play out in the budget process, but I don't think that the district's values change. And so our investments there may be adjustments in how we have to invest based upon finances, but we'll still continue to prioritize what has always been a priority, supporting victims and supporting people across the spectrum.
And following up with my colleague, Councilwoman Barnes, in terms of is enough enough? I'm under the philosophy that individuals act in a manner of violence as the end result of depression, systemic challenges, whether those are socioeconomic challenges, living in poverty, et cetera. When you're doing your evaluations of the services that victims are offered by the district, do you take into consideration who have historically been involved in crime or some act of violence over the years?
I mean, sure. Like, so when you're talking about, I mean, I guess it depends on, like, everybody's individual, but there's also some collective things. So there are very few people who don't need mental health support, right? Like, there are many who need workforce development, housing support, trauma-informed care, which are some of the things that we invest in kind of across the spectrum because we see that as needed resources. So, I mean, I think, yes, like both individually and collectively, where we're investing is based upon like what we've seen in patterns over time. And so given the concentration of how violence occurs in our city, then yes, you do have to look at families and you do have to look at those who've been kind of harmed by trauma and otherwise. So.
Shifting gears, moving to the Safe Passage Training and School Engagement Act. From your perspective, could you speak to how the Safe Passage program fits into the district's overall long-term vision and public safety goal?
Yeah, so we talk about a continuum, right? Like, and particularly a lot in our credible contact continuum, because I see them in that space as well, that we have a host of different types of what we call credible contacts.
Right.
From safe passage worker, which I see kind of at the beginning because they're more eyes and ears and they have a certain amount of training, but it's limited and their role is limited. We move to violence interrupters who we've worked really hard to make sure that there's communication between the two, especially because our young people, we're finding them often involved in kind of what's going on in community. You have, even within violence interruption, those who are able to actually work with individuals, but there are those who are able to mediate crew-based disputes. I'm kind of working our way through the spectrum. And then you have other types of credible contexts that are in there, like credible messengers who are long-term transformative mentors. And so we see, I think safe passage is almost a front door on the juvenile side, to be honest, and maybe to the greater community side of our continuum that helps us with eyes and ears and helps us with some slight de-escalation and otherwise.
Given the possible fiscal climate,
Yeah.
have you given any thought to any event we have to make cuts that your office is ensuring that communities who most need safe passage routes, specifically in Ward 7 and 8, have the support that they need?
Yeah, so how we make decisions about routes of priority is by data, right? Like we have to. So like we want coverage across the city, but not everybody has the same issues across the city, right? So we look at a host of different things, but a lot of it is crime, sounds of gunshots, incidents from the previous year, because incidents are not always, like these are more our safe passage incidents. And then we're going to prioritize those because our goal is to add support where it's needed. And so, yes, unfortunately, right, like sometimes we see disproportionate impact in Ward 7 and 8. And so we will take that into consideration, particularly in a time of dwindling resource. We need most impact. So that will be of high priority to us.
Speaking about the routes, I just want to make sure there's no duplication in services. You have the administrators normally on the route. You have the safe passage ambassadors. You may have violence interrupters. how are you ensuring that there's no duplication in services?
Yeah, so we work really hard at the beginning of the year to sit down. So the maps, I said this earlier, up on safepassage.dc.gov, and it has kind of everybody, like there's different kind of dotted lines. For instance, MPD this year is doing some safe passage. And so we're like, we don't need to overlap there, right? Like, so so we also worked with schools because we're like, you got to cover the front of your school, right? Like so we don't need workers there. Where on the routes do you believe that there need to be people? And a lot of schools did help map that out. So the goal is to get as much coverage as possible. So like during the mapping process, which happens before the school year, all of that is taken into consideration with the various kind of players, so that we're getting as much coverage, quite frankly, as possible.
Copy. And I think Councilwoman Barnes spoke to this earlier, making sure our babies are safe not only outside of school, but in school as well. And you mentioned safety plans. Could you speak to the timeline for once an incident take place, and then it requires a safety plan, and then the implementation of that safety plan?
Yeah, so it might be different things. So we have an actual like unusual incident reporting protocol, and we say what they are. But there's a 10:30 call every day, essentially, where we'll talk about what was seen in the morning. And so if there were certain incidents where there needs to be an intervention, the reason we do that at 10:30 is there's a 1 o'clock, there's another call at 1 o'clock that is with like Metro Transit, MPD, DCPS, school security people, and then I think charter school now has like a liaison as well, because that will allow us to be like, is there something else that is going to be needed, but for the end of the school day, right? Like it's kind of that immediacy of things. Then depending on what the type of incident, there'll also be a 5:30 if it was a larger incident where we need like a true safety plan for tomorrow. Like we need someone to go to this young person's house tonight. We need them to be separated. There'll be a larger discussion there, but all throughout those touch points, as I described, there'll be kind of a triaging of what, like, not every incident is the same, right? So that will help us to determine just the particulars of that plan. And so some of it needs to be implemented, you heard, immediately, like once they're leaving school. We don't need these two kids to go fight somewhere, right? Some of it may be in school. And so there'd be a communication to the school, hey, we saw this on the way, and they might mediate it at school. And that would feed back into the information. Some of it might be at 5:30. We're really concerned about what's going to happen in the evening or over the weekend. And here are some of the things that need to be done.
Copy. My final question, I do want to be mindful of my council colleagues' times. You mentioned SOPs in terms of the job description
Yes.
for Safe Passage ambassadors. From your observation, do you think that there's any modifications that need to take place within those SOPs, coupled with the overall structure of the Safe Passage program?
I keep looking down so that you can see what I'm actually looking at. Like, there they are, like, that's the SOPs. Of course, and that's why you do SOPs. Like, there's adjustments that we make. So we do site visits, both announced and unannounced, right? Like to do some monitoring. So there are some adjustments that have to be made immediately. And then there are updates we make to the SOPs. An example is like we had extreme weather. The winter was really cold this year. And so how we had written them for cold weather, we had used sort of like HCMA cold weather alerts and things. All of that has to be in here because you have to be really kind of specific. We had to change that because we're like, it's freezing. Like we can't have people standing there, or we do need to because it's cold for long periods of time. So there are some updates that'll be made throughout the year. And then going into a new school year, we'll sit down beforehand and be like, are there any major adjustments that need to be made to the SOPs? And then the CBO sign off of them. And we do training at the start of the school year for the actual Safe Passage ambassadors, so they're clear.
Copy. So I'm gonna give an example, right? So
Yep.
if I have a child and they're on their way home and they're trying to get to the metro station safely.
Yep.
If I'm putting this Safe Passage program together, I think there needs to be an administrator if something school related happens. I think there needs to be MPD, and even a student has a firearm. I think there needs to be a Safe Passage ambassador just as extra help. I think if you want to tie the community involved, bring in ANC commissioners or the mayors of various blocks, So when I say like a holistic approach, making sure you're not duplicating services, I think there needs to be individuals along the route that have a specific expertise to tackle whatever may occur uh, for our children on the route home. So that's more of a recommendation than anything.
Okay. Taken.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Just a wrap-up thought for me, and then we're going to move to our next bill, or question rather. So I appreciate in your testimony, Deputy Mayor, you talked about the improvements in case closure that the city has made over the last year, and I think that's really important to note and for the public to be aware of, that if you commit a crime here, it will be closed and followed up on, and that's important progress. I hear you on the concerns with the cost, not necessarily being the driver to why we're not having people come forward with tips. But what kind of commitments or strategies are you thinking about in the coming year if we don't proceed in this new way to continue that trend on either what is working to double down on or new strategies that you're committed to?
So I think that this is like a lot of what I talked about. So one of the things that the chief is really invested in is more detectives, right? Because the thing is, behind case closure is detectives. Everybody plays a role, but the detectives, it's their case, right? So she also brought in CIU, so a Central Intelligence Unit, to more centralized intelligence gathering in a single unit like we do in some other spaces, which really helps, because previously how MPD was arranged was that you have detectives in each district and not that same sort of central core connecting them. Because if something happens in the 6th district, there may be a connection to the 7th district, but unless the detectives are speaking, there's no way of knowing that. So the rearrangement under CIU, I think it's like, I'm throwing out units, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Under CIU, under Maceo Piquet, that's a strong tool that we're investing in. The real-time crime center, like these are the type of technology investments and the growth of our camera program. There's reasons we're investing in that, because USAO, our friends, require quite a bit of evidence to sign off on a homicide, right? Like this is not like something which is like a tip, and it's just not happening. So so some of those pieces, obviously strengthening, and which we have really worked on the lab, right? Like making sure that we have functioning forensic tools that allow us to quickly process evidence is important. Continuing, and this is really important for us, to invest in our federal relationships. When there's questions, we need ATF at the table, right? We absolutely need our partners at the FBI and the other federal entities, because those the tools that they bring really enhance our ability to put together oftentimes complex, multi-layered cases. And I think people cannot imagine sometimes the amount of even what it takes to go through a phone, and to process all of the data that comes or all of the video that's available. So the more that we have been investing in technology, which is a big piece of what we had to, because we only have the officers we have. You can only make detectives from the officers you have. So as we continue to invest, obviously, in kind of rebuilding MPD, we have relied more heavily on technology than we did in the past, and that's right. So I think those are really the spaces where we'll continue to invest and continuing to have trust in community. I say this and it seems downstream, but we do need to get judges on the bench, because when cases come to closure and when cases move through the system, it does build trust in community in the process, right? Like that, if you help us now, if you work with us now, it will move through, not in like 6 years, or whatever the case may be, through no fault of anybody's, but where we are. So those are all things we continue to beat all of those drums regularly, because they all matter.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. I'm going to ask you, Ms. Suttenberg, if you wouldn't mind leaving the table, but we will call you back in a little bit. We are going to move to Bill 26-186, the Justice Involved Youth and Community Act of 2025. Got some folks joining the Deputy Mayor. Elizabeth Weiser, the Deputy Attorney General for the Public Safety Division, the Office of Attorney General. Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation from the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. And Hannah McElhenney, Deputy Chief Juvenile Division, Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. And we are still joined by Lindsay Apia, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. And Deputy Mayor, you don't have a statement for this, right? Okay. For questions. Okay, great. So we will first turn to Elizabeth Weiser, the Deputy Attorney General for Public Safety Division. Thank you. And Justice, but before we do that, we're going to swear in all of our government witnesses. So I can ask you all to turn your microphones on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the council and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Deputy AG, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning still. I'm Elizabeth Weiser, Deputy Attorney General for the Public Safety Division at the Office of the Attorney General. I'm testifying today on B26-0186, Justice Involved Youth in the Community Act of 2025. My testimony focuses on our three primary concerns with the legislation as currently drafted. We look forward to working with you and the committee to ameliorate these concerns as the bill moves through the legislative process. As you know, OAG is vested with the solemn responsibility of prosecuting juvenile crime in the district. We take this responsibility seriously and utilize all available tools to hold young people who have committed crimes accountable. Swift and certain consequences, ensuring that young people promptly take responsibility for their behavior and the harms they have caused and begin receiving rehabilitative services are essential to reducing the likelihood that these young people will commit future crimes as juveniles or adults. Accountability and resolution, especially for young people, promotes public safety and thus informs how OAG exercises its prosecutorial discretion. In addition to traditional prosecution and diversion, OAG uses three other prosecution tools: consent decrees, deferred prosecution agreements, and deferred disposition agreements. Like most prosecutors' offices in the country, OAG uses these different tools to tailor its prosecution to the individual circumstances of each case, thereby leading to better focused and more effective outcomes. This proposed legislation, as currently drafted, would interfere with the exercise of the Attorney General's independent prosecutorial discretion, which by law is entrusted to the executive branch. In this sense, the proposed legislation would violate the principle of separation of powers that governs the district's and our nation's criminal justice system. Since the council and district residents elected to create an independent Office of the Attorney General, the charter has vested a portion of the district's executive power in the Office of the Attorney General. Courts in the district and around the country have long recognized that separation of powers requires a prosecutor as an arm of the executive to be free from interference from either the legislative or judicial branch in making the decision whether to initiate or dismiss a prosecution, determining what charges to bring, and whether to enter into a plea agreement. And courts have been equally clear that the decision whether to enter into an alternative resolution agreement like a DPA or a DDA is an exercise of prosecutorial discretion entrusted to the executive branch. The bill legislatively strips OAG of its exclusive discretionary power to determine whether a young person is non-compliant with a DPA or DDA, and thus whether to take further prosecutorial action against that young person, placing the authority to make those determinations into the hands of a third party, called in this legislation a trusted adult. Further, the bill mandates that the Attorney General would be required to terminate the agreement based upon this person's determination of noncompliance. And finally, it would require OAG to proceed with prosecution or disposition upon revocation. It is the role of the prosecutor to make these critical decisions, and that discretion as a matter of law cannot be shifted to someone who is not a prosecutor. The provisions that directly constrain the Attorney General's authority to decide whether to terminate a DPA or a DDA and proceed with prosecution, as well as the bill's attempt to mandate what provisions the OAG includes in each DPA or DDA, violate separation of powers and, in our view, make the bill as drafted unlawful and legally insufficient. In addition to our concerns over the legal sufficiency of the bill, undermining OAG's prosecutorial discretion will compromise the effectiveness of these tools. DPAs and DDAs are valuable tools that serve multiple purposes. They secure swift resolution of the case. They avoid expending costly judicial resources at trial, and they provide victims with real-time closure. Critically, they also ensure that youth who have committed crimes promptly take responsibility for their conduct and begin receiving necessary services, programming, and support. And another very important factor here is that these agreements provide critical incentives for young people and their parents, because if kids are successful in these prosecution alternatives, the agreements provide for young people's cases to be dismissed. Available data demonstrates that these tools in appropriate cases are working. Completion rates for young people placed on consent decrees, DPAs, and DDAs are high. For fiscal years 2019 through 2023, an average of 76% successfully completed an alternative. To determine a young person's eligibility for a consent decree, DPA, or DDA, OAG evaluates the severity of the case, impact to witnesses and the community, and any relevant juvenile history. We interview law enforcement, discuss social factors with the assigned court social services probation officers, and consult with defense counsel to learn about the youth's education, mental health needs, family history, and any substance abuse or behavioral disorders. Only after this fact-intensive inquiry is completed do we make a decision as to whether the respondent is eligible for a consent decree, DPA, or DDA. To be clear, they most often are not, and 2/3 of youth presented are referred for traditional prosecution. OAG's ability to exercise discretion around and when and how to craft the terms of these agreements is critical to their success. These are fact-specific assessments made on a case-by-case basis, and one size does not fit all. The bill's mandate that we refer any eligible young person to a trusted adult program, assuming such a program were adequately funded and staffed, would constrain our ability to tailor agreements based on the specifics of each case. It would mandate participation in a program that might be unnecessary or counterproductive to a young person's rehabilitation. Legislating mandatory program participation not only deprives us of this fundamental decision-making ability, but it may lead to less successful outcomes, results that run counter to our shared goal of advancing public safety. Further, shifting the compliance determination to a trusted adult and requiring automatic termination and prosecution if and when that person determines the youth to be out of compliance will undermine any trust or confidence that youth and their counsel will have in that person, making it less likely that youth will enter into consent decrees, DPAs, or DDAs in the first place. Further, this process would violate the explicit terms of consent decrees and the statute as it's written in the DC Code. That statute sets forth that the only way a petition can be reinstated after a consent decree has been issued is at the discretion of the prosecutor. Outsourcing the role of a prosecutor to a non-prosecutor is inappropriate and violates the law. These provisions may result in defense counsel advising their clients to reject plea offers, contributing to a backlog in the courts, and delaying the swift resolution of cases. We appreciate the chairwoman's efforts to develop a new program to serve the needs of court-involved youth. We support programs that provide evidence-based, high-intensity wraparound supports for high-needs young people. And we welcome new programming that will support the development of healthy, independent, and hopeful kids. However, as drafted, this program would be duplicative of the well-established responsibilities of court social service probation officers. For practical and fiscal reasons, this duplication will not advance our common interest of providing care and rehabilitation to court-involved young people. Every youth with a juvenile case has a probation officer assigned to them who supervises them, even those that are on alternative prosecution tracks in the community. The assigned probation officer conducts home and school visits and connects young people with services to facilitate successful completion of their agreements. In fact, a probation officer is assigned at the inception of the government's case, and at that time begins assessing the needs of the young person to include mental health and substance abuse treatment, education support, functional family therapy, tutoring, and part-time job opportunities. These probation officers are in regular contact with OAG. They report noncompliance and make recommendations as to whether the agreement should be revoked. The Trusted Adult Program seems to duplicate this work that's already being done. In lieu of creating a new duplicative program, we encourage investment in the myriad of existing district programs designed to support young people. More robust funding of existing programs and better coordination between them would be more efficient and cost-effective, and a good way to deliver rehabilitative services to high-risk youth, including youth on consent decrees, DPAs, and DDAs. We stand ready to work with this committee and the Committee on Youth Affairs to address our concerns and to craft appropriate interventions that promote public safety and support at-risk district youth. I'm available for questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised by it because so many of these ideas really came as a result of conversations that I've had on the record with the Attorney General about gaps in the system. And so we're being open-minded to try to make sure that interventions are workable. But the current gaps that have been highlighted by OAG in some of the service delivery is really what we're trying to address. So I'll definitely have some questions for you in a moment. But we will turn to Katerina Semenova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation for the Public Defender Service.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. I am Katerina Semenova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation. Hannah McElhenney, PDS's Deputy Chief Juvenile Division, who has spent more than 2 decades representing youth and supervising their representation in juvenile court, is here to help answer questions. PDS is very concerned about the Justice Involved Youth in the Community Act because it will not be an effective tool in helping youth succeed, and the requirement of reporting alleged noncompliance to probation officers is antithetical to establishing a relationship of trust between youth and anyone in a mentoring role. In many respects, this bill also duplicates the supervision that youth already receive through court social services and saddles youth with additional burdens while providing few benefits. The bill also inappropriately and punitively mandates revocation of agreements, thereby usurping the discretion of prosecutors and others with individualized knowledge of the youth and their rehabilitative needs. Many youth who are involved in the juvenile system struggle with trauma, unmet mental health needs, learning disabilities, lack of family support, and poverty. This bill requires the Office of the Attorney General to refer a small subset of system-involved youth to a trusted adult program. Under this legislation, youth who must be referred to the program by OAG are likely to be those with the lowest need for services, as these are youth who have consent decrees, deferred prosecution agreements, or deferred disposition agreements. Thus, this group includes many youth who have already been compliant with the court-imposed conditions and who have earned the possibility of a more positive case outcome. In that sense, this group is not the group with the greatest need for support. Further, while many youth would benefit from wraparound case management services, including help with transportation to and from school or to medical appointments or to help accessing tutoring, wraparound services should be provided by someone who is in fact an adult whom the child can trust. A young person will not be able to trust an adult if a key function of that adult's role is to monitor them and report noncompliance to a probation officer or the court. Through social services, a probation officer is already assigned to monitor the youth for noncompliance. Having a so-called trusted adult add to the policing of the youth is duplicative and unhelpful, and it will undermine any mentor role that the adult could serve. A better structure for this program would be one that allows school staff or community-based organizations to refer youth for voluntary mentoring services from a trustworthy adult who can help them navigate challenges. The program would not then be a duplicative mandated punitive program, but rather a supportive program that helps keep young people out of the juvenile legal system by helping them succeed. Finally, the bill mandates revocation of consent decrees, deferred disposition agreements, and deferred prosecution agreements in a way that is entirely inappropriate and that usurps the authority of all the other parties, including the prosecution. The juvenile system is meant to rehabilitate youth. Requiring revocation, as this legislation does, creates something akin to mandatory minimum sentencing for very young children. It makes no sense to remove the prosecution's ability to propose targeted, individualized solutions that lead to the rehabilitation of the child, particularly since noncompliance may be caused by a complicated and nuanced set of factors that requires problem solving, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Calling children youth offenders and requiring a singular punitive outcome violates the rehabilitative principles of juvenile court and should be rejected by the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we welcome your questions.
Yes.
McElhaney. Oh, sorry. It's, you practiced since we were here last time.
I know.
It's McElhaney.
McElhaney.
Yes,
McElhaney. Thank you. Do you have a opening statement?
I do not.
Okay. Let me just make sure I've got this pronunciation. Okay, great. Well, thank you all for being here today and for your testimony and the very important work that you all do in our system. Where do I want to begin? So I guess I don't see this, and my intention is not for this to be a, punitive measure. This is the revocation element of this bill was meant to provide any teeth to attendance. So when I look at ACE diversion, and you may have different numbers, the numbers that I've seen are that 54% of kids don't show up to ACE. That can't be. We have to have programs that people show up to. And so when we started crafting this idea of having a trusted adult, we were trying to have it be more comprehensive to really meet children where they are. We've heard from families, hey, we might need housing assistance, but we didn't know where to go for that. So we thought, okay, the trusted adult can help with that. There might be after school time program activities available for them, but we need someone to help them sign up and make sure they're exposed. But then we got to the question of what happens if you're referred to this mentorship program or a trusted adult, like as we have with current programs, and you don't show up, or we have half of the kids referred not show up. I mean, I guess I'll start there. What do you think an appropriate response would be to non-attendance of a condition of one of these agreements?
Well, I think a little bit of the confusion is you're talking about ACE diversion, which is a different population of children than the population of children who are being addressed in this bill, right?
But it's not confusion. I know it's a totally different problem, but it's an example of what can happen when there's not a guardrail for attendance.
Right. So I think the kids that are subject to prosecution agreements, consent decrees, DPAs and DDAs have more guardrails just by virtue of the fact that they are in the system. They are being prosecuted in the system. Petitions have been filed against them. They're formally prosecuted in court. They have probation officers. They have a court who's expecting them to comply. They have a court order requiring them to comply with the prosecution agreement or the consent decree. And so if there are circumstances where a child is non-compliant, then that information is brought to the Office of the Attorney General, where we can then make a judgment on whether to revoke or impose conditions or require the child to come back to court. In diversion, we don't have that ability, right? It's different. We have the ability to reconsider the case when it's referred back to us, but in the course of the diversion agreement, we don't have the ability to come in and try to put up guardrails. With these prosecution agreements, we've got a 76% completion rate. Like, we've got kids who are successfully completing the program over time. And of course, it helps us to look
And
at
sorry, who determines completion?
the duration of the agreement. Like, a consent decree is typically 6 months. With consent decrees, they just end if compliance is afforded, right?
But sorry, when you say compliance is afforded, does that mean that the probation officer hasn't affirmatively told you that there's been non-compliance? So
That's
then
right.
it's deemed compliant?
That's right. That's right. I mean, the OAG would not have information that the child is not compliant, and nor does the court, right? The court isn't informed. And so there are occasions when, in a consent decree posture, a probation officer will alert us that there's non-compliance with a young person and alert the court, and the court will bring them back in and can extend the consent decree. If they're doing really, really well, the court can also terminate it early. So the court has that flexibility. But if the petition is going to be pursued in prosecution, that's the circumstance where that's OAG's discretion. And that's how it's written in the statute for consent decrees. For DPAs and DDAs, as you know, we craft those agreements after consulting with probation and defense, and we negotiate them. They're a negotiated agreement, just like a plea agreement. The difference is that they are an agreement between the young person and the Office of the Attorney General. The court is still supervising because the child is still under the supervision of the original petition, and probation is supervising, and probation is making sure that the young person adheres to the conditions set forth in the agreement. And in the same, as if the child were on traditional probation, if a young person is not complying, they let us know. And then we discuss the appropriate route forward. The appropriate route forward might be, well, we know that this young person is missing curfew because there's difficulty going on at home. And so we're not going to revoke the agreement, but we're going to try to figure out how we can provide more resources to the family and to get the kid into compliance. A probation officer may call and say, there's really poor school attendance here, but I want to continue to work with the school and figure out if an educational advocate is appropriate to insert into this young person's life. So the agreements allow us to have that flexibility to better tailor outcomes and to reinforce opportunity for the agreements to be fulfilled. Certainly, there are occasions when we revoke agreements, and the most common time is when a young person is rearrested for another crime, and usually a more serious crime. There's no question that in those circumstances, we revoke and then we prosecute, we prosecute the new case, and we will, and the case that's under the agreement will be revoked, and that will move forward as well. So the key here is I think, to see the prosecution agreements on a continuum where we have the flexibility to tailor the prosecution for the young person who's before us. And, kids don't comply all the time. And we want to have the flexibility to evaluate the level of noncompliance to make a determination of how to go forward. This bill constrains us in a way that we don't believe is manageable, and we do believe is a separation of powers problem, because it is requiring us, upon information of this trusted adult, to revoke. It's not giving us discretion. It's robbing the Office of the Attorney General of our discretion, and that is our biggest concern about the way the bill is currently drafted.
Okay, well, you can get back into the separation of powers concerns in a moment, because I do have some questions about that. But is it your view that the current system is working as it relates to the probation officers accurately, with expediency, sharing information with you all to better inform that response?
I mean, I think the fair answer is that we have really great probation officers, and we have some who aren't as good as others. Just like in any work environment, we have great performers and some who maybe aren't performing as well. And so I can't tell you consistently across the board that we're getting that the dialogue is great with every probation officer. I think they, for the most part, are very well-intentioned and work really hard at their jobs. But I do, obviously there's always opportunity to improve those relationships and to make sure that we're getting accurate, up-to-date information. But the good thing is that we are able to get information from a lot of different sources to decide whether to adjust an agreement or revoke an agreement. It's not just probation, right? Sometimes we hear from victims, we hear from police officers who know the young people who are on supervision. We get information from other sources. A lot of those sources come through probation, but there are other sources too. And as council knows, a lot of the kids who are under these agreements, not a lot, but many, participate in restorative justice conferences and cognitive behavioral therapy through the restorative justice program. And so we do get information on their adherence to their conditions through that avenue as well. So I think the best way to describe it is that, we're sort of amassing information using our expertise of having evaluated cases and kids under supervision for decades, right? Like that's our job. That's what we do. We pride ourselves in making good decisions and crafting reasonable agreements and pushing a path forward so that young people are rehabilitated and our community is safe. But we can't do that as effectively if our judgment is being constrained by the imposition of a third party who is not a prosecutor to make a final decision on how a case should go. And so for us, for me, that's the biggest impediment to this legislation. I don't want to suggest to council that we don't want the resource of folks who can support kids in the community. It may be that
And locally, and
And-
locally support kids in the community.
yes, no, absolutely locally support. I mean, there are a lot of kids in our community that are high needs that might not even be justice involved, like the kids that are in the diversion program or are having truancy difficulties that could really benefit from a person like this. And some kids who are under these agreements may benefit from a mentor. But to wholesale require it in the way that this bill purports to do is what we find problematic.
Well, it's not a requirement, it's an offering to OAG to be able to select 50 kids that you think may be best suited for this type of pilot program to get these additional resources. When you say, just one more question, then I'll turn to my colleague, excuse me. When you say 76% were deemed compliant, what happens to the other 24%?
Yeah, that's the tough part. Those are the kids that are prosecuted further,
But
right?
the 2023 numbers that I have are about 443 of these agreements, and I have about 89 were revoked. So I don't know
So
what
I
the
know you-
updated numbers are.
I'm not sure. I think you're looking at the CJCC 2023 numbers that were posted on the dashboard.
Right.
So the best way I can describe that for you is that is a slice of our data. So that is a data set with no denominator. So what I can tell you is, and I can point to 2023, of the matters that were presented to OAG, we had 2,062 matters presented to us from law enforcement. Of those matters, 1,091 of them were papered. Of those, 315 entered into a consent decree, a DPA, or a DDA. And of those, 202 successfully completed it. So the completion rate for 2023, the successful completion rate was 64%.
But
Which is-
what about the other 1/3 of kids who are not completing these agreements?
Right, so those are the kids whose agreements are revoked and are prosecuted.
And so of that 113 kids, how many of those agreements were revoked?
In my data, what I have is that 105 in 2023 were unsuccessful, which I understand to mean that we then proceeded in prosecuting those cases further. So it wasn't, but let me explain that too, because oftentimes what happens if a child is rearrested for a new, more serious case and they're on a DPA, for example, or a DDA, if we proceed on the more serious case and there's a plea agreement, in the end, if they're pleading guilty to the more serious case, we may dismiss the less serious case. And so we have a number of DPAs and DDAs that are dismissed, but it's as a result of a plea agreement. So I can break those numbers down for you and get back to the council with more precise numbers, but that's how we typically handle those situations where there's a serious rearrest. But in cases where there's a revocation based on noncompliance, it's not a rearrest, we go to disposition. And then those kids are committed or put on formal probation.
Yeah. So that would be really useful. I need to see what those numbers are, because what I hear anecdotally, and frankly, one of the categories that breaks my heart the most is from parents who tell me, my child was put on one of these agreements and then nothing happened. There was no one who showed up and they broke the agreement and there's no consequence, and I don't know what to do or to say to my child because they're telling me they don't have to follow the rules. Now, that is anecdotal. So I want to focus on the numbers, but if I don't know what happened with those 113 non-compliant cases, then I don't know what to do with that. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker, who, I'm sorry. Councilmember Bonds is first, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Parker. Councilor Bonds, are you still here?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've been listening to the testimony, of course, and this dialogue, and you've asked a couple of things that I certainly would have asked, and I'm in a quandary as to how to follow up, because the data that we have that's on the website, we're now hearing, well, it's not as complete as we would need in order to do a thorough examination of the situation. But I'm also struck by the testimony that makes it clear that somehow the council is impeding on the Attorney General's territory. Well, I have a lot to say about that, and territory is territory. But the truth of the matter is, we as a community are in a very difficult situation. We are very concerned, of course, about adult criminal activity, but even more so about our young people. And we're not getting a lot of a break when I read that a 12-year-old is involved in a carjacking with a weapon. Okay, so what happens to that individual? Well, I understand they can do perhaps restorative justice if it's the wisdom of lawyers, prosecutors. And what this bill is designed to do is to say, okay, all of that may be, but someone somewhere needs to walk with that individual, that young person, to help them get on a better track. And then I hear from the Assistant Attorney General that something about if those who are on a DDA, if they're not compliant, then let the AG know. Who is they that lets the AG know? In other words, I feel like the system is, great intentions, and for some it will definitely work, because not all kids set out to do bad things. They just, as the Assistant Attorney General said, they're just sometimes having fun. Well, the fun has consequences when you are occupying another person's space or you injure someone. And that's where I am trying to understand, what are we really doing, and why is this a territorial issue when it is an opportunity for additional assistance? And clearly there is a need for additional assistance. So I would like for the Assistant Attorney General to speak to that matter, please. Help me understand better.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the question. And I agree, and I think the Office of the Attorney General agrees wholeheartedly that more resources for our kids who are at risk of committing crime in the district are good things. There's nothing in what I've said that where I would want to suggest that we don't want to have resources for kids who are justice involved. That said, we also have an obligation to decide the best prosecution path forward, because that's our job at the Office of the Attorney General, right? As prosecutors, we need to figure out how to handle a case, what to charge, what to do about whether or not a plea agreement is appropriate or traditional prosecution is appropriate through a trial. And in these circumstances, with a deferred disposition agreement, those young people have to plead guilty to the offense for which they're charged. So they're not just taken out of the system immediately and not being given guardrails within the system. They have to plead guilty to the offense. And after they plead guilty to the offense, they have to agree to abide by the conditions in the deferred disposition agreement, and they have to abide by the conditions that their probation officer requires of them. And the probation officer is the person who's supervising those agreements. And so that's the person who informs the Office of the Attorney General of whether the young person is compliant or not. Our concern with the way the bill is written is that it requires the Office of the Attorney General to revoke an agreement if the trusted adult, as identified in the statute, in the proposed statute, informs us of a violation. That's where we're having difficulty. We cannot be compelled to act a certain way in a case based upon information from an outside person who's not a prosecutor. We can consider it, of course we would consider it, and of course we would weigh it with other information and then make a decision on how to proceed. But the bill requires us, it mandates us to revoke upon information from a trusted adult that a young person is non-compliant. And that is our biggest concern with that portion
Okay.
of the legislation.
And I hear you. I hear you. And that's why I went to this point of who is they? Because you indicate that they let the AG know. And you mentioned sometimes you get additional information from the police. And my point is, who is, it seems to me, if there is a person who is serving, let's say like a tutor or coach, whatever category you want to assign the title for this individual. But if that person is talking with that young person on a regular basis, are they somehow, information that they share is less valuable than a police officer who is doing many duties and speaks to the child, if at all, or sees the child on the street? I'm just a little confused as to how your prosecuting system works and how it works or isn't working for our more difficult situations with our young people. I'm just going to put it out there, and that is a big issue for me. Years ago, in the 90s, I went through a training program for restorative justice. Got certified as a mediator, and the judge then at Superior Court, commended me and blah, 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 and all of this. And I worked with some young people. And so I've had hands-on experience, and some of the situations that I was engaged in are situations that continue today. And so I'm asking, I'm pleading, help me understand how we society, District of Columbia, are doing a better job of handling these routine things that happen in the course of young people growing up?
I think I wasn't clear enough when I tried to explain before, council member, that the they that I was trying to discuss before is the probation officer. Typically, when kids are supervised by probation officers, they are the ones who have access to people who are in the young person's life, like family members and teachers, school officials, and any, program mentors who are engaged with a young person. So when I say we speak to them and they give us information, I meant the probation officers, most certainly as first. And then I indicated that we also get information from other actors in the community who are engaged with youth. And it may be our restorative justice people or police officers who work in the neighborhoods where some of our young people reside. I have no dispute with receiving information from somebody who is a trusted adult or a mentor. My concern, though, is that information cannot be dispositive in making me, as a prosecutor, act on or make a determination of how to make me proceed in a case. That's where we have the most difficulty with the bill. It's not that we don't want to receive the information from people who are invested in young people's lives. We want as much information as we can to help inform us on how to handle our cases, but we don't want to have a mandate that requires us to revoke a case or proceed in a particular way based upon a trusted adult as set forth in the legislation here.
All right, so court social services reports to the courts, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony and entertaining my thoughts, and thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Next, I'm going to turn to my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker, who also chairs the Committee on Youth Affairs.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the AG's office. I wanted to come back to the stats that were provided. I heard several numbers. One was a 76% completion rate. Then there was a reference to a 64% completion rate. So I just want to clarify the numbers that were provided for the 64% completion rate was for fiscal year 23.
That's correct. And so the 76% completion rate is an average from fiscal year 2019 through 2023. So a 5-year
So is fiscal year
average.
23 the latest information you have available?
No, the reason why I'm not including 24 is because we have a large number of children who are still pending
Got it.
in a prosecution
All
alternative
right, so
agreement.
let's go back over the numbers for 23. So how many cases were presented? You said
2062.
62. How many were papered? 191.
1091.
1,091. And how many agreements?
So there were 315 agreements that were entered into. So of the papered matters, 315 of them got prosecution alternative agreements. So about a third.
And before I go further there, so for all of the paper cases that were not entered into agreements, what should I make of that number?
You should make that the remainder of those were traditionally prosecuted. And so those children did not receive the benefit
Do you
of
have
a
data
prosecution
on
agreement.
the success of those prosecutions outside of the 315?
I can check for you, Councilmember. I
Okay.
know that we have data on the percentage of children whose cases resulted out in probation or commitment. So we
Got it.
can share that information with you.
So then you have 315 agreements, and then how many of them were ultimately revoked?
Well, I sort of flip it and say 202 were successfully completed. And so the remainder were were unsuccessful, and that's 105.
So 105 were unsuccessful. How many were revoked?
I hesitate to say that all 105 were revoked. I don't have that number in front of me right now, but I can get it for you. As I said before, some portion of those unsuccessful cases were dismissed because they were dismissed as part of a plea bargain in a more serious
Would
case.
you agree that there is a delta of cases where the young person is unsuccessful, but they are not later prosecuted? In other words, they are unsuccessful and nothing happens. Would you concede that that is a reality?
I would say occasionally that could happen, yes.
Okay. And you will follow up with more specifics about that number of cases that were revoked ultimately?
Could I give you an example of sort of what we see right now in terms of the rearrest rate? Because I do have some information about that.
I wanted to come to that. So I was going to
Okay.
say, of the youth, of those, do you have information for the 315 agreements? How many of those youth go on to commit a new crime?
So if you would indulge me in giving you some information that's, because it's not the exact same data set.
Okay.
I have data for financial year 23 and 24. So that would be from October 1st of 22 until September 30th of 24. During that period of time, 411 youth completed the program successfully. During that time period, 86 turned 18. And so we didn't follow, once a young person turned 18, we're not looking to see if they were rearrested again because they're no longer going to be rearrested as a juvenile.
And who's tracking that information?
Which information?
That you, it sounds like you're saying we track them until they're 17, a day before their 18th birthday, and then we no longer track them.
Well, in terms of this data study, we were looking, we did not look to see if a child who turned 18 subsequently
Okay.
was rearrested. We just don't look at adult arrest data. We were just looking at juvenile data.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure that I'm being accurate. So 325 were observed for that original period from October of 22 to December of 24. Of those 325, 66 or 20% had a subsequent papered case. So I mean, not just an arrest, but actually an arrest that was brought to us and that we papered. So this information, of course, tells us, so 20% of the children that were put on agreements, even though they may have completed them successfully, did go on to be arrested after that, because we followed them for 3 more months into the first quarter of 25 to see if anybody was arrested.
And what was the original number you provided? Not the 325.
The 411, because there were 86 who turned
Aged
18
out.
that we didn't
But we
follow.
don't know what ultimately happened
That's
with
right.
those
We
youth.
don't know. We don't look at adult data, at least for
Okay.
this inquiry, I didn't look at adult data.
Do you have information on the prevalence of juveniles that break the terms of their DDAs and DPAs? And this is slightly nuanced because what I'm hearing you say is just because you break the terms doesn't necessarily mean we're going to revoke your DDA or DPA.
That's right.
But do you have data on how many
How
break
many
the?
times that has happened? I don't know that I do, but I will endeavor to find out. I don't know that we actually track.
It would be helpful to know how many youth are ultimately breaking the terms of their agreement, how many go on to maintain that agreement despite breaking those terms, how many are revoked, and ultimately how many, I guess, would be in that other unsuccessful bucket, which I interpret as nothing really happens, or they're falling through the cracks. I'm going to move on to some more questions. Well, let me ask this. For your data keeping, you all have access to all this information, right?
I'm sorry.
Like the numbers that I'm asking you. You
Well,
have access to all of this.
I mean, I have to be honest, and I'm hesitating a little bit because I don't know that we maintain records that say this young person violated the terms of their agreement, but we're going to maintain them on the agreement. I don't know how many times a prosecutor who's handling the case would have done that, but that's why I'm hesitating to say, I don't know that I can
Do you think-
say how
let's
many
say-
have been maintained.
Hypothetically, let's say you didn't track that. Do you foresee that that would be feasible to track moving forward? Because I think that's a really important data point for us, especially when your argument is you should have the authority to maintain an agreement even if a young person is violating the terms. Because it would seem to me if a young person is violating the terms of their agreement 10 times versus 30 times, I would want to know what that number is.
Sure, I mean, that's a fair point. I can do my best to
Okay.
try to craft that for you, but I can say with pretty good assurance that I don't have it right now.
But zooming out, fiscal year 23 compliance rate was successful compliance rate was 64%.
That's right.
And what is the 76% completion rate that you provided earlier?
That was the average over a 5-year
I got
period
it.
from
Okay.
19 to 23.
So assuming that the OAG's position is that we don't support this bill, and I think you made your case for that, how do you propose that we improve completion rates for youth?
I mean, I think what's good about the ability for us to look at the data the way I've described to you, that there are these 66 kids or 20% who did not complete, who were rearrested. I think now that we know, now we can look at the factors that led to them not being successful and being rearrested, right? Like maybe we want to look at factors like age or offense or other factors that we can sort of dive into and figure out were there services that they did or didn't get that helped or harmed to better craft the prosecution path going forward for this population of high needs kids. I would suggest that, you know, now that we have a more robust data team, we're able to.
But it's not just about data. It would be more persuasive to say, we don't agree with this approach because actually here's our proposal. And what I'm not hearing is that there's a proposal to improve the successful completion of these agreements for youth.
So my
As a former
proposal-
teacher, I would say a 64 is a failing grade.
Sure. So if I had all the resources at my disposal, I think my approach would be that we need to focus on providing kids, high-risk kids, high-needs kids with very specialized support, like psychiatric services, like other mental health services, like educational services to get a kid in the right school placement. There certainly may be a need for a young person to have a mentor like the one being described within this legislation. Those are all reasonable ways to focus, but I think spending more money on getting those specialized professionals to help and support kids and families are going to result in better outcomes.
you.
I mean, we're in a circumstance now where kids are not getting the mental health support that they need because we just don't have the resources. You know, the
Absolutely.
Department of Behavioral Health is having a hard time in getting resources, and it's understandable. But those are the things that I think about when I think we could have higher success rates for kids that are system involved.
I am way over time. I want to respect the clock. I do have more questions. If I could just ask one quick follow-up. If we took the revocation piece of the bill off the table, because it sounds like you're saying, oh, the mentorship piece may not be that bad. Do you see the OAG's office supporting the bill?
I think we would love to work on recrafting the bill in a way just as you've described. I think if we take OAG out and focus on building out this resource, that would be terrific.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, I'll leave it there. I see this bill in two parts. One is the mentorship piece. The other is the accountability, carrot the stick. It sounds like what I'm hearing from you pretty loudly is that the stick, the revocation, the forced revocation is encroaching on your authority. I'm saying if we were to dial that back and or remove it, would you support the proposal?
I mean, the bill uses language like shall for the OAG shall, which is pretty clearly means that we don't have discretion. We just don't want our discretion impinged upon. We're happy
it.
to have resources, but we don't want our discretion impinged upon.
Got it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. I just have one follow-up on this, then I'm going to turn to Councilor Lewis George. Under your logic of this being a separation of powers issue, would that mean that anytime any legislative body passed something like a mandatory minimum or mandatory maximum, that would be undermining prosecutorial discretion so
No.
as to violate separation of powers?
No.
And so why is this distinct?
It's because this infringes upon a prosecutor's ability to negotiate a plea, a resolution in a case, or it impinges upon our ability to proceed with the case or not proceed with the case. A sentencing structure is separate and apart from the decision on whether to move forward with the case or not.
But I could see that if this was at the early end, that, okay, a set of factors have to come and you are determining whether to enter into a plea or whether to proceed with the prosecution. This is at the tail end that the person has already pled guilty. You have already engaged in agreement. So this is actually much more akin to sentencing, in my view, because we're saying instead of committing you, we're going to say you're returned to home. You've already pled guilty. We've already proceeded with the case, but we don't want to commit you. So we're going to proceed with a series of conditions. And so all I'm suggesting is we should make sure those conditions mean something.
But it's ultimately the prosecutor's discretion about whether or not the level of violations, if there are any, rise to the point where it's appropriate to revoke the agreement. I mean, it's an agreement that's crafted between the young person and the prosecutor and written into the agreement is the exclusive authority of the prosecutor to revoke or to maintain it. And so to require the prosecutor to revoke it based upon a trusted adult's assessment of whether a young person has violated the conditions of an agreement impinges upon our authority to exercise our judgment in relation to the case.
But you could make that argument for any sentencing regime, that any mandatory minimum impinges on the prosecutor's ability to use their discretion to make a consideration.
No, because the court sentences, the prosecutor does not.
But does the court have a role in determining if the conditions of an agreement are met?
No.
But isn't that like a sentence? Why is that different than a sentence?
Because it's not an order of the court, because it's a negotiated agreement between two parties that is outside of the parameters of a court's authority.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Councilor Lewis George, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Deputy P, I would like to come to you because we're talking about mentorship.
Yes.
And one thing I know is that, and you know from your time before this, you were at Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services for a very long time doing great work. When a youth is committed, aren't they given a credible messenger mentor?
Yes.
Okay. And what role does that credible messenger mentor play once the youth is committed?
So they are part of the team, right? Like, so there's a team process in which there's a credible messenger who serves a transformative mentoring role. And then there's a care coordinator who's a social worker who leads, there's a rehabilitative plan for any young person who is, we are talking about young people who have committed criminal offenses, right? That's who we're talking about. So I think that, that's one thing that we have to look at, that the rehabilitative plan involves many things, including level of placement that might be appropriate, level of supervision, mental health supports. What do they want to achieve? Success. The credible messenger's role is oftentimes to be the supportive, I'm gonna pick you up if you go to school, keeping track of what they're doing, and being a part of the team that gets them to meet what they must meet because they have committed an offense and now they're in the system. I just wanna say, like, we're talking in a very strange way here about young people. We have
I'm gonna give you this time, but hopefully I get a little bit back. Go ahead, Lindsay.
We have a rehabilitative system that we're talking about all these ways to have them avoid either getting services, which the executive provides, because we're relying upon court social services, which I'm going to be honest, We are not being honest in here if we're talking about they do this a fantastic, some of them do, but there's not a single parent who you talk to who will say, I can't reach them on a weekend. They're not available after hours. Our truancy numbers are through the roof. So the idea that every time one of these children doesn't go to school, doesn't show up for curfew, which is what we know what the agreements say because we provided them in CJCC. Those are the things they're supposed to be doing. So we're talking about non-compliance. These kids know they are non-compliant regularly because they know they're not being supervised. That's
Got
one
it.
side. The other side is they don't get these supports you're talking about. A
Right, that's what I
credible
wanted to get
messenger
to.
or any of those things to make sure that
Got
they
it.
proceed with success.
And thank you. That's the point I was trying to make here is that when a youth is committed, they then on the opposite side, they're getting this credible messenger mentor. Now, when a youth is committed to DRS and they have a credible messenger mentor, DRS is deciding, you all decide placement. You decide if you think a youth should be, at that point, it's out of the court's hand, it's in your hand.
That's right.
And youth will sometimes recommit offenses and crimes while committed to DRS. That's correct.
Correct.
What say does the credible messenger have in your decision and as DRS to step a child back
Yeah.
when
So
they
there's
are
a
committed
process.
to DRS?
So depending on what the level of step back is going to be, there's a process, right? Because I think it's 2,900 DCMR 1,200 now, right? Like the revocation process is outlined. For those youth who are going to have a higher level of placement, there'll be a hearing. And as
Right.
part of that, there's basically, there's evidence put on. The credible messenger plays a role. The care coordinator, the youth as an attorney, it becomes an actual formal process, particularly
That's
if
right.
we're going to raise the level of supervision. So again, it's more of a team model of this is how the young person is doing from all of the
agree.
people who play a role.
So I agree with you. And I think that there's things that need to work better in the DRS system. I know you agree. We both agree. But it's more of a team effort on that side, right?
Yeah.
On the other side, I'm thinking when I come to OA to the side where youth are not yet committed, this is before commitment. They have a probation officer. They may have other conditions are put a part of that. Would you want the credible messenger on the DRS side to tell me, the prosecutor on my side, I think you're trying to replace probation officers. I feel like we're just trying to replace probation officers because we're saying probation officers aren't doing their job. And in the instance of replacing probation officers, we're also usurping prosecutors' discretion because the probation officers are not doing what you all feel they should be doing better.
Well, so probation officers play a role of supervision, but what we believe is that youth need more than supervision. If there is something that led as part of the process when a youth is committed, as you know, there's a number of evaluations done. There's a TDM, a team decision meeting, right? There are things that are put in place as a collective to determine why did this youth offend and what's it going to take to make sure that they achieve some level of success. Court social services does not do that. That's not their role. You're trying to turn them into social workers and all of these things. And I'll say that I don't know the data OAG is presenting now. The data that was provided to CJCC from them, which is the last data we have, has that in 2023, there were 443 active DDAs, DPAs, and CDs. 171 of those kids had violent offenses. 118 had dangerous offenses. So we're talking about young people who have committed pretty significant crimes who, at the very least, let's not even talk about the safety of the public, which we don't seem to believe is an issue here for young people committing violent offenses. Let's leave that out. What is their needs? Who is making sure? Because do not tell me court social services, who can't even make sure kids are in school, is making sure that these kids' host of rehabilitative needs that led them to commit violent and serious offenses are being met.
Understood. So is a mentor, is a random layperson mentor going to be the person that does?
We proposed, the executive proposed uplift, right? We said for these kids with violent offenses, here are some offerings, like let DRS at least do a rehab plan at the beginning. Let's try something else that actually pulls them in. And the mayor said we want all the kids because probation being under the court with no real supervision doesn't give you all any authority to ask them anything for our kids who are most at risk, who are
Got it.
getting shot and engaged in things that are harmful.
Understood.
So,
Thank
yeah.
you. Okay, so we agree. I don't think like, and my point is like a layperson mentor making a determination about whether somebody should be revoked from a DDA or DPA is not a best practice, nor would it help anything, because it's just another adult in the room. And it doesn't seem like it would be fruitful. Weiser, I wanted to come to you about the DDAs. I want to make sure it's clear on the record, when someone gets a DDA and DPA, a DDA particularly, they do plead guilty to the crime.
That's correct.
That's right.
They are prosecuted, they plead
Yes.
guilty, and they are put on conditions of supervision by both the court, through the probation officer, and through the agreement that they negotiate with the prosecutor's office.
And if their DDA is revoked, they have already pled guilty, which means we would go straight into sentencing,
That's correct.
which could be commitment or some time period of probation.
Could be probation or commitment. That's correct.
Correct. And the same for DPA, except DPA doesn't require them to plead guilty.
That's right. So it's a little bit earlier in the process, and typically young people that are on consent decrees and DPAs are engaged in less serious conduct
right.
than the young people on DDAs. But yes, the charges are filed in court, and then the young people are put into an agreement under supervision at that time.
Okay, I can't see the timer. What do I have?
You have a minute and 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So I there's no secret I was at the Attorney General's office when DDAs were created. And one of the things that, and I created, and I was able to do DDAs for different cases. The prosecutor makes a decision whether a DDA is appropriate in a case based on the circumstances of the young person. Like every young person is just not the same. Every case is not the same. And every offense, and you may consider offense, what you consider a violent offense or a non-violent offense. Most of the DDAs I engaged with were around there was a young person who had whose uncle told him to stand outside and hold his gun and drugs. This young person was a all-A student, went to a great charter school, and the district was a great student, but then ended up with a case which was serious because it's a PWID, possession with intent to distribute, and a CPWL, which is a carrying a firearm. These are like high offenses. This was a young person who expressed that to myself, to his defense attorney, and others. All of his teachers, all of his mentors, everyone said to me, like, this is not characteristic of him. This literally, he was forced to do this. Like, please think about this before this young kid enters this. That young person, we put them on a DDA for a very long, we put them, instead of a 6-month DDA, we did an 8-month DDA for that whole year. They were perfect at everything, from everything, showed up to the probation office, never missed a visit, never did anything. It was exceptional. They completed the DDA. As a result of completing the DDA, the charges, the guilty plea was revoked, and they went on. That young person today is a math teacher. Went to college, got what do you call it? A drumming, was a drum major, got a scholarship for drumming, completed, was on the band. Now is a math teacher currently teaching math and mentoring other young people now. Those are and that's not every case. In the cases where kids don't do what they're supposed to do, they have to have consequences. We have to literally hold them accountable, and there needs to be revocation, no doubt. But DDAs allowed us an opportunity for those serious cases where I wouldn't put a PWID, I wouldn't put someone with a gun case or drug case on a consent decree. That's crazy. But I did put this one young person on a DDA because I thought everyone around me in his network, including his teachers, his guidance counselors, telling me this young person was it put in a situation by an adult that she should not have put in? And he proved that through his grades, through showing up, to meeting every condition. And as a result, he could have been a young person committed in the system. And once he gets in the system, you know that the chances of repeating would have been created. We could have created a terrible young person just by putting him in. So DDAs were created for that discretion. The question is, are people using DDA, are prosecutors using their discretion appropriately, right? Would I have done that for a armed carjacking? Absolutely not. I would not. I just would not have done that. But you're asking, all I think this is the conversation. We're asking prosecutors to do a better job at using their discretion. And I think prosecutors are saying back to you, let us use our discretion, let us use the data, but don't a random adult coming in and saying, a mentor saying, yeah, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, I don't think is the answer to the problem that we are trying to fix here today. That's all I have to say.
I mean, I think your comments are a very beautiful example of exactly why it's important for us to have the discretion to use these tools that we've developed. And you were there right from the beginning when we started using these more frequently. And so you appreciate and have perspective about how effective they can be. It doesn't mean that we have to stop doing the work of figuring out what we can do better with the young people who aren't successful. We don't want to give up on the high success rates that we have with this population of kids.
Yeah. Well, I hope OAG, I think right now, in order to convince the council, I think providing some real data about success and then just really providing what you all are now using to determine whether a case is appropriate for a DDA can be helpful in this situation. And I hope that that's what will happen so that we can think of a path that doesn't take away discretion, allows for some young people who deserve it to succeed in life despite their circumstances, but also holds young people who are doing really terrible things in our community accountable. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis George. And I agree. I think that's a really powerful example and why this is a really useful tool. I don't think anyone is arguing that we shouldn't have DPAs or DDAs. I'm proud of a lot of the work that goes on with these agreements. The question to me is less about prosecutorial discretion and is more about making sure that young people are actually taking us up as a city on the resources that we're trying to extend to them. And if they don't show up, then I don't know what else to do other than make it required that they show up. And so to me, the linchpin question is actually about attendance. More than prosecutorial discretion. I'm going to turn to Councilor Parker for another round.
Thank you. And I appreciate the flexibility. I need to jump to another meeting. And so I will try not to use all my time. I wanted to come back to the AG's office, but I do have other questions for those who are sharing. So for successful completion of these agreements, who makes that determination?
We do.
You do, but it's based off of information from court social services. So even though we acknowledge that there may be some great probation officers and not so great, what check is there to ensure the information that you're receiving is reliable?
Check of the probation officers, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I imagine they're saying this youth has successfully completed their agreement. What verification process is there in place?
I mean, I'm not sure I could answer you comprehensively. I guess, we trust our partners to give us accurate information. If we have a concern that a probation officer isn't being forthcoming or is withholding information from us about a child's compliance, then we would go to their supervisor and check in and say, hey, we haven't heard what we need to hear. Can you please let us know what's going on? But I don't know that we would do more than that. We get good feedback. Obviously, if a young person is in restorative justice and getting cognitive behavioral therapy, we hear regularly on their progress from our restorative justice facilitators. But probation is the entity that amasses the information to share with OAG and the court.
I want to reference the deputy mayor. I think we should address the elephant in the room that everyone knows what's happening at court social services isn't always the best. And I think we should just be honest. And if we are being honest and we know that, then it strikes me as odd that we would just always take their word that this young person is successfully completing the program. I'm not trying to be deficit-minded here, but I am sensitive to the concern of parents. I too had a parent recently, a barber. It was a backup barber. Mine wasn't available this time. But in the conversation, he went on to talk about one of his sons and how he's desperate and he doesn't know what to do. The son is not going to school, is doing drugs, is sneaking out of the house, and the probation system that is meant to support his son is not doing his job. And his words were, and my son knows it. And so I'm not here to demonize court social services, but if we know it's a problem, I guess my recommendation would be for there to be some creation of a verification process to ensure that whether they're saying a young person did not complete the agreement or if they did, we can say with confidence that's true.
Okay, well, happy to consider your comments, council member. I mean, I know that part of the frustration is that court social services isn't under
Yes.
oversight of this.
But if they're saying
council.
little Johnny is going to school, I would love to have someone verify that. Is he actually going to school? If they say, there are certain aspects of these agreements that I think could be verified. Because we know, I'm going to just say that is a major breakdown in our current system. And what I think the intention here was to try to provide some alternatives because we know all parts of the system is not working ideally. I'm not necessarily endorsing it, but I think that was the intention. I want to move on. Ms. Semenova, you talked about the importance of trust with mentoring adults and perhaps looking to educators, teachers, and others. You also liken the revocation component of this bill to mandatory minimums. Can you elaborate on that?
It's not, I'm not saying that a revocation is the imposition of a mandatory minimum. I'm saying that it removes discretion like a mandatory minimum, and that in the juvenile system where the purpose is to rehabilitate the child, it is helpful to have discretion and to understand what are the circumstances. If a child is non-compliant with an aspect of their agreement, or if a trusted adult reports that the child is not going to school, what is the more nuanced explanation for that? Is there a danger that the child perceives in going to school? Are there conflicts? Is there some other way of addressing the root cause there? And just a sort of a robotic revocation for substantial non-compliance is not helpful to the goal of ultimately rehabilitating the child, helping the child move forward and succeeding.
And coming back to your reference to the mentorship piece, should I interpret that as you support that component of the bill, that you like the mentorship model, but would recommend that they're trusted individuals?
If I may just
Yeah,
jump in
please.
on that. This juvenile system has a lot of compliance safeguards. We don't have a lot of help. So we have a list of what the kid has to do. We have a list of the expectations. We have a judge who's asking, are you following up? We have a prosecutor. We have court dates where everybody has to come in and report on their work. Probation officers report on kids. They don't have to leave their desks to do that. They can get school attendance on the computer. They can get GPS from the GPS. They can call mom on the phone. The gap is, how do kids know what's available to them and how do they get there? When I read the list of services that is proposed in this bill, I want this. All my kids could use this and it would be great. So that piece, a mentor who is an obstacle reducer, who can make the most out of what we're already providing, who sees gaps in what the city really isn't providing for kids, would be amazingly useful. We're not having a problem with saying that kids are failing. We're having a problem with identifying why they're failing and helping them to not fail.
We're not having a problem saying kids are failing.
Right, the
But
113
there is another
kids.
reality that there is a number, and we don't know what that number is, but there is a number of youth who are falling through the cracks, that are unsuccessful, that are not completing their agreements, that we don't know where they're ending up.
I don't think that's, respectfully, listening to this conversation, I don't think that's right. You know about the 113 kids because you know they're not successful, because someone has reported they're not successful.
But if I go back to our numbers, if we can't say with confidence that all 105 unsuccessful agreements resulted in a revocation or some other next step, that to me says some young people are falling through the cracks.
So I understand why you need the answer to that, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is if this number, specific number has been identified as kids who have not been successful, it's because they've been reported not successful. And my strong guess is you will find out that they have either had their DDA revoked and proceeded to sentencing on that DDA, or they got arrested for a new offense that they were prosecuted for and went to sentencing on that. Those kids are not, my guess is, not falling through the cracks because we know about them. The problem is, why are there 113 kids who are at this very shallow end of the system? Like, this is not the 700 and something kids.
But what about the barber and the father who says, I don't know what to do. My son has a probation officer. He's not going to school. He's doing drugs. Everybody knows it, and nobody's doing anything about it. I'm afraid ultimately he's going to end up dead.
Yes, I hear that all the time too. I have teenagers. I represent a lot of teenagers. What I hear that parent saying is, nobody is helping my kid. Nobody is figuring out why he's not going to school and getting him to school.
That's
Nobody is
right.
making him stop. But I don't hear that as the PO doesn't know. I hear it as the PO isn't solving the problem. And that's like the core of this bill, the motive of it, I think is wonderful. I mean, I think somebody who is responsive to a parent who says, I'm not just going to be like, 12 absences this month, but I'm going to be a person who says, why? Why is that happening? Is there a problem? Is it just bad attitude? Is it safety on the way to school? Is it what the school is providing? Is it IEP? Is it pregnant girlfriend that's taking up all of his mental space? We do need a person who is figuring out how to reduce that. But I will say, no teenager I know is going to be honest with that person if that person's job is what the PO's job already is, which is just to turn you in.
So in my last minute, and I'm going to close for real. So what do we do about the youth who are not responsive to the interventions?
So those are the hardest kids, like, again.
But what do we do?
Yes, that's right. That's our $1 million. Those kids move through the system because those kids then go to court and they get sentenced. And I'm in there begging for probation.
But what's the accountability mechanism? I'm pushing in my last 38 seconds.
No, I'm trying to give it to you. Accountability is the DDA, the kid has not responded and everything has been done to help him. We go to court and the judge is like, look at this opportunity. Your case could have been dismissed, but you weren't compliant and now I'm going to sentence you. And the judge doesn't listen to me about probation because he says DDA is exactly probation. Now I'm going to commit you and then you're at DYRS and good luck to you.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. My 2 cents, again, I'm not necessarily sold on all of the components on this bill. I agree with you that mentorship and helping young people receive support is a good thing, and we should explore that. I do have concerns about an automatic revocation, and I'm persuaded by this separation of powers argument. However, I think we need to be honest that the status quo is also not okay. And so we can fudge numbers and say, oh, well, this year it was better than last. And we also know to be true that the system is not working. I will say that I don't think court social services is doing everything possible. And we can look at our truancy numbers to say that something in the system isn't working. So I just implore you, and I hear you loud and clear about your objections to this bill, please come up with an alternative so that we can support the young people that desperately need it. And I look forward to being part of that conversation with you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Okay, so let's put aside revocation for a second. If we think about providing wraparound supports, and I want to just clarify because I keep hearing this comment that these trusted adults are lay people. These are not lay people. We've structured it as, having training in cognitive behavioral therapy, cultural competency, really understanding our whole system. So we have a lot of resources in the city, and it's very complicated for a person of any age to figure out where to apply. So how do you think, in the clients that you've dealt with, Ms. McElhenney, we can best structure that support network so that kids lean into it and come? And what do we do if we set this up and we, like with ACE, have 54% of the kids who say, okay, we were referred to this mentorship program, but we're just not going to come?
Thank you for that question. I think it's I think it goes right at the heart of what everybody's trying to deal with. The second part of it is easy. The what we do when they don't participate is already built in because those kids fail their DDAs and then they go to sentencing. And then we're still dealing with this question of how do we get you help? So they don't disappear, but we still have the first half of your question, which is how do we provide services that work, that kids want to take advantage of, that change their trajectories? That's like the big question for all of us. In my experience, most kids do not want to be scared or hungry or in a big fight with their parents all the time. Most kids want to reap the benefits of pro-social living. You want a place that unlocks their door when you come home at night. You want to go to school and feel successful. So I think the city has two problems. One is services are disappearing, like multisystemic therapy is disappearing, and it's one of the few things that really worked for kids and families. We don't have very much grief counseling, even while we talk about violence all the time. Like there are specific things that I really think early intervention will make a huge difference for kids. And then the second question is, how do you navigate the bureaucracy of getting to those services? This bill makes a really good pass at it. There has been another attempt. The court has something called a mayor's liaison office that is staffed all the time, where a child or family should be able to go in and say, I have a bunch of different questions. I don't even know what city departments these are in. And there's a person who's in that office all the time who's supposed to be able to at least give you one-stop advice on who to go to next. It's not sort of a mentor or a caseworker like you identify here who develops a relationship with the family. That's what I love about this, the heart of this bill. But I think one question is how do we maximize what we have? And the second question is how do we identify the gaps that would make a big difference on the front end for kids? Again, I know I started with this, but I'm just going to say it. This is so different from ACE in the sense that if you don't show up to ACE, nobody's I don't know, but it's more like nobody's looking for you. You don't have a court date. You don't have an expiration. There's no moment that comes up where someone says, well, did you do this or not?
But can I just ask about that? Why is nobody looking for you if you don't show up?
Well, as I started that, I was realizing I shouldn't speak out of turn. I don't know whether ACE has an internal process where they say, if we haven't heard from you in 30 days, we refer you back to the court. I don't really know that. I know this because I don't meet ACE kids because they don't get a defense attorney. But for these kids, they have a defined period of time with a specific date, usually a court date, and a written list of conditions. So we come back together to say, did you do it or not? And I'm sorry I missed an opportunity to answer Mr. Parker's question about what happens if a kid violates but hasn't blown the whole thing up. Because kids are violating all the time. My own children, right? You say be home at 10 and they're home at 10:15. That is a violation. It's not the violation that's going to produce giant consequences, but this is why nuance and individual targeted assistance really matters. Because one kid who's out 2 hours too late, but otherwise good, is not the same thing as a kid who threatens his mom. Is not the same thing as a kid who brought a knife to school. You know, one violation can just look really different across kids. And you need a person who can say, I see you, I see the context of your case and your original offense and how long it's been. And when you're already in the court system, you already have a judge, you already have a probation officer, you have a specific AAG assigned to your case. All those people know about compliance. It's just this prior question of how do we help you succeed, not how do we not lose you?
And that's really what we are contemplating with the trusted adult idea, is like to understand what the barriers are. I mean, I certainly am not going to disagree with you that bringing a knife to school is more serious than missing curfew, but it is a period. Next sentence. There is also value in having rules for all of us at any age that mean something. If I say to someone on my team, you have to be in at 9 a.m. and they're in every day at 11 a.m. and I say, if you do this again, there's going to be a consequence, and then they do it and there's no consequence, all that tells them is come in at noon every day. So yes, it's not as drastic or dire as someone bringing a weapon in, but it's still a societal structure of rules and conditions meaning something that I'm trying to kind of
I completely agree with that. I also suspect if you had an employee who generally was on time and one day she showed up 2 hours late, you might think that is so out of character for you. I'm going to not even ask what happened, but wait and see if it happens again, and then I'll speak to you. That's a relationship. It's responsive. She may think, I'm so embarrassed I was 2 hours late, and I am so grateful that the council member didn't give me a hard time about it. and everything turns out great. If it's a pattern, it matters. You might have a targeted intervention of a performance plan. Kids need all that even more than adults do, is all I'm really saying. So
Yeah.
if it was like an automatic, you're fired for being late the first time.
I think that's fair, but the difference is for this category of kids we're already talking about, you've already pled guilty for an offense, and we're already saying, we do not want to commit you. We want to help you. We want to give you a series of conditions. Here's kind of a second chance. But we have to have that second chance. We say, I do need to move on. Deputy Mayor, as we think about the reductions we've had in crime and violent crime over the last year, have those trends been mirrored in the juvenile system and the adult system?
So, I mean, yes, to a certain extent, there has been reduction. So one of the things that's true is that juvenile arrests had gone down over time and then they started to go up. And so one of the things people don't like, but that we presented was the juvenile ecosystem chart and all the things that have changed over time. That it is absolutely true that just as we had reductions kind of across our system, juvenile crimes have gone down. But if you look at the stark acuity in the nature of the offenses, that is very different from where we were before. Crimes like homicide, crimes like carjacking, these numbers remain elevated, right? So overall, yes, we're starting to see slight reductions, although we're still seeing too many young people, sort of similar amounts that are victims of particularly gun violence perpetrated by other young people, right? So I think that is what's troubling, is that it used to be UUV. Well, if you look at the chart, which we've presented in here several times, carjacking still remains elevated, right? Homicide. These are very, very significant and serious charges that our young people are being charged with. So I would say that that's kind of the trends.
Okay. Well, thank you. I would posit to say we're actually not all that far apart, even though it's coming out differently from all of us. And so I remain hopeful and confident that we will all be able to work together in the next couple weeks and months to recognize that there is a gap in services and resources that we're providing to kids. I am certainly never going to contest that we should start earlier with reaching our children before they're ever justice involved. I support it every year. I've been on this council, increased funding for out of school time programming and truancy reduction, and we'll continue all those efforts. As we think about this committee and the jurisdiction of this committee, I am thinking about the elements of our justice system and where those gaps are. And so this is a category, we were all in here last summer talking about the mayor's uplift bill. And I agreed with this half of the table that it was too heavy-handed to say, okay, for every 100% of these crimes need to proceed this way. But here we are almost a year later, and I'm trying to offer a different type of approach to say, let's wrap our arms around these kids and let's also make attendance mean something. Like, to me, when I think about the revocation, I really was thinking about attendance to the meeting to get help, more so than even meeting every element of the condition. And so if you all can help me think through how to close that gap in a way that can be sustainable and in a way that recognizes every case is different, I think there's an avenue here. But I have a lot of respect for our dual system and the reality of the fact that we need to work with the federal government regularly. We also don't have oversight over our probation officers. We don't have oversight over court social services. And so I'd like us to be open-minded about the idea of saying, hey, let's do some of this in-house. Let's think about how our local government can lean more in to the supervision and making those conditions mean something so that our effort and shared goal for rehabilitation can really be met with more of our kids. So we'll stop there. Thank you all. We are going to go to our next bill. Bill 26-188, the Pretrial Detention Amendment Act of 2025. And I'm going to re-invite Elena Suttenberg up. Okay. The deputy mayor sat at a different seat at the table all day, trying to keep things interesting. Okay, so pre-trial, we have Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs, the U.S. Attorney's Office, Elena Suttenberg, and Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. Opening statements. I want to start with Deputy Mayor and we'll go down the table.
Officially, good afternoon. Chair Pinto, members, staff, Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I remain Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony in support of B-26-188, the Pretrial Detention Act of 2025. I again acknowledge, I know there were a number of witnesses yesterday who shared perspectives, written testimony, or in oral testimony at yesterday's hearing. We recognize there's no single solution to ending violence and that the diverse perspectives and opinions represented are a credit to our city. While we may not perfectly agree on how to best increase safety, it's clear we align in our collective desire to see our youth and youth excel, families thrive, and communities in all 8 wards be and feel safe. As you've heard during recent testimony from me in the Public Safety and Justice Cluster during 2025 performance oversight, in 2024, we reduced violent crime 35% and total crime by 15%. In 2025, we continued to see reductions, down another 27% in violent crime across the city over last calendar year. These reductions have come from a whole of government approach that looked at our entire public safety and justice ecosystem to make program and policy changes. We worked closely with council on a set of common sense policies that created tools to help combat crime across our city. Several of these policies proposed in the Mayor's Safer Stronger and Act Now legislation were passed as part of the council's Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Act in 2023 and Security C Omnibus Act in 2024. Council must act to make provisions related to rebuttable presumption for pretrial detention, which will otherwise expire this summer permanent. Since July 2023, statutory provisions giving courts the discretion to determine if pretrial detention is appropriate for those whom they have found probable cause to believe have committed a crime of violence have been critical in helping us to decrease violent crime in the district. Without this change, district law presumes that arrestees should be released pending trial with no conditions. This means the judge must release an arrestee pending trial unless there's a finding that the person poses a danger or will not appear in court as required. At a time in which continuing to drive down crime and violence in our city must remain one of our top priorities, it is unwise to remove tools from our criminal justice system. This is especially so as we move into summer, which we know is a time of year when crime rates in the city generally rise. This is particularly true where we have no evidence that the courts have applied pretrial detention in a manner that is not consistent with the fair administration of justice or safety of the public. While we know that there's more data that the council would like to see, we currently have data to support the efficacy of our current interventions, including pretrial detention. First, we know that while the population at the Department of Corrections secure facilities has risen since 2023, we've actually seen a return to pre-pandemic population norms and the use of pretrial detention for those with violent and serious offenses. According to the DOC data publicly available on their website, after council passed the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Amendment Act on July 9, 2023, that was probably too many 20s, their custodial population increased at an average rate of 51 per month, following historic lows in the DC jail population in fiscal year 20 to 23. Since June 2024, their data indicates stabilization of population numbers generally in the same range as those from fiscal year 2017 to early fiscal 2020. Additionally, those held for aggravated assault, domestic violent threats or stalking, homicide, conspiracy or kidnapping, weapons, robbery, carjacking or burglary, arson or property crimes, and drug offenses accounted for approximately 83% of the incarcerated population as of December 31st, 2024. Data released in January 2025 by DOC indicates the most serious active charge for men in custody includes 21.5% for assault, domestic violence, 17% for homicide, conspiracy, kidnapping, nearly 15% for weapons, and 12% for robbery, carjacking, or burglary. Second, Today, violent crime in the district is 43% lower than at this time in 2023, and total crime is 22% lower. There is no reason to believe, based on data available, the court is abusing the tools provided to them. Pretrial detention does not mandate automatic detention, but rather provides the court with the discretion, based upon all of the evidence and testimony presented them, to consider whether it's appropriate, and there is a rebuttable presumption, of course, for those before them. The executive continues to have faith in the judgment of the court to make critical decisions about what is in the best interest of justice for the victims and the accused and the safety of public. With regard to pretrial detention provisions for juveniles, we continue to believe that no group is more at risk than those young people involved in the riskiest behavior, that juvenile crime continues to be at concerning levels, and that protection of youth and the public is served by allowing courts the discretion to determine if pretrial secure detention is appropriate for those youth charged with dangerous crimes, crimes of violence while armed, and gun crimes, which are the categories of crime covered by pretrial detention provisions for juveniles in Security C. While we believe in data and analyzing the efficacy of our interventions and are encouraged by the significant improvement in available data and analysis as a result of provisions in Security C, we also recognize that our criminal justice system is currently overtaxed, and several partners simply do not have the administrative capacity to meet another data requirement at this time. Of note, our federal partners are currently operating at fiscal year 24 budget levels, while focused on the critical task of ensuring our system continues to run. This should not be a reason to not act on the data that we currently do have, namely that in 2023, we had a significant and unsustainable increase in crime and violence. We made changes to policies and practices that rebalanced our public safety and justice ecosystem with more appropriate accountability and enhanced tools for our criminal justice system stakeholders and partners. And today, we continue to drive down crime with a 43% reduction in violent crime compared to this time in 2023. With that in mind, I urge council to not risk the progress we have made, the hard-fought and progress we have made in driving down crime by removing tools from our criminal justice system that have helped us to keep our residents and visitors safe. It's critical that you act quickly to pass this law and continue to allow courts to make pretrial detention decisions that prioritize and protect the safety of our residents and visitors while advancing the fair administration of justice for victims and the accused. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Elena Suttenberg, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs, U.S. Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Ilana Suttenberg, and I serve as the Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Turning to Bill 26-188, the Pretrial Detention Amendment Act of 2025. USAO strongly supports the Pretrial Detention Amendment Act, which would make permanent the changes to adult pretrial detention that are already in place pursuant to Secure DC. As this council is aware, and as Deputy Mayor Appiah discussed, in early 2024, the DC Council passed the Secure DC legislation, which was spearheaded by yourself. Secure DC demonstrated the council's commitment to public safety, accountability, and the reduction of violent crime and gun crime. It provided targeted tools to prosecutors, police, and judges, resulting in greater accountability for the people who are harming our communities. Since its passage, the district has seen the fruits of Secure DC. At the end of 2024, the district experienced its lowest violent crime rate in 30 years. So far in 2025, the district has experienced a violent crime reduction rate of 27% from this time in 2024. At the same time, we are focused on continuing to drive down all categories of crime in the district, particularly violent crime and gun crime. Secure DC made targeted changes to pretrial detention to ensure that judges had the necessary tools to hold violent defendants pretrial, and these changes should be implemented on a permanent basis. Providing judges with these additional tools is a crucial part of protecting community safety and detaining dangerous defendants, and Secure DC provides more transparency to the community when judges decide to release defendants charged with serious offenses pretrial. Under Secure DC, judges maintain ultimate discretion to detain or release defendants pretrial at the preliminary hearing. There were several changes made by the Secure DC pretrial detention legislation, and I'll speak today to two of them, though I'm including discussion of all of them in my written testimony, just in the interest of time. For the first change, the expansion of charges eligible for a rebuttable presumption of detention at a preliminary hearing. For the most part, Secure DC did not change which charges were eligible for pretrial detention at either the initial appearance or preliminary hearing. In other words, with very limited exceptions, Secure DC did not make more defendants eligible to be detained pretrial. This appears to have been a common misunderstanding of Secure DC. Instead, for certain offenses, Secure DC changed the legal analysis judges must use when deciding whether to hold someone who is eligible to be held pretrial by expanding the crimes for which a rebuttable presumption of detention applies at the preliminary hearing. Secure DC made all crimes of violence, defined in 23-1331-4, subject to a rebuttable presumption of detention. Because crimes of violence while armed and 2 or more crimes of violence from separate incidents joined in a case were already eligible for a presumption of detention, practically, this mostly meant that unarmed single incidents of crime and violence became newly eligible for a presumption of detention. They were already eligible for pretrial detention. For example, before Secure DC, the following crimes of violence, among others, were eligible for pretrial detention, but were not eligible for a presumption of detention in the legal analysis: first-degree sexual abuse, or what's commonly known as rape, child sexual abuse, aggravated assault, first-degree child cruelty, kidnapping, manslaughter, and carjacking. A rebuttable presumption of detention means that it is presumed that no condition or combination conditions will reasonably assure the safety of any other person in the community. Without a rebuttable presumption of detention, there is a general presumption of pretrial release, and a judge shall only order detention if the judge finds by clear and convincing evidence that no condition or combination conditions will reasonably assure the appearance of the person is required and the safety of any other person in the community. Pursuant to case law in the district, without the presumption, no matter how horrific the facts of the particular case are, a judge is not allowed to hold a defendant in jail for that reason alone. At the same time, Secure DC does not require the judge to detain someone pretrial, even when there is a rebuttable presumption of detention. USAO supports extending this provision on a permanent basis because it ensures that the most serious violent crimes are all treated proportionally for purposes of pretrial detention, and it gives judges the necessary tools to hold violent defendants pretrial. It fixes a small but important gap that previously existed and allowed extremely dangerous offenders who committed horrific offenses to be released into the community. Second, before DC, where there was a rebuttable presumption of detention and a defendant was detained, a judge was required to explain their decision on pretrial detention in writing. Under Secure DC, where there's a rebuttable presumption of detention, a judge is always required to explain their decision on pretrial detention in writing, regardless of whether the judge decides to detain or release the defendant. The community often does not understand why a person charged with a very serious crime was released pending trial, and this provides the community with transparency into that decision. USAO supports extending this provision on a permanent basis because judges have only begun implementing it, and once fully implemented, this will provide crucial transparency to the public. I do also want to take this opportunity to speak to several additional statutory changes that we have explored that we are recommending that are consistent with the goal of Peace DC. While we're concerned with all crime, we're particularly concerned with crime committed by juveniles and young adults. We want to ensure that all juveniles and young adults have the supports necessary to permit them to thrive in their communities, while also ensuring that there's appropriate accountability for juveniles and young adults who commit crimes. As this committee is aware, USAO is responsible for prosecuting all violent crime in the district committed by individuals who are 18 or older, along with what's called Title 16 prosecutorial authority to charge 16 and 17-year-olds in adult court who are alleged to have committed a small subset of the most serious violent crimes. Other than that small subset of Title 16 eligibility, the DC Office of the Attorney General is responsible for prosecuting all crimes committed by juveniles in the district. Despite our lack of authority to prosecute most juvenile crime, we remain concerned by juvenile crime in the community and want to express to the Council our desire to work together to tackle issues relating to juvenile crime. In addition, with respect to young adults, we want to ensure that district law appropriately balances rehabilitation with accountability. Accordingly, consistent with the Peace DC goals of preventing violence and strengthening neighborhood harmony, we recommend several changes to the Youth Rehabilitation Act, which is codified at DC Code 24901 and subsequent provisions. First, we recommend adding several violent offenses to the list of offenses that are categorically ineligible for Youth Act. In particular, the offenses of manslaughter, assault with intent to kill, aggravated assault, first-degree burglary, carjacking, armed carjacking, and any crime of violence committed while armed with any pistol or firearm should be categorically ineligible for a sentence under the Youth Act. The Youth Act operates similarly to a record sealing statute, shielding a conviction case records from public view without any waiting period after a person serves their sentence. Thus, when a conviction has been set aside under the Youth Act, no records of the case or subsequent conviction will be available in public court records immediately after. Given their severity, these offenses should not be shielded from the public and should be deemed too serious to permit a Youth Act sentence. Second, we recommend that a defendant can only receive the benefit of a Youth Act sentence for one felony offense. A defendant could still be sentenced under Youth Act for multiple misdemeanors. This would ensure that the statute is primarily focused on youth rehabilitative goals. The purpose of the statute is to allow a young adult to move past a youthful indiscretion, but if they are convicted of another offense after receiving the benefit of the YRA for a felony conviction, they've inherently not been adequately rehabilitated from that conduct and should not receive the benefit of subsequent set-aside. Third, we recommend that the defendant can only be permitted to request a Youth Act sentence either at the time of sentencing or at a later point. Under current law, a defendant can request a Youth Act sentence both at the time of initial sentencing and at a later point, even if it was denied at sentencing. Fourth, we recommend that unconditional discharge of a committed youth offender or termination of supervised release before its expiration should not lead to automatic set-aside. Rather, the supervising authority should have discretion to set aside a conviction and hear arguments before making this decision. Further, consistent with the PCC goals of preventing violence and strengthening neighborhood harmony, we continue to support creation of an enhancement that would apply to an intrafamily offense or crime of violence where the defendant committed the offense in the presence of a child or where the child otherwise witnessed the offense, including by sight, sound, or otherwise. I'm submitting more detailed information on all these proposals in my written testimony and just a summary for oral purposes today. We appreciate the Council's continued commitment to enhancing our public safety laws and creating additional tools to combat violent crime. We look forward to continuing to work with the Council on issues critical to the safety of our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Suttonberg. And yes, please make sure all of it is submitted for the record. Appreciate that. Next, we will turn to Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. And Ms. Seminova, if you could put your...
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again. I'm Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. The Pretrial Detention Amendment Act would make permanent the changes that the Council made to the district's pretrial detention law through Secure DC. This is the wrong time to consider this legislation. Any hearing on making permanent changes to pretrial detention should be delayed until after the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council shares its report on pretrial detention and the public has a full opportunity to engage with that report. The Council should proceed with caution and enact evidence-based legislation given the gravity of the harm created by pretrial detention. The Council should also follow democratic norms and give residents a complete opportunity to testify regarding any permanent changes to pretrial detention after the report of the CJCC is made public. Otherwise, it makes little sense for the Council to have created a sunset provision in Secure DC, require that the CJCC create a report at public expense, and then legislate without ever giving the public a meaningful opportunity to review the report and be heard. Given that the Council can amend the sunset date of the legislation to accommodate evidence-based legislating and allow for public testimony after the release of the report, a hearing on the report and on pretrial detention should be held at a later time. The Supreme Court has held that in our society, liberty is the norm and detention prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception. Liberty is the norm because individuals who are accused of a crime are presumed to be innocent. Their cases are typically in the early stages of investigation, and pretrial detention is devastating. Individuals held in the custody of the Department of Corrections endure terrible conditions, long periods locked in their cells, inadequate and unsanitary food, and poor medical care. Pretrial detention also robs people of time with their children and their families as they wait months and sometimes years for a trial. Children whose fathers are detained will not see their fathers in person for months or sometimes ever during the course of their detention. Pretrial detention disrupts education and employment and can result in the loss of housing, thereby destabilizing all of an individual's community support. The Council should thus exercise real care when legislating about pretrial detention. Under the DC Code, for many crimes and in many instances, there's a presumption of pretrial release for individuals who are accused of a crime. For many offenses, that presumption of release is overcome when the prosecution presents clear and convincing evidence that no combination of conditions will secure the safety of the community and the individual's return to court. In deciding whether to detain the individual pretrial, the judge considers factors, including the nature and circumstances of the offense, the weight of the evidence, and the history and characteristics of the person. The court does not need a legal presumption of detention to hold someone pending trial. The court gets all of the information it needs to make a considered and individualized judgment concerning the important decision of detention, regardless of any presumption. Under a separate section of the detention statute, there are offenses and circumstances that create a presumption of detention that the defendant must rebut. Secure DC added offenses to the presumption of detention and circumstances. For instance, as a result of Secure DC, there's a presumption of detention attached to all crimes that the district has defined as crimes of violence. This includes crimes that often do not comport with the community's definition of violence, including, for example, the offense of second-degree burglary, which can encompass stealing a bike from an unoccupied and unlocked garage. This was a drastic expansion of the presumption of pretrial detention. And to be clear, prior to Secure DC, a person could be detained for that charge after careful judicial consideration of the factors. What Secure DC did was expand the presumption of detention. Given the real-life consequences of these changes, of adding presumptions to supplant considered judgment, the council must act with caution. On February 6, 2024, when the council passed Secure DC on first reading, it also passed the sunset provision that limited the time period of Secure DC and required the CJCC to conduct a comprehensive study about pretrial detention. That comprehensive study was then fleshed out in an amendment in the nature of a substitute that the council approved on second reading of Secure DC. In discussing that CJCC study, among the sentiments expressed by council members was that at first reading was that they were uncomfortable making this policy permanent without having this information, and that they want laws to be evidence-based and data-driven, that a study of efficacy is a wise thing to do, and that we are going to be armed with additional information before making it permanent. Those were appropriate and measured conclusions to draw about the care required to change the law, to weight the scales towards jailing people who are, again, presumed to be innocent. Despite those sentiments generally expressed, we are proceeding with a hearing today without CJCC's study. Even if the council receives the study before acting to make Secure DC permanent, the public will not have any opportunity to engage with the council on the CJCC study. Holding this hearing today is premature. The public needs to be able to address the council about the study and about the precise changes to pretrial detention and whether more tuning would be necessary. There's also little urgency to hold a hearing on this legislation now. The council has passed emergency legislation extending the sunset provision of Secure DC. That emergency legislation could also be extended, thereby giving the public a meaningful chance to see the study and present testimony. Without the opportunity for a hearing that engages with this study, what is clear is that pretrial detention has increased dramatically since the passage of Secure DC. The number of people who are subjected to the horrific conditions in the Department of Corrections has increased by hundreds. More lives have been lost in the Department of Corrections custody, and more lives have been destroyed by detention. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seminova, and thank you all. I do want to say, as I said yesterday, and I agree that it is very important, the report is due to the council on May 7th from CJCC. We've extended the record for the hearing on this bill until May 21st. So the public will absolutely have an opportunity to read the report, engage with it, and include those comments in their written testimony, which we will review carefully. So I invite people to do that. It is a little bit of an emergency because many of my colleagues have said they will not vote to extend the emergency again. They only want to move forward on a permanent basis or not at all. And so that is one of the reasons that I thought it was important to move forward with this hearing for Peace DC to hear from folks, consider it as part of the process. I want to start with you, Ms. Suttenberg, on something that came up yesterday that I haven't been able to get out of my head. One of the public witnesses testifying opposed to this said, that they saw somebody held for stealing a sandwich. And while that incident is not implicated in this bill, because as Ms. Suttonberg talked about, we didn't change the eligibility of the crimes of violence that are eligible. I know you don't have context necessarily about that case that that witness mentioned, but what could they have been referring to?
An unarmed robbery is included in a violent crime, and the district has a very broad definition of robbery. So previously, in a previous version of detention, there was a presumption of detention. There was a requirement, I believe, that the robbery required a level of injury in the robbery. But you can have a robbery in the district under district law where it involves a taking that involves no physical contact with the individual from whom the item is taken. It can be akin to a pickpocketing. It can be akin to taking something when somebody isn't paying attention to their items because they've left them on a chair as I have done with my items. That would be a robbery. Even if I am facing forward, I do not see who has taken the item. So if that was charged as a robbery of a sandwich could be charged in that way if the item is in the immediate actual possession of the individual. And that would create a rebuttable presumption of detention under Secure DC because robbery is a crime of violence.
But in your experience with the court for many, many years, have you ever seen a case proceeded as a unarmed robbery with where a judge would determine someone to be held based off taking a sandwich?
I would not, I don't feel comfortable opining on that case or that circumstance. I think there are for sure, I have seen instances where even on misdemeanor charges where somebody comes back on a subsequent misdemeanor after one release on a misdemeanor, let's say it's a misdemeanor theft, so it's not a robbery charge and it doesn't deal with the rebuttable presumption. But there's a misdemeanor and somebody comes back on a subsequent misdemeanor for shoplifting, essentially, so not robbery, that individual might be held. But I can't speak to, there are hundreds of individuals who are presented in, not hundreds, but approximately, I think between 60 and 100 individuals who would appear in court frequently, daily, except for Sundays, to be heard with respect to detention decisions. So I can't speak to the full scope of what happens there, but I think that the issue is a presumption of detention and giving judges the ability to weigh all of the circumstances and the factors in a case and making an appropriate decision for community safety, but also that recognizes that an individual at that point in the proceedings is accused and presumed innocent. And that's it.
Do you not feel that judges under this language have the discretion to rebut the presumption?
I think the rebuttable presumption is incredibly strong in favoring detention, that it skews the scales, tips them towards detention.
Okay, and I want to turn to you, Ms. Suttonberg, but let me just add something to this, which is another case that happened recently that I'm going to try to remove all identifying information from, but somebody's home was broken into, and they were threatened, attacked, physical brawl ensued, and the person was arrested, and they were released to the community either that night or the next morning. And the theory was, well, this is not eligible for pretrial detention because it is unlawful entry, which is not one of the eligible offenses. So as we try to weigh like what the appropriate level of community response would be, like I will say, I think a sandwich is not an appropriate one. And I will also say, I think if somebody's home is broken into, it is fair that many of those victims would not want to see that person again in their community the next day. How are you kind of seeing those trends of cases and how judges are responding to the arguments that you and PDS are making in weighing all of those considerations?
Sure. So thank you for the question. So I want to zoom out for a second. First, I just want to be very clear that this doesn't touch misdemeanor offenses. This is only relating to felonies and is particularly focused on crimes of violence, which is defined very limited in the statute. The legislature has defined crime of violence to specifically delineate certain offenses. So I don't want to go deep into, is stealing a sandwich a robbery? I agree. It could be under the law in certain circumstances, but this is not what this law is about, right? There is discretion, and the judge has discretion in every case. In a murder case to the lowest robbery, a judge has this ultimate discretion whether to detain someone at the preliminary hearing. So I just want to be very clear that nothing in this bill relates to misdemeanors, and most of it does not even relate to anything other than a crime of violence. This law aligns and makes consistent what the rebuttable presumptions should be. There were certain very serious crimes of violence that were not included in the rebuttable presumption because it only delineated certain ones. As Ms. Semionova discussed, if there was a robbery in which somebody sustained a physical injury, no particular threshold required, that was a rebuttable presumption. 2 or more dangerous crimes, right? Possession with intent to distribute drugs, those were already eligible for the rebuttable presumption. But let's say you have a rape. And I had this in court when I was prosecuting cases, and you don't have a rebuttable presumption. And you look at this list and it's just confusing why you would have this rebuttable presumption for other crimes and not for rape or for child sexual abuse or child abuse. I think that we just have to kind of zoom out a little bit and focus on what these changes are intended to do. And that is to say that crimes of violence, which the legislature has designated to be quite serious, should be treated in a comprehensive manner by the trial judges when they're making a decision whether or not to release someone pre-trial. I will just speak to the factual scenario that you posit. Can't speak to any individual set of circumstances, of course, but in that type of scenario, I think looking at whether the elements were sufficient to meet the definition of burglary would be kind of the important inquiry. And I'm happy to have separate discussions with the council about burglary. But burglary requires that at the time you enter a residence for first-degree burglary, that you intend to commit a crime. And if you can't meet that threshold, then it's charged as unlawful entry. That is a misdemeanor and so is not eligible for pretrial detention. That actually more has to do with the burglary definition than the pretrial detention statute.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I just raised that as an example because it is a category of cases that I do hear about with some concerning regularity from constituents about who have been victimized by unlawful entry and understanding how troubling that may feel. Deputy Mayor, but everyone else may have thoughts on this too. As we receive the report and look at data, curious what you all think are the most important metrics to be considering. So one of the things that we hear most often is the vast majority of people who were on pretrial or receiving pretrial services and not being held are not recommitting a violent crime. And so that is the data source we should be looking at. How do you think about data or what was happening before we made those changes and how we should consider metrics that may be in this report moving forward?
Yeah, so we use rearrest or not committing another violent crime as like this benchmark. Certainly it's one. We don't want people committing other violent offenses, but I would be clear, we don't necessarily know whether they do or don't. They may not be rearrested for a violent offense. Oftentimes what you've heard is in investigations, it can take some time for MPD to determine. So I don't know that one piece of data is dispositive as to whether or not there's harm to community. I would start and say there that harm to community is something that we rarely talk about in these spaces, not just victims, but that there is often community harm. And that is one piece that when we talked about how we close homicide cases, well, you heard me, and we use anecdotal things as well, that community was telling us. So I would point out, this is the third hearing on pretrial. We proposed it in Safer Stronger, and we had a hearing in July 2023. It was proposed in Security C. We had a hearing on it during that. So this is now the third hearing on this piece. And we talked about not having data at the time in early 2024. We know where we are in our system now and the progress we've made through a whole host of means, including population at the jail, right? But we do need to talk about things like harm to community and the ability, if we want community to work with us. One of the things they told us most clearly, and I'm going to repeat what I said at Safer Stronger, is that they cannot and will not trust and work with us on closing cases when people who we do know, the community knows, have likely committed an offense are released back out. I will say in here something that I don't know that we've said before, that we had a conversation in CJCC about pretrial release. And there was a discussion about 50 people with homicide charges who were in community, right? And the discussion was, well, they haven't reoffended or otherwise. But there is a harm to the public, right? When someone's charged with homicide and they're in community, right? Like there's a reality to that. So I don't know what data point that is, but it is one to consider because we absolutely want to protect the right of the accused, and that's why they have the ability to overcome the presumption by presenting why they are not a harm to the public, and then the court can make that determination. But a lot of the data points in there, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what we're hoping that they're going to say or get us to, right? What the impact is on those who are in pretrial detention is important, but what has been determined is there's probable cause to believe that this individual has committed a crime of violence, right? That's what we're talking about. And so, I mean, I think like we talk about appropriate and necessary accountability, the ability to prevent future crime by people seeing that there is swift actual response. That currently our court system, if you look at Part 1 offenses, people who are in community while waiting, we have a very lengthy amount of time in which we're talking about from potentially the time that someone is released to trial. And so for the victim, what are we also saying there? So there's all these data points we talk about, and I see all of them, and primarily they're focused on what was the harm to the person who has been held pretrial. And that is an important consideration. But I don't really, I'll be honest, our criminal justice system partners, particularly the court, are like, we're providing a lot of data under Security C and backing into how we can talk about whatever it is that the council is looking for is not simple. And I'm not sure that we're going to actually, with now this third hearing and this third piece of data, really get there. So I can't really say what the data points are because I'm not fully clear what we're trying to do. What I do know is that, you know, we heard from the public, we heard from prosecutors, we were hearing from courts, we were hearing from all people about what needed to go into these very comprehensive pieces of legislation that we put together over the course of 2 years. We see that we have had impact. So it is concerning to me that right now, at a time when not only is our community continuing to believe we need to be safe, but we have federal partners who are also very clear with us in a federal government, we need to keep the district safe, that we would be removing tools that we're reversing, and we'll be like, well, the contrapositive. Well, why don't we not extend this and see what happens? We did that. We saw what happened from 2021 to 2023. We can't be there. So you feel me emphatically saying this because we can't experiment. We need to maintain, and then we can look at data and otherwise to make adjustments. But I'm imploring us that this is very difficult work that people are doing out here to keep this city safe, and taking things away from them, taking tools that we have no reason to believe that the court is abusing. We don't have evidence of that, right? Like that there's an abuse by the court, because there'd be appeals process for that. I would implore us not to do that because we'll make what is already a very difficult and challenging situation much, much harder.
Thank you very much. And I'll come back to you both, but I want to turn to Councilmember Lewis George, if you're still here for a 10-minute round.
Thank you. I guess my question is sort of what are we, do we have data, or have you seen data? We don't have the report, but have you seen data that the reduction in crime in the district that has happened is due to the pretrial detention expansion? Is there some point of data, any point of data we can point to make that actual correlation?
Yeah, so what I would say is this, is we talked at the time, so during the pandemic, we made conscious decisions to try to reduce the population at the jail for a host of reasons,
Yes.
right? And so it dropped by about 500. So actually there was a point where it was about 1,100. On average, prior to the pandemic, prior to fiscal year 20, DOC ran anywhere from about 1,700 to 1,800 to 2,000. When we saw our population at about 1,100 or 1,200, see, our crime certainly increased significantly. Now, there were other changes that were made in our system.
Yeah.
right? But as we're making adjustments, that's where some of the things that we were looking at is, are there tools that are missing that will rebalance some of that? And maybe, and I'll be honest, some of it was signals to courts or community or otherwise as to what is tolerable or where, what, a shift in our posture that we need to take seriously. Like, you cannot commit violent offenses or take the chance, right? And, maybe be out on release. And so, like I said, like, the population has stabilized now. It's in the low 1900s. It's been there since July of 2024, right? So anywhere from about 1900, 18 drop to 2000. So we're not seeing these vast increases, and yet we continue to see reductions, which is what I'm using to say, like, there's not this wild increase that is happening in pretrial detention, but we continue to see decreases. So I don't have any reason to believe that courts are using this tool irresponsibly. And so I don't know, there's any number of data points we could try to use to make correlations, but that that's very difficult because we made a lot of adjustments, right? Like,
Right.
tried
In
a
1 year.
lot of different things.
That's right.
Yeah.
What is the current length of stay in DC jail for people being held pre-trial, and how does that compare to, say, 2022?
I would have to look it up. It is, so I pulled a lot of data off DOC because that is published publicly on their website. It's data that they put out, the lengths of stay. So if you can give me a minute, we can pull it up.
Okay.
But I don't know I'll have comparison to 2022. I could tell you like the current lengths of stay, and then we could get comparisons. Because what I'm trying to do, recognizing sort of the data pieces you're looking for and kind of the challenges that are happening, is find as much as we do have that will help to inform the discussion. So that's why we are looking at a lot of DOC data. But let me try and have my team pull up those
Okay.
numbers. Okay, but I won't take your time while I'm doing it.
And then as far as the I guess USAO, I guess we changed something. We didn't change much, it seems, as far as presumption goes. What were the violent offenses because most violent offenses already had the presumption in place.
So
what were the added presumptions? Because most of the violent offenses already had presumptions.
So I do want to be clear that this was a targeted change and an important one. Both things are true. The things that did not have the presumption, some examples of that, an unarmed crime of violence where there was only one crime of violence. So for example, before, if you had two or more charged dangerous crimes or crimes of violence, there was a presumption, or if the crime of violence or dangerous crime was committed while armed, then those would be eligible for the presumption. So let's say an unarmed carjacking, an unarmed rape, and unarmed child sexual abuse. Those kinds of things were not eligible for the presumption previously
Because
and
they
were
were
newly eligible.
And they were newly eligible. Okay.
That's correct. So
I
a
guess
small
where we're getting
subset.
the most fuss from is around like the robberies. So can you explain, I guess because we don't break out robberies as much, or there's robbery can be defined, is defined one way, but is interpreted different ways. And we weren't able to update our criminal code. So we don't get to do that. Can you help me understand what the issue is presenting with robbery? Because that's where we're getting a lot of people, unlawful entry, but robbery seems to be the one that people feel is was too far of an overreach.
Sure. So robbery is a crime of violence. Because it is a crime of violence, it is eligible for a presumption of detention under secure DC. Previously, if you had two or more robberies, it was eligible for a presumption. If you had a robbery while armed, or if you had a robbery that resulted in any physical injury, regardless of how small. This is one of the crimes of violence. It is,
No,
like
I hear
said,
you.
Yeah.
So I think I guess the two that get the most sort of pushback that I get from people is robbery and the unlawful entry piece. And I guess it's because when we used to do robbery snatches, when you say somebody comes in the metro and this used to happen. I hope it doesn't still happen, but I wouldn't know. People used to like snatch people's phones as they were getting off the metro or getting on the metro, which would, I guess, technically be like a robbery snatches. Often it's pled down to like a theft to an assault. Did that become newly a presumption under, I guess, our current robbery statute?
All types of robbery became newly eligible for a
Okay, so
presumption
that is true then, all
statute.
of them.
I do want to be clear, unlawful entry is a misdemeanor. That is not eligible for a presumption. But I also do want to be clear that any kind of robbery, there's two important parts of the pretrial detention. The first is at the initial appearance, and the second is at the preliminary hearing. For the overwhelming part, this did not touch anything at the initial appearance. So regardless of what your type of robbery you committed, at the initial appearance, you were actually subject to mandatory detention for that robbery. And then the judge had discretion to release you at the
Release you
preliminary
after
hearing.
that. Okay.
Exactly.
Got it.
I wanted to add to that. We're talking about it as eligible for a presumption. It's
Right.
not just an eligibility for a presumption. The individual is presumed to be
That's
in
what I was gonna
jail.
ask you.
They are presumed to spend the rest of the next 90 days until they are indicted, the time until they go to trial. They are presumed to sit in a jail cell. So it's not just an eligibility that maybe will be used or maybe will not be used. The law is that
has
the scales are tipped toward detention. And that happens in burglary if nobody ever saw, in second-degree burglary, that charge can lie where nobody ever saw the individual do the crime. So it's captured on video that somebody went into a garage, left with a bicycle. They entered the garage with the intent to take the bicycle. The district calls that a crime of violence, but the victim is the homeowner, the bicycle owner. That individual, that if the crime occurred and they lost their property and they were victimized by the theft that happened and by the intrusion of their space, they were never present at the time. And we still consider that a crime of violence. And that is not just an eligibility. That is, you are sitting in the jail at the DC jail with 1,900 other people, frequently locked down, without food that is adequate or nutritious, and without seeing your children every night when they come home from school. So it is an extreme sanction for somebody who is presumed innocent, where the level of evidence is probable cause. And when we
Right.
talk about community harm, the community harm of that consequence is great. And when we talk about accountability, this is people who are presumed to be innocent. So
Right.
the accountability is a question of supervision. Can supervision agencies do their work in supervising? And that's part of the question that Councilmember Pinto was asking. So is supervision adequate? Was it adequate for these sorts of offenses that were charged by probable cause earlier? So those are important questions, whether supervision on these types of offenses that most people would not consider to be truly crimes of violence, is that an adequate way of assuring community safety and not forcing people to sit in the jail while they await their case outcome?
Can I
And
just say one
what
thing
do you-
about community supervision, just so people know, like one of the things you asked on data points is during the pandemic, PSA had an enormous amount of people that they were supervising because of the number of people who were in community pretrial. And they will be very honest, right? That because of budgetary issues and also staffing, that their ability to supervise, right, like is compromised. Right? Because if you have more people to supervise, like what that supervision looks like is very different than what people may think. The reason that I pointed out where we are for our federal partners in their budget at the beginning of this is we have to be real about that. That they are in I think a similar place with budgetary constraints. So the more people were like, oh, well, can they be supervised? We don't have in here PSA to say, this is the number of people will be on GPS or not. This is the amount of times we'll actually be able to check in with people. The conversation becomes similar about what does supervision mean and how do we know people are being compliant or not compliant, really.
And
I
if I could
guess-
also add, sorry.
Go ahead.
If I could add just one thing, I just want to, once again, zoom out a little bit. Like we are seeing murder where people are released, right? And like child sexual abuse. Like we're seeing cases where people are released in the most violent offenses. So the idea that judges are not using their discretion in the lower level offenses to make an appropriate ascertainment of whether someone should be detained pending trial, I think is not necessarily consistent with the realities of the court system in DC. So I did just kind of want to zoom out for a moment on that. And I think we've gotten very into the legal technicalities rather than some of the realities of what we experience in the district. And so this just gives judges a tool. I agree, there is a presumption, it's not an eligibility, there is a presumption in these cases. This is one tool that allows judges to make an individualized assessment of whether this person is detained pending trial.
As far as numbers go, are we going to get numbers for sort of how many people who have been considered presumed held under secure DC were sort of released in fiscal year 24 prior to legislation? And then are we going to get the numbers for sort of those that were where there was a presumption now, where there was a presumption, but they were released? Are we going to see is it your understanding that we are going to see numbers that the judges are using discretion here and not just holding people who are presumed innocent until proven guilty?
So I think that CJCC is working very hard to figure out how to get the data. I think everybody is. I think the reality is that a lot of this comes from the court. The court's got 2 people in their strategic change division right now, and they have budgetary constraints as well that mean that as we're doing all of this reporting, they're doing the very best they can to provide kind of a massive amount of data. So, I mean, I know that having spoke with Director Love yesterday, we're trying to kind of piece together from PSA. All of this stuff comes from multiple different places, as you know, and we're not a unified system in that it's like, okay, like here's from this one place. So I'm not fully sure what they're going to be able to kind of produce at this point, but what they're trying to do is pull as much of what we kind of, they have available to try and meet what council is looking for. But it is a truth that I'll say that the court points out that as we pass requirements for reporting, it's not as if the district then gives them additional dollars. And, you know, it's a fair point, right? Like that to kind of support the increased need. And so there's some realities that our federal partners and ourselves are all facing in resource allocation to really meet a host of priorities.
I guess the question then for me is, why should we move to make this permanent if we don't have data showing that increased pretrial detention causes lower crime?
So I think that I don't know what CJCC will produce. We've worked with them and we're happy to continue to work with them to help them understand the changes in the law and what they mean and what they didn't mean, because I think that's also an important part of the conversation. It's a very difficult thing to track sometimes, whether the statute was the but-for cause of someone being detained. In some situations, they could have been detained anyway. As we noted, they were already eligible. And, you know, sometimes we've even seen a judge find that the presumption has been rebutted, but then find that there's clear and convincing evidence that they should be detained. So there's kind of a variety of situations.
Gotcha.
And so that person would be detained, but, you know, it's a little bit unique. One kind of category that I think we can talk about that is actually easy to ascertain a difference is the category of strangulation. As you're well aware, the council newly created that crime in the summer of 2023, and then it was designated as a crime of violence at the time that the other pretrial detention provisions took effect. That was, for the most part, only misdemeanor conduct before it was created as a felony offense. And as a crime of violence, it was one of the offenses that it was eligible for presumption of pretrial detention. So when somebody is charged with strangulation and that's their only charge and they're detained pretrial, it's because of the legislation. As a kind of all of the different parts. So I think that is a concrete example of something that we can look to. Some of the other ones are a little more nuanced around the edges, but we are seeing anecdotally more people being detained in violent crimes. Not 100%, not all the cases that we're asking for, but we are anecdotally seeing some more people detained.
This is my last question, Katerina. Have you all, or did you all collect any data, or are you all sort of collecting any data around individuals who are being held pretrial and then ultimately the cases being dismissed or no prosecution after the person has spent time in DC jail? And then any data around, like, you know, having spent that time in DC jail, what impacts that has had on that person's life?
We don't have data regarding any of those things. We have a lot of personal stories of clients at the impact of the pretrial detention, the sort of last category, not data. And with respect to the other categories, no, we do not have data.
Okay. And what are you all experiencing? I mean, anecdotally, without the data, what has the experience been like on the ground for on your side of work?
You know, I want to I want to connect with my trial level colleagues and really
Okay.
talk to them, and I can provide that to
Great.
your office and to all the council members. But I think that what I would say from my own experiences, which are more dated, is that the presumption is very has a huge weight and really weights the scales towards detention. But I do want to have recent information from colleagues. And again, just the label of crime of violence, it's used very broadly under our statutes, and then in the definition section for 1331.
Yep.
And then our own statutes define offenses very broadly as well. And so there is a lot of overreach and pulling into crime of violence situations like the robbery where there's no contact between the individuals. It still constitutes a robbery.
Got it.
No physical touching, not even the cell phone snatch that I think you were referring to.
Yeah.
You can have something that involves even less contact is still a crime of violence under the labels that we have. So it's really important before applying or seeing how any presumption should be applied, given the gravity, how those are tuned.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis George. And I want to just add to this question about what data we're going to be getting in this report. One of the things, we've talked about how hard it is to prove a negative, and we talk about this in the violence interruption space. Like, how did we prove but for a violence interrupter, crime would have happened? How do we prove but for one of the 100 different tools we passed in Secure DC, this violent crime would have happened? But the analysis of, okay, this category of cases would have proceeded in a certain way before Secure versus after would require basically an analysis of fact-specific circumstances of every single case, because there is still judicial discretion. And that, I think, is outside of the parameters of the study and what we can kind of reasonably ask the courts to do. I will also say that Secure DC did have a lot of requirements for different studies and data reporting. And I just say that while you're here as well, because we need to be mindful moving forward about the additional studies we are requesting without funding, because all of our public safety agencies are very stretched. And I don't want us to get into a situation where they don't proceed on something that we passed because we've asked them to proceed on 30 different areas. Okay, I want to turn to you, Ms. Semenova. As promised from last round, we were talking about like what you think we should be looking for when it comes to this data of determining if this is the appropriate intervention.
I mentioned this in my last answer, but one of the things that really should be looked at is what levels of how are people performing on supervision, and what supervision, if people are complying with supervision requirements when they have been charged and are presumed innocent, is that across the board, or is that offense specific? I think those were among the requirements that were part of the CJCC study. So the efficacy of pretrial release, supervision on pretrial release, where detention has increased, for which offenses has detention increased as a result of the presumption. I think that would be helpful to understand.
Okay. And then Ms. Semenova, can you speak to just kind of generally what you're seeing with judicial determinations with some of these cases, especially as it relates to the written statements? I'm sorry.
Ms. Suttenberg?
Ms. Suttenberg. I was looking at you and said, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Suttenberg, the trends of judicial decisions and how this written findings component has been implicating cases in practice.
Sure. So in terms of the written findings, I think that's probably a question better for the court. I don't have a comprehensive answer to provide. I certainly have seen some written findings issued, and I think they're very helpful in all crimes of violence or any case of the presumption, but we've seen some particularly in the most violent crimes and murder, child sex abuse, right? And I think that's an important measure of transparency to the community as to why people are being released in those cases, because people demand it of us. And so if we've asked for a hold, I think it's helpful to have, well, why did the judge disagree with the position that the U.S. Attorney's Office took and decide to release someone? I think that is an important part of the system for as part of this. In terms of, what we're seeing, I don't have any kind of categorical trends that I can give to you. But I will say, I think that the rebuttable presumption, I agree with Ms. Seminova. I think it does mean something. And I think it's the legislature's expression to the courts of, we want you to look at these crimes. These are crimes and situations that we've designated as serious. And so we think that, you should look more carefully at those before you have the discretion to release them, which we certainly see plenty of judges still releasing people over our objection in these cases. But I do think that they are also have internalized the guidance from the council that, we think that this is important to look closely at.
Okay, and I want to get back to this kind of authority question because, frankly, one of the reasons that this became of interest to me was in conversations with judges about their lack of authority to hold someone, even in some of these violent cases. And so just to kind of ordering as we think about, because rebuttable presumption just sounds very legally to the public. Can you talk about the steps of the U.S. Attorney's Office making a decision to request a hold versus defense having an opportunity to argue that conditions of release would be safe for the public versus the judge ultimately making a decision to hold somebody?
Sure. So once again, backing out, as we've discussed, there's a general presumption of release in the district. We can only request pretrial detention if there is a specific statutory basis that grants us that authority. We've really been focused on one type of pretrial detention authority, and that's under 1322 B1A. It's frequently called a B1A hold, and that's really what most of this discussion is focused on. There are other types of holds out there too, so I just want to kind of be clear about that. For example, in any case, if you had a pending case, that's a 1322 A1A hold. If you were on probation or parole, right? So that's a different kind of hold. There's lots of different holds available. I don't want to dig too deep into that, but this is a narrow part of the discussion. So in every case that we look at, first, we have to review the facts of the case and ascertain whether we're going to prosecute that case, whether we're going to bring charges. As part of that, we have to look at, is there sufficient evidence to support the charges? If there's sufficient evidence, which charges does the evidence support? And we have a charging process and screening process. After we've decided, yes, we're going to charge this case and these charges, then we look to see, is pretrial detention legally available? Is there a basis for pretrial detention? If no, we can't request it. And then if it is, should we ask for it? And that is part of our discretion. Do we ask for it? I don't have, detailed information on that, but when we go to the arraignment court, C10, that's a courtroom in Superior Court, if we ask for detention in a dangerous crime or a violent crime, the judge has to grant it if they find probable cause. That's just for 3 calendar days before we get to a preliminary hearing or less if it's the weekends coming up sooner. And then we would continue to request it presumably at the preliminary hearing. So there's a lot of different steps and a lot of different considerations that are made at each step as to what are the charges and is pretrial detention appropriate, looking at, is this person a danger to the community, to an individual person? Are they at risk of flight? And so there are a lot of factors that we look at in using our discretion.
Okay, and just, I don't want to put words to your mouth, but is it true that there are cases that could be eligible, but that you are not arguing for a hold?
Yes.
Okay. So before Secure DC, there was only a rebuttable presumption of detention under 23-1325A for murder where an assault with a intent to kill while armed, where the judge found a substantial probability of the evidence. To establish a substantial probability, we must show that at a minimum, there's more likely than not that the defendant would be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. And so this legal standard was pretty a very high bar to meet. And so this was aligned, we fixed this by aligning the standard for rebuttable presumption of detention when the standard for this presumption, sorry, let me rephrase this, I was reading. It was our understanding that it was only needed to be a probable cause standard if it was a less serious crime. But for a murder, it had to be substantial, which seemed kind of out of line. This provision is also going to expire in July if we don't act. Could you talk about what the experience you've had, if any, with that provision since we made these changes?
Sure. So digging back through the legislative history a bit farther, it used to be that there were under 1322C to get to a rebuttable presumption, there was a substantial probability finding required. And the council changed that, I don't have the year, but quite some time ago. So this is aligning the 1325A standard with the 1322C standard. And there was a seminal case from the Court of Appeals in 2019 that said exactly what you said. It was called Jeffers versus United States, saying that to establish substantial probability, we had to show that at a minimum, it's more likely than not that the defendant would be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at trial of an offense, which is really more akin to a trial standard, whereas probable cause is the standard used throughout the pretrial detention context and other situations. This has been an important part of the changes made by Secure DC. Obviously, this is in only the most serious homicide cases, assault with intent to commit while armed, assault with intent to kill while armed cases, that a judge has to make a probable cause finding. To be clear, to find probable cause in a homicide, that's still a significant evidentiary threshold to overcome, and our prosecutors present significant evidence in the preliminary hearings in support of the case, working closely with law enforcement officers who testify at those hearings in support of the evidence. But this standard has been able to streamline these preliminary hearings, which are still quite long and last a very long time, and provided tools to the judges to be able to have this rebuttable presumption apply when there's probable cause, which aligns with the other presumption of detention.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. I'll turn to you in just a second. I really am appreciative that you raised strangulation, because 39% of women in the district will or have experienced sexual assault at some point in their lives. And we know the trends with strangulation and how they correlate with later homicide and domestic violence and abuse. And I have heard from so many victims in this space about the kind of relief that this provision has brought them, especially with how complicated it can be if it is your own partner committing these offenses, because many of those cases, they are living under the same roof. So I appreciate you highlighting that. Ms. Seminova, I want to turn back to you, and feel free to add if you have a thought on what we were just discussing. But I also want to ask you, are there any circumstances or cases that you think a rebuttable presumption is appropriate?
I think our position is that judges should be able to consider the full facts of the case, of the individual, and appropriately use 1321 to make a determination. So are there conditions that will assure the safety of the community and the individual's return to court? That should be done without the use of presumptions. If there are presumptions in place, they should be carefully limited. The evidentiary standard for triggering the presumption should be higher. So that's generally our position with respect to using presumptions, which are a radical tool to use to presume detention for somebody who is merely accused of a crime and not convicted and not on any higher standard than probable cause. An important aspect of having the heightened standard in the more serious cases is that those individuals who are charged, again, not convicted, presumed innocent of more serious offenses such as homicide, before triggering the rebuttable presumption of detention, it's important to have that heightened standard, because these individuals are held for years pre-trial. It is not, they do not have a statutory speedy trial right. So they are not going to trial within the 100 days or in 120 days. Most individuals who are held on those charges are going to be held for years pre-trial. So it really makes sense to have not a streamlined determination of the evidence in that case, but a full determination of what the evidence is and a full assessment of the facts without having to rely on a presumption of detention, but really addressing the question, which is at the heart of the matter, and it's not punishment. The heart of the matter is, can the individual be safely supervised in the community and returned to court for the case to proceed to a full airing?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, and Deputy Mayor, I'll just turn to you kind of lastly, as you've been with us all day. Could you speak, we've kind of spoken to the court environment from both the prosecutorial and defense perspective, but kind of more from a bird's eye view community perspective on what you think of this provision. And for us to consider, I know you've talked about the data and some of the challenges there, but as the deputy mayor, how do you consider these changes on a permanent basis?
Yeah, I mean, so we initially proposed this, right, in Safer Stronger in 2023, feels like many moons ago, right? And what we said at the time, right, was that we were proposing pragmatic. This was not about what are the, ideological wish list of things that we could propose. It was pragmatic based upon what we were seeing and hearing in community. And I can say that that's the case even based on my own experience. This is my 13th year in public safety in the district, 4 years in the deputy mayor for public safety space. And so had an opportunity throughout 2022 and early 2023 and all throughout 2023 to be in community and hear from them about what they wanted. And if you recall, and I think people might even forget, there were 171 witnesses who showed up here in June in this room for Safer, Stronger Amendment Act hearing to testify about a myriad of things. But the main thing that we heard from them was they did not feel safe. There was shooting everywhere. There were sounds of gunshots everywhere. There was carjacking all across our city. And that was really the reality, actually. And I think it's easy sometimes to forget once you get to a better place where we actually were. Our memories become sort of fuzzy quickly, right? And so, again, I say the pretrial detention provisions were ones that we heard from some of the most impacted parts of our city, that oftentimes we talk about those who are accused and they have every right. They are presumed innocent. They have the right to present at every stage to rebut the presumption. But those communities are also often the victims in our city, right? The same communities that those are coming from. And what they said to us is why we really did advance the pretrial is, we are the ones being terrorized. You all may be scared in other parts of the city because you hear gunshots, but the reality is that when he's released on homicide for 2 or 3 years, because that's how long it's taking because of our judicial vacancy issue, how do you expect us to feel safe? How do you want us to send our kids out in the front? Like the crew-based violence going back and forth everywhere, right? People shooting back and forth, like why we had to have VIs everywhere and all of these things. Like those are realities, right? And so it is important for us to balance how everyone feels. People deserve to feel safe in our city. We don't have to perfectly trust all parts of our judicial system, but when we give judges discretion, like I don't see, again, like where we're saying that they have somehow abused that, any evidence or otherwise. But what I do know is right now, violence is down in our city. It is. And that people feel safe. And that's important too. That's what I'm hearing from community. And so this idea, we do this. Things start working in the sense that we're at a place where we can really start to look forward. And then we're like, what can we change right now at a time where it's very difficult? Resources are not what they were. You heard us talking about MPD numbers. They haven't improved. Spoiler, they're getting better, but we still have the officers we have. So when we're like, okay, let's tie one arm behind our back. Well, we've given these tools, which we can't say which one it is, but we can point to the host of them that have helped us make progress. Let's take them away to see this isn't the time for that. I just can't say that enough, because in addition to protecting the safety of our residents, it's every one of our responsibility who sits in these seats to protect the autonomy of the district. And we have seen that when we don't make decisions in our criminal justice space, maybe more than any other, that our federal entities or congressional people will make decisions for us. And so and we won't like the impact on our criminal justice system for victims or the accused potentially. So this is what I'm saying, is that we need to continue to work together to be as smart as we've ever been. And that means continuing to have tools that have worked for us, knowing that we can always adjust. We did it. we've done it together. When we see changes or things that aren't working, but it just isn't the time for us to say, maybe we should change this now, because what if things start to go poorly? You know, like, what if it's just not, I don't know that we should risk the safety of the public or our system or our autonomy as the District of Columbia. And I truly mean that at this time.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for being here with us all day. We appreciate you and all of the efforts that you have led over the last several years. We are going to move on to our next bill, so you all can stay there, but the Deputy Mayor is excused. We're moving to Bill 26-203, Kidnapping Amendment Act of 2025. Jeffrey Carroll, Assistant Chief, Metropolitan Police Department. Lena Suttenberg, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs, U.S. Attorney's Office. Stephanie Schneider, Attorney Appellate Division for the Public Defender Service. Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel to the Director for Policy, Public Defender Service. And Janu Park. We're going to have 5 people at this table. If we could make another little room. Director Park, if you're in the building, we are beginning with kidnapping. So I will turn to you all if you have opening statements to begin. First, we'll start with Executive Assistant Chief Jeffrey Carroll. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to swear you all in first. Welcome, Director Park. Sorry, there's 5 of you, so we're just making a little room. Okay, if everyone can turn the microphones on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Welcome to you all. Assistant Chief, please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and the community members watching today. My name is Jeffrey Carroll, and I'm the Executive Assistant Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee today. To begin with, I'd like to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for your strong commitment to engage with MPD and our criminal justice partners to help enhance public safety through the legislation. From prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Act in the summer of 2023 to Secure DC in 2024, and now Peace DC, you have been talking with all the stakeholders to identify what needs to be done and then fine-tuning and negotiating to get bills passed in the council. As issues and threats to public safety evolve, the tools for the criminal justice agencies must evolve as well. The bills I'm testifying on today will demonstrate this commitment to respond to the evolving needs. First, MPD supports the Kidnapping Amendment Act and appreciate Councilmember Pinto's work to quickly address the critical gaps in the law that emerged in the wake of the 2024 Court of Appeals decision in Cardozo versus the United States. I will defer to Ms. Suttenberg to provide the in-depth background on the case and legislation. The proposed bill established first and second-degree felony kidnapping offenses and a misdemeanor criminal restraint offense based on the means of kidnapping and the intent of the offender. For instance, a kidnapper making an explicit threat to seriously injure the victim with an intent to facilitate a robbery would be committing first-degree kidnapping. The proposal is comprehensive, clear, and addresses some important concerns, such as whether the victim is incapacitated or a youth, or the offender's intent with the kidnapping is to commit a misdemeanor offense instead of a felony. However, I do want to raise one potential concern. About 1/4 to 1/3 of our kidnapping cases are domestic in nature, where the offender and the victim are well known to each other. In domestic cases, there is sometimes no explicit or implicit threat, or even a clear intent to do anything beyond a desire to exert control. Nevertheless, based on past history, the victim may perceive, and the offender may intend, a significant and real threat. We would like to work with the committee and the United States Attorney's Office to ensure that domestic cases such as these may be considered for a felony as appropriate. With the passage of the strangulation law in 2023 was an important step in protecting the victims of domestic violence in the district. we want to ensure that we continue to consider the particular vulnerabilities of these victims. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Suttonberg?
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Ilana Suttonberg. I'm Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 26203, the Kidnapping Amendment Act of 2025. USAO strongly supports the Kidnapping Amendment Act of 2025, which would make crucial amendments to the district's kidnapping statute in light of recent case law. As we've heard, in May 2024, the in-bank DC Court of Appeals issued a seminal opinion limiting the scope of the district's kidnapping statute in Cardozo versus United States. In that case, the Court of Appeals held that they reversed the kidnapping conviction and in the process overruled their precedents, holding that any momentary seizure against another's will is a kidnapping. The Court of Appeals said, to hold or detain somebody in the context of the district's kidnapping statute, we now conclude, means to detain them for a substantial period of time so that the perpetrator could fairly be described as holding another captive, like a hostage or a prisoner. The Court of Appeals went on later in the opinion to discuss timing of the detention. They noted that without endorsing any particular bright line, they specifically stated, we doubt detentions of less than 30 minutes should be sustained as kidnappings under our statute unless there was some evidence that a lengthier detention was intended, either by this court or by trial courts ruling on motions for judgment of acquittal. We likewise doubt that a kidnapping conviction for a detention of more than an hour should ever be disturbed for insufficiency of the evidence as to the holding or detaining element. After this opinion in 2024, our office's ability to charge defendants with kidnapping has largely disappeared, as the statute was interpreted to be limited to the very rare situations that involve a person being held in captivity for a substantial period like a hostage or prisoner. Given the Court of Appeals' interpretation of the current statute in Cardozo, there are numerous fact patterns that the community would likely largely agree should constitute a kidnapping, but for which there is likely no kidnapping liability under current law. For example, there was a recent crime in which the defendant got into the front seat of a car that already had another person, who was a stranger to the defendant, in the front passenger seat, drove that passenger around the city for approximately 20 minutes, and after approximately 20 minutes, crashed the car into the building housing the U.S. Attorney's Office. Due to the 30-minute temporal requirement imputed by the Court of Appeals, there would likely be no liability for kidnapping under current law for this incident. As a further hypothetical example, if a person who is a stranger to a child grabbed a child from the child's front lawn and transported the child in their car for 20 minutes, the 30-minute temporal requirement would mean that there would likely be no liability for kidnapping under current law. Following Cardozo, there have been cases that USAO is unable to prosecute as kidnapping or where a judge has dismissed a kidnapping charge pursuant to Cardozo. Accordingly, USAO supports recodifying the kidnapping statute, drawing from the language in the proposed Revised Criminal Code Act as a baseline to ensure accountability for situations like those mentioned above. This bill, however, makes several important amendments to the language proposed in the Revised Criminal Code Act. First, in response to the Court of Appeals' interpretation of the current kidnapping statute in Cardozo, this bill defines substantially confines or moves directly in the statute. We have additional proposals as well and discussed it in more detail, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to answer questions about specific aspects of it and don't want to go through every part of it since there are several fairly thorny and detailed legal issues to discuss. But I'd certainly be happy to answer any of your questions that you have as to any aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And certainly some additional hypotheticals just came to mind as you went through that. So look forward to discuss. Thank you. Ms. Seminova.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. With me is Stephanie Snyder, longtime attorney in PDS's Appellate Division, to help answer questions. We would like to begin by orienting the proposed kidnapping legislation within the history of the offense of kidnapping more broadly and the approaches taken by federal and state jurisdictions. The district's current kidnapping statute was passed by Congress in 1933 in response to an epidemic of high-profile kidnappings in which wealthy children of wealthy individuals were abducted and held for ransom. The district statute, is nearly identical to the federal kidnapping statute. Given that history, it is not surprising that today kidnapping is one of the most serious DC Code offenses. It is a Class A felony punishable by up to 30 years of incarceration, and it is a predicate offense for felony murder. Since 1933, federal and state courts, legislators, and legal commentators alike have grappled with the central problem in the law of kidnapping: how to define and limit the offense to the distinct and serious harm of a true kidnapping without inadvertently sweeping in conduct that has already been captured and is adequately punished by another criminal offense. This difficulty arises because many criminal offenses, such as sexual assault, robbery, assault, typically involve some degree of movement or restraint of the complainant in order to effectuate the offense. Yet not every assault, sexual assault, or robbery amounts to a kidnapping warranting additional and more severe punishment. As the Supreme Court put it when interpreting the federal kidnapping statute, were we to sanction a careless concept of the crime of kidnapping, the boundaries of potential liability would be lost in infinity. Today, the majority view in federal and state jurisdictions is that the serious felony of kidnapping does not apply to restraints or movements that are incidental to other offenses. The federal circuits in many states have identified 4 factors, commonly known as the Berry factors, to guide courts and juries in differentiating kidnapping from conduct that is part of another offense. These factors focus on the duration of the detention or the asportation of the complainant and whether the complainant suffered significant additional harm. Additionally, numerous states have revised their kidnapping statutes to make explicit that kidnapping requires a substantial restraint of the complainant's freedom of movement or liberty. In 2015, the D.C. Court of Appeals departed from the majority consensus and held that the district's kidnapping statute encompasses restraints that are momentary or incidental to another offense. Following this erroneous interpretation, defendants were convicted of kidnapping in cases that bore no relationship to the harm that the offense of kidnapping is designed to punish. For example, in Ruffin, the defendant was convicted of kidnapping in addition to robbery based on a 90-second robbery. In Cardozo, the defendant was convicted of kidnapping in addition to third-degree sexual assault based on a split-second groping of the complainant on a public street. The Court of Appeals went en banc in Cardozo to re-examine its precedents, which had resulted in this patently absurd result. After reviewing the kidnapping statute, its legislative history, the harsh penalties it authorizes, the obligation to avoid absurd statutory interpretations, the vast weight of authority interpreting the materially similar federal statute, and relevant state court kidnapping jurisprudence, the court held that the statute's prescription on holding or detaining means a substantial detention akin to holding someone captive as a hostage or a prisoner. Cardozo brought the district's kidnapping law back in line with the view reached by a majority of other jurisdictions on what a kidnapping is: a substantial restriction of the complainant's liberty, and it did so in such a way that avoided duplicative punishment for conduct already penalized by another offense. Accordingly, this is not an instance where the council needs to legislate. In fact, the examples outlined in the council's letter introducing the legislation, for instance, being forcibly driven for 20 minutes or a child being taken from their yard and driven a similar time frame, are not examples of a gap in liability. Depending on the circumstances, that hypothetical conduct could be covered by felony threats and by the offense of attempted kidnapping, since the individuals would have come dangerously close to completing the offense of kidnapping while acting with the intent required for the offense. However, if the council elects to create a new kidnapping statute, it should not be the introduced version. There are 3 foundational problems with the current proposal, which together result in expansive kidnapping liability for conduct that bears little resemblance to the core harm of the offense, and which will make the district an outlier, the district statute an extreme outlier. First, the proposed statute fails to limit kidnapping to instances in which the prescribed confinement or movement substantially restricts the complainant's liberty or freedom of movement. Under the current proposal, a person is guilty of first-degree kidnapping if he moves or causes the complainant to move at least 20 feet or more from their original location, or confines or moves the complainant for at least 10 minutes, by making a coercive threat or engaging in deception while having the intent to facilitate any felony. This definition sweeps in conduct that bears no resemblance to kidnapping. Imagine this scenario. 2 people enter Best Buy. One asks the clerk to go more than 20 feet to the back of the store under the pretense of answering questions about video games, while the accomplice walks out with unpurchased electronics. Because they used deception to get the employee to move, and they had the intent to facilitate a felony theft, they would be guilty. In addition to being guilty of felony theft, they could be charged with first-degree kidnapping, even though the store clerk's liberty and freedom of movement were never limited. Just as illogically, a defendant who is destroying property and coercively threatens a passerby to get lost in order to facilitate their own destruction of property could be charged with kidnapping, even though the complainant who moved away from the defendant retained the freedom to go almost anywhere. Additionally, because the proposed language also criminalizes as kidnapping the act of causing someone to move as a result of a coercive threat, and then defines a coercive threat to include facilitating access to drugs, what everyone conceptualizes as drug dealing could now be charged as kidnapping. Under the statutory proposal, drug dealers commit first-degree kidnapping each time they invite a willing customer into their apartment in order to complete a felony drug transaction. Second, the proposed statute has no limitation to prevent an individual from being convicted of kidnapping based on conduct incidental to another offense. To the contrary, multiple convictions for related offenses provision explicitly makes consecutive sentencing the default where multiple convictions for kidnapping and another offense arise from the same course of conduct. In other words, under the current proposal, the armed robber who chases the complainant for half a block, thereby causing the complainant to move 20 feet, could be charged with kidnapping in addition to armed robbery. In these cases, the defendant could receive 30 years of imprisonment in addition to punishment for the underlying sexual assault, or robbery. This is wholly at odds with the broad consensus of what constitutes a kidnapping and the majority view that kidnapping should not be used to dole out duplicative punishment. Finally, the definition of substantially confines or moves to mean moved at least 20 feet or confined or moved for at least 10 minutes is arbitrary, untested, and sweeps too broadly. We are not aware of any jurisdiction that has legislatively defined kidnapping based on the precise number of minutes of confinement or the number of feet moved. To our knowledge, the only state that has adopted a bright line approach is New York, which limits first-degree kidnapping to restraint of the complainant for 12 or more hours, an exponentially greater duration than the current proposal. Moving a complainant to the room where a cash box is located to effectuate a robbery is the paradigmatic example of conduct incidental to a robbery that most jurisdictions have said should not be punished as kidnapping. Yet the proposed statute turns that common sense approach on its head and would make the defendant guilty of kidnapping simply because they caused the complainant to move more than 20 feet. The breadth of the proposed statute would give rise to convictions in circumstances that are far afield of the community's understanding of kidnapping. The council should decline this approach. If the council elects to rewrite the kidnapping statute, it should incorporate into the actus reus the key concept of kidnapping, that it requires a substantial restriction on liberty. Substantial restriction of liberty addresses the core harm of kidnapping while also being more nuanced and adaptable to a wide variety of real-world fact patterns than the proposed bright line 20 feet or 10 minutes. Additionally, in order to create an offense that is both connected to the core harm and proportionate to its severe sanctions, the council should foreclose the possibility of a conviction for kidnapping when the conduct that would constitute kidnapping is incidental to the underlying offense. Further, rather than creating arbitrary bright lines between degrees of kidnapping, attempt liability would cover conduct that falls short of being a substantial restraint on liberty in instances where the individual acted with the intent to commit the greater harm and came dangerously close to doing so. The council should create a misdemeanor criminal restraint statute that has substantial changes from the introduced version because the current misdemeanor offense would criminalize non-culpable conduct and raises serious First Amendment and due process concerns. PDS's full written testimony expands on the problems of the proposed criminal restraint statute and provides a starting point for potential legislation. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and PDS welcomes the opportunity to partner with the council in that legislative effort.
Thank you. Ms. Schneider, do you have an opening statement? Okay, great. We will now turn to Director Janu Park, Director of the DC Criminal Code Reform Commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and for allowing me to testify here this afternoon regarding the Kidnapping Amendment Act. We've submitted preliminary comments and remarks to your staff, but we will be submitting a formal written testimony before the close of the record for this hearing. So when it comes to the Kidnapping Act, this you see in the first instance is it's really pleased to see that this language is adapted nearly verbatim from the RCCCA in terms of creating new gradations for kidnapping, defining mental states or specifying mental states, and then also creating a new misdemeanor criminal restraint offense. And so overall, this really does mark a significant improvement in the clarity and the proportionality of the as compared to the current kidnapping statute. That said, we do have some concerns about how the kidnapping statute's been drafted, which we'll flesh out in our written remarks. And I do want to hit on at least some of them here today in this hearing. So first, if I testified before this committee, this kind of piecemeal reform is a very effective way to improve the quality of our criminal code, but it does have some drawbacks, mostly related to the fact that there is no general part to the current code. That is, the part of the code that provides defined terms and generally applicable rules and doctrines. So the Kidnapping Act does specify mental states, but these mental states are left undefined. So for example, kidnapping requires in part that the defendant knowingly confines another person with intent to cause any person to fear that the complainant will not be released safely. But these terms knowingly and with intent are not defined. It might be intuitive in this context what knowingly means, but with intent is much less clear. And so left defined, it could reasonably be interpreted to mean something akin to purpose, that it was the defendant's conscious desire, though that's not exactly what we meant under the RCCA. We had a much less exacting standard. Second, there aren't rules of interpretation. So the RCCA had rules to determine when a mental state that's in one subsection either does or does not apply to subsequent subsections or paragraphs or subparagraphs. So for example, in the RCCA, when a statute says to knowingly confine the complainant, and then several subparagraphs later says by means of making a coercive threat, with rules of interpretation, it's clear that knowingly mental state still applies to this element of doing so by means of making a coercive threat, but that would be unclear under the Kidnapping Amendment Act because it lacks these rules of interpretation. There are though some defined terms. So for example, there is a definition of coercive threat. But again, as PDS just mentioned, the coercive threat definition includes facilitating or controlling a person's access to an addictive or controlled substance. First, just as a matter of drafting, this doesn't quite conceptually work in the context of how the word coercive threat is defined. But more importantly, if the policy aim here is to include the use of facilitation of these kinds of substances as a means of compelling someone, then the kidnapping and criminal restraint offenses are going to ensnare lots of conduct that's either A, completely legal, or B, that's wrongful, but that's properly accounted for by other criminal statutes. So first, if I just invite my friend over to a house for a wine tasting event, I would have caused that person to move by means of facilitating their access to an addictive substance, alcohol, and would technically be guilty of criminal restraint. Secondly, again, as PDS noted, if I'm selling drugs and I tell the buyer, well, let's just walk down that alley over there to avoid being detected, again, I would have moved the person by means of facilitating their access to a controlled substance and would be guilty of not just the controlled substance offense, but also first-degree kidnapping, which would thereby double the maximum aggregate term of incarceration to 60 years. There is also, again, a definition of the term substantially confines or moves, which is moving a person at least 20 feet or confine them for at least 10 minutes. In contrast, the RCCA did not define what it means to substantially confine or move someone. Our commentary stated that substantiality was really just intended to rule out truly trivial or momentary confinements or movements. So by having a defined term here, there is the virtue of giving you that bright line clarity, but I think it actually then creates some problems with overbreath and potentially also underbreath as well. So with underbreath, locking someone in a trunk for 8 or 9 minutes could have sufficed to be substantial to sustain a criminal restraint conviction under the RCCA, but here it would fall short because it doesn't meet that bright line 10-minute rule. As far as to overbreath, I'll discuss this in conjunction with the merger provision. So the KA removes a merger provision, including the RCCA, that stated that convictions for kidnapping and any other offense would merge when the confinement or movement was incidental to the commission of that other offense. And in our commentary, we stated that the confinement or movement is incidental when it's of the nature and degree that's really aligned with the ordinary commission of that other offense. And so what we're trying to do here is draw a distinction between, say, a run-of-the-mill robbery that involves a very, very short confinement, and a robbery where, say, I hold a person at gunpoint, drive them across town to an ATM to withdraw cash. In that latter case, we did think it would be appropriate to have a separate kidnapping conviction in addition to the robbery conviction, and that's what this merger provision was attempting to achieve in the RCCA. But in contrast, the Kidnapping Amendment Act does away with that merger provision, and these multiple convictions necessarily and categorically merge. So now the only limitation on these kinds of duplicative prosecutions is that substantiality requirement. And it does some work, but there's still going to be lots of cases in which a kidnapping conviction would be permitted, even though it's genuinely unwarranted. So for example, if I don't drive someone across town, but I order someone to walk 20 plus feet to an ATM, that would still be kidnapping under the Kidnapping Amendment Act. 20 feet not really being that long. I think maybe we're sitting within 20 feet right now. It's really not a far distance to move someone. It could also be a bar fight. Someone drags someone by the neck to the entrance of the bar that's just 20 plus feet away. Again, that could constitute kidnapping as defined under the Kidnapping Amendment Act. Also, there would be significant overlap between kidnapping and sexual assault offenses because sexual assault offenses inherently, by their nature, often involve a more prolonged period of confinement. Now, of course, sex offenses are amongst the most serious crimes under the current code, and they accordingly have some of the most serious penalties. They're also subject to enhancements if one of several enumerated aggravating factors are present. But under this act, kidnapping liability could easily apply to a large number of sexual assaults, provided that the confinement lasts for more than 10 minutes. And this would be a really significant change in the range of applicable penalties. So, for example, currently, under current law, third-degree sexual abuse has a 10-year max. If it happens to involve a confinement for more than 10 years, though, this extra 30-year maximum kidnapping penalty will apply, essentially increasing now by 4 times the applicable penalty for what is otherwise ordinarily a 10-year felony. Now, all else being equal, lengthier sexual assaults are more serious and are more culpable, but those are certainly the kinds of factors that the government is permitted to raise at sentencing to advocate for a harsher sentence within existing statutory maxima. If there are some cases where the committee decides that because of this, the especially prolonged duration of the assault, those warrant even higher penalties, the better approach would be to then revisit this list of aggravating factors, as opposed to drafting the kidnapping statute in a way that has this significant overlap with those kinds of offenses. If that's the policy goal, I think should be handled through a separate piece of legislation in direct consultation with sexual assault advocates and experts to determine if that kind of aggravator is really necessary, and if so, how it should be defined. Lastly, I did have some comments on the Residential Tranquility Act, but I think we'll hold those off for later in the hearing. So just to conclude, thanks again for allowing me to testify. We have many more points of feedback that we're going to provide to your staff, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the Kidnapping Amendment Act.
Great. Well, thank you, Director Park, and thank you all. And, this is always the case with any piece of legislation that we move or that we're considering in committee is an iterative process. But I just want to say at the front that this bill we know needs work and needs some more consideration. So look forward to working with you all on that, just so we're all on the same page there. So this may be a question for you, Chief. How many of these cases are we seeing? How many arrests, for instance, on an annual basis is the city making for kidnapping?
Sure. So so far this year, we've actually made 9 arrests for kidnapping. In 2024, we made 38 arrests for kidnapping. And in 2023, we made 65 arrests for kidnapping.
Interesting. And this is a little bit of a challenge, I know, but can you summarize what some of those trends are? Like some of these examples, and it is important to consider the examples as we make sure that the legislative language is clear, but in terms of what we're seeing in practice, have you made arrests for these types of examples of, I asked you to just come down the street with me, or maybe you're my child and I took you to the store that you didn't want to go to? Like, what are the types of cases that you're seeing?
No, and again, anecdotally, those are not the types of cases that we're seeing. We are seeing the at gunpoint in a car, drive around the ATM. Even in the Cardozo case that we speak about, we did not charge kidnapping in that case. That was a charge that was added later on. So that was not an initial arrest charge by MPD. One of the other things that I kind of touched on in testimony, but when you look at these kidnapping charges, the arrests that we have, a majority of them are domestic violence related. So of the 65 that we made in 2023, 75% or 49 of them were domestic related. So again, some sort of interpersonal relationship. In 2024, 68% were domestic related in nature. So I mean, again, you kind of look at that. Oh, I'm sorry, I got those numbers, but I think I reversed them. So there is a high probability of the domestic. So back to 2023, there's 25% were domestic related. And in 2024, 32% were domestic related. So you're looking at 1/4, 25% or more that are actually domestic related inside those there.
And what does that look like? Is that the kind of sexual assault experience that Director Park is talking about, or is that crossing state lines? What are we seeing there?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of takes a variety of things, and a lot of it is not sexual assault. It's more so kind of interpersonal violence, assaults, and then taking people different places like that. So a lot of these cases are different, but there are relations and commonalities between them.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you, both Public Defender Service, but also Director Park, what do you think would be the appropriate definition of kidnapping? Because I agree with you that like the example of the store clerk being moved a couple feet or the invitation to come to a party at someone's home doesn't seem to me a kidnapping, but what should the definition be before we get into the kind of bright line rule issue?
Sure. Well, I think I'll start by saying getting the right definition is incredibly hard, and it's something that has proven challenging for everyone. But I think there are a few key elements that it must include. It must absolutely be tied to a substantial restriction on the complainant's liberty. I think that's really what was missing in that, that store example we gave, is that the complainant was really free to go any number of places, just not exactly where they wanted. So it really does have to have this substantiality piece, and it has to be about liberty. We actually think that the Cardozo case got it right in the sense of saying it's substantial duration, that really is that substantial duration akin to being a prisoner is really what the crux of kidnapping is. And is something above and beyond the typical crime, which brings me to the next element that I think must really be in any statute, which is, it shouldn't be conduct. It shouldn't cover conduct that is incidental to another offense. And when you're talking about incidental, what that's trying to get at is something that is adding this additional harm longer than you would expect, more dangerous to the complainant. Because really the heart of kidnapping is that added danger that comes with the lengthier detention, the added risk. It could be, you could look at all the different factors that would make something more dangerous, more risky. But we really are trying to capture something serious, which is why we punish it so severely.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And as we think about even the word substantial duration for words, how do you consider that as we are also trying to be really clear and create a less subjectivity when it comes to some of these offenses? Or in this case, is that subjectivity important because of the fact-specific nature of these offenses?
Yeah, just to echo that. So we agree that really the crux of these offenses is there is a substantial infringement upon your freedom of movement, right? Generally, we're presumed to be free to go and be where it is that you want to be. And when someone infringes on that liberty, that's sort of the crux of the offense. Now, again, the exact line between what constitutes substantial and insubstantial is pretty tough. But I want to, again, focus on the distinction between criminal restraint and kidnapping. So what we tried to do in defining these offenses is find those criteria that really differentiate constraining your movement versus the types that are especially dangerous and harrowing. So things like being held for ransom, being held hostage, those are the kinds of things that would constitute kidnapping, whereas locking you in a room and you're really angry about it and you want to get out might just be also a lower level misdemeanor. And so that's why we try to create these intent requirements to try to distinguish between first and second degree kidnapping, and then further distinguish between the misdemeanor offense of criminal restraint. And so those are also really important considerations. And then secondly, it's not so much that these holdings that are incidental to another offense are not kidnapping. They may sort of embody the same kind of infringement on your liberties. It's just that when they occur incidental to another offense, it's disproportionately severe than to hit the person with multiple convictions for these two offenses, when the conviction for the robbery or the sexual assault or whatever it may be is adequately proportionate and reflects the real harm that the person was suffering in that instance.
I agree that that's an important consideration around the merger of the offenses. Let me give you another hypothetical that may lack the intent. So person goes to steal a car and there's a child in the back seat, unbeknownst to them, but they realize now there's a child in the back seat. They continue stealing the car, and whether that lasts 30 minutes or 4 hours before the child is returned, do you think that should be an additional kidnapping offense, or that's just a car theft?
That would, and they drive off with the car. Yeah, that would be kidnapping, certainly under our view. And
even with Cardozo decision determining that we need to be more like a prisoner.
Yes, I think under the Cardozo decision, depending on how long the person drove off with the child, it might not actually be kidnapping anymore. Like if it were, again, it's somewhat dicta, but they do talk about, as Ms. Suttonberg noted, they express skepticism of if even a 30-minute confinement would be sufficient for kidnapping. And again, this is not the CCRC's view on this matter.
Right.
So in that case, person drives off the car, there's a kid there. Assuming they're actually aware there's a kid in the back seat and they continue to drive, let's say 20, 30 minutes, that would certainly be a substantial movement, substantial confinement. And when it comes to the intent requirement, it's important, like I talked about, it's undefined. It sounds as if it's on the plain language, as if it's the person's purpose. That is, in this case, the car thief would have had to actually wanted for this child to be scared for their safety or for their parent to be scared of the safety. They probably didn't want that. They just wanted to steal the car. Intent as defined under the RCCA, though, is actually just knowledge that someone would fear for this person's safety. And so you drive off with a kid in the backseat of a car for 20 minutes, you're going to know that someone, like the person's parent, is going to be freaking out, afraid for that child's safety. And whether or not they wanted that outcome to occur would be irrelevant as the terms were defined on the RCCA. So I think it's really important that we have these definitions for mental states to address exactly this kind of hypothetical that you raised.
Okay, and can I ask you, Ms. Suttonberg, to comment on that? Is that scenario now under Cardozo unable to be prosecuted as a kidnapping?
So if it was 20 minutes and there was no evidence of an intent for it to be extended more than 30 minutes, I think we would be very hard pressed to sustain a kidnapping conviction under the Cardozo law. And that's very problematic. And I think we've heard a bit about kind of the risks of overcriminalization, but I do also want to emphasize the risks of undercriminalization. And I think, unfortunately, in light of the Cardozo opinion, that's what we're experiencing now, the undercriminalization of certain things that I think the broader community would recognize should constitute a kidnapping. And are not under the language of the Cardozo opinion. I did also just want to note the incidental and non-incidental point as long as we're talking about it. This is actually something that the Court of Appeals in the Cardozo opinion grappled with, the non-incidental test. And they actually gave an example from Silence of the Lambs, which I will not repeat here. But essentially, given what the examples that they gave, it's really unworkable to have a non-incidental test. And this bill proposes removing that, which we think is appropriate. In so many examples, it's hard to ascertain how a court would ascertain whether a kidnapping was incidental to another offense. For example, if a defendant grabbed a victim off of her busy front lawn and transported her to a quiet neighboring park where he subsequently raped her, is the kidnapping incidental to the rape because the defendant was seeking to commit the rape in a place less likely to be apprehended? And so really the non-incidental test, I think, is unworkable as in this context. And so we appreciate that the bill removes that from the statute as kind of the Court of Appeals in Cardozo noted was appropriate.
Just reply that briefly. So part of the reason why the incidental test was unworkable under Cardozo is because, again, Cardozo took the view that kidnapping really required this much more prolonged kind of confinement. And so they're recognizing that there's these sort of separate harms, and it just didn't work to say that if you're going to require this really prolonged form, that these other crimes, even though this confinement is incidental, it just doesn't match up. So when you take sort of a shorter view, though, of how long the duration needs to be substantial, which was the intent when we drafted the kidnapping statute, then the incidentalness test works a little bit, works a little better. And so in the hypos like Ms. Suttonberg raised, moving someone to a faraway park, that's not the kind of movement that's ordinarily associated with commission of this kind of offense. And so a multiple conviction for both the sexual assault and the kidnapping would be permitted. Taking someone away to a cabin in order to rape them, it would be fine to have multiple convictions in that case.
Unless it was less than 30 minutes.
Well,
right?
That's under the Cardozo
But that's the current
definition
state of the law.
Right.
I mean, it sounds to me like part of what you're advocating for is the version of RCCA changes, which I think is a good kind of consideration to make in this context. But I'm thinking about this through the current state of affairs with our law, which is in effect post Cardozo. And so how to fill that gap. So under current state of affairs, I think that example, but disagree with me if this is wrong, that if somebody was transported, even in your case, the back of the trunk for 25 minutes to take to another location to then rape somebody, it would not be kidnapping. right?
But well, if the substantiality is defined under this act to be less exacting than the Cardozo standard, so it doesn't require 30 minutes, hours, et cetera. Let's say it is something like 10 minutes or something in that ballpark range, then you can have the incidental merger rule. But in those cases where that movement was not incidental to the sexual assault, you would have multiple convictions. So if you confine someone for a full day and then the person then sexually assaults them over the course of that full day, because say a 24-hour period is not normally associated with the normal commission of a sexual assault, it would then not be then purely incidental to, the confinement would not be purely incidental to the sexual assault, and then you could have multiple convictions.
And just
Go ahead.
to jump in,
Yeah.
about Cardozo, we don't see it as having a bright line rule. It actually explicitly says in it, we do not adopt any bright line number of minutes or hours. And it also goes on to say, we stress that a jury can and should consider the entire factual context of the situation. Now, I recognize it does give some guideposts or benchmarks and the kind of surveys what other courts have done. And so those numbers are in there. But I do think there's room in this 25-minute example that you gave. There is some and it will be, a fact-specific question. And there's also attempt. I mean, I think we haven't talked about how attempt law may fill this gap that we're worried about. Just another piece in terms of this idea of not incidental to another offense, I do want to emphasize it is the majority rule in most states, and federal jurisdictions. None of these tests are perfect. I'm certainly not saying that, but it is the one that has prevailed. And in our written testimony that we're submitted, we will have a footnote that details the many, many states that are making it work, as well as the federal jurisdictions are. And so it is the minority view to sort of be giving duplicative punishment. And then also just on that, obviously merger was better than what we have here, but I don't think merger is the right concept to deal with the duplicative punishment, because it only really works when you have two offenses that have similar maximum exposure. So yes, maybe if it's, a kidnapping, if somebody's charged with kidnapping and sexual assault, and it's really just a sexual assault, maybe merger solves the problem because it's somewhat similar sentencing exposure. But if you're talking about some sort of assault, maybe it's an aggravated assault where there's some amount of, restraint of the person for a certain amount of time, and that maximum exposure is 10 years and the maximum exposure for 30 years, the lower offense would merge into the higher, and that person is now getting saddled with up to 30 years in prison for what is actually an aggravated assault. So we think that having it in the elements, that the concept that it's not incidental to another offense is really important. And, I also agree with everything that's been said here, is that if something is above and beyond and more dangerous and lengthier than kind of what we normally would expect in an underlying crime, that's when it's not incidental to an offense.
So I hear you, and I'm sympathetic to that. And as I said earlier, agree that we have to write the law in a way that is very clear and proportional and sensible. But in practice, have you ever seen something like that where somebody had a simple assault, maybe they pushed someone over, but in so doing, they moved them a couple feet, and all of a sudden a judge imposing a 30-year sentence on them? Like, is that a reality that has ever happened at the District of Columbia?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, obviously judges have sentencing discretion. I will say that, a case like Cardozo, I mean, he did not get an extreme sentence for that kidnapping, but was charged with kidnapping for what was charged and convicted for what was a split second, bear hug and groping on a public street. And I will say that having a kidnapping conviction has serious, serious consequences independent of the sentence you are given. It is one of the most serious felonies. And it's going to have a big impact on that person above and beyond a lower felony. So it's not nothing to convict somebody of a kidnapping. And I think the other piece that I think that is really concerning is the coerciveness in plea negotiations. I have had a number of clients who were charged with something like robbery and kidnapping. This is under the old regime where a momentary restraint was qualifying as kidnapping. And we definitely have had lots of clients who, when thinking about, whether to go to trial because they thought they had a good defense or whether they should plead, that potential sentence of up to 30 years is coercive. And I think that is a serious concern as well, that this council should be aware of.
Thank you. I want to ask you, Ms. Suttenberg, What do you think about some of the examples that have been given around the drug activity and the way that the amendment is currently structured to say, if you take someone 20 feet and then there's, drugs or alcohol there, do you agree that that may be a little bit overly broad?
I don't think that that's necessarily the heart of what this bill is intended to capture. I think this bill is intended to capture the situations that are currently not criminalized as kidnapping. And I think we can once again kind of do this dance of kind of the undercriminalization and overcriminalization, which I think is important, and I'm not minimizing at all. But I do think that kind of examples around the edges, I'm sure we could find examples around the edges of both under and overcriminalization. And I think we should account for those, but also consider kind of what we're seeing in reality too.
And so I guess on that type of case, what are you seeing in reality that you can't currently prosecute as kidnapping that is more kind of run of the mill that, a layperson would say, yeah, that's probably kidnapping?
Sure. Well, I do think that kind of the example of a child being taken from their front lawn, right? That it's a kid, right? I don't know, that just feels like the most quintessential form of kidnapping. If there's no evidence that it was intended to be, a significant duration of period of time, 30 minutes or over, then we couldn't charge that as a kidnapping. I appreciate the public defender service saying that, less time could suffice to sustain a conviction for kidnapping. But, I think that's kind of the category of cases that we're really trying to, we want to fill this gap, and where we think that this should be criminalized as kidnapping, and that gap doesn't exist right now. I just also want to speak to sentencing. It has a 30-year under the bill. It does have a 30-year maximum, which is consistent with current law. There's also the sentencing guidelines, as I know you're aware of. The sentencing guidelines are a crucial part of any sentence structure, and that's where all judges, it's voluntary, but it's where judges all start off. Kidnapping is a group 5 offense. It's not in the same place as murder, right? Rape, other things that are higher. It's aligned with carjacking, first-degree burglary, obstruction of justice. So, when we're talking about sentencing, we also have to look at the realities of sentencing in the district and the sentencing guidelines in practice, which often inform what a sentence a judge actually imposes when they sentence someone.
And what ranges are those class 5 listed under now for first degree?
I don't have that in front of me right now.
For someone with no criminal history score, the recommended range would be 36 to 84 months. So again, that's with no criminal history score. So if they have even a modest criminal history score, it would bump up significantly more than that. Now again, these are not binding, but judges follow these. I believe it's something like 97% of the time.
Or even 99, I think.
Maybe even 99, yeah. And again, they can depart, but if we're talking about in the drug context, the median sentence for distribution is something in the range of about 14 months. And so the median sentence for kidnapping is about 79 months. And so this is over the 2010 to 29 period based on Superior Court data. So even if they were to depart downwards in these hypotheticals, I don't think anyone's going to get a 30-year kidnapping sentence on any of these cases. But there could be a significant increase in the actual sentencing based on what we've seen in practice from how kidnapping is sentenced and based on the sentencing guidelines.
Do you think that there should be a different sentence structure if the kidnapping occurs against a child?
Yeah, I think, and I believe it's included, but there, as an aggravating factor is that enhances it is whether the person's a protected person, the victim's a protected person, which includes children. And if not, in the way that the K is drafted, certainly I think those things can be addressed through either standalone enhancement or something within the language of the statute itself that would authorize.
Do you all agree with that, Public Defender Service, that that should be an aggravating factor if it's a kidnapping of a child?
No, I mean, there are other offenses that can also be charged. There's child endangerment that can be charged. There are, I don't think we can just agree that there should be an aggravating factor. And always in sentencing, a judge is going to consider the full scope of conduct. And I think, so rather than legislating through aggravating factors that increase punishment for already there's such a long sentence that is possible for the offense of kidnapping under current law with a 30-year maximum, that there's plenty of discretion there.
But I'm not asking if there's a 30-year maximum for adults, should we make it 45 years for kids? I'm just asking, do you agree with the general principle that if you kidnap a child, it should be a more serious offense than kidnapping an adult?
I think that the heartland of the offense is the what we are advocating for is a substantial restraint on liberty. And whether that happens to an adult or a child, there are other factors that are going to drive the sentencing decision of the court, including the circumstances of the individual who committed the offense and the circumstances that are on the ground for the individual, and that courts can appropriately judge that. And a longer detention of an adult may be worse than a shorter detention of a child. And so it's difficult to legislate for all bright line rules for that circumstance.
If I may, kidnapping is a crime of violence under the current law and I expect would remain so under the changes. And so there is a general enhancement already in the DC code, excuse me, that applies when you commit a crime of violence against a child. So that general enhancement would apply by virtue of this being a crime of violence committed against a child.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much. As I said, I recognize that there is more work to do on this and more conversations that I want to have with all of you to get this language right. And certainly Director Park will take a deeper look at how the structure of the RCCA was as it relates to kidnapping too. And then would love everybody's thoughts on some of those. Okay. Thank you. Thank you three very much for being here with us throughout the day. We really appreciate all of your partnership. And we are moving on to our next bill, Bill 26-189, the Residential Tranquility Amendment Act of 2025. So staying at the table is Executive Assistant Chief Jeffrey Carroll, Metropolitan Police Department, and Director Janu Park, Executive Director of the DC Criminal Code Reform Commission. Chief, you have testimony on this bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Again, good afternoon. I am Jeffrey Carroll, the Executive Assistant Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. The Residential Tranquility Act was first enacted in 2011 to address demonstrators creating a significant disturbance in residential neighborhoods when targeting a specific residence for protests. As many residents have testified, we have seen a revival of this tactic in the past few years. As an initial matter, I would like to note that MPD strongly supports the exercise of First Amendment rights in the district. It is important that people have the opportunity to safely communicate their viewpoint to an attendant audience. We strive to do this through cooperation and negotiation with those who wish to assemble, limiting the need to make arrests. MPD supports the amendments that were passed in 2024 in the Residential Tranquility Emergency Amendment Act. This legislation has provided clear guidelines for demonstrators who have largely modified their practices to restrict the use of amplification to just between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. The permanent bill proposes additional changes to address the concern of protesters leaving amplification devices in front of the targeted residence and blasting the demonstrator's message during the day when amplification devices are currently allowed. Protesters clearly benefit if they do not have to listen to the noise for the duration of their protests. The end result is that the residents who are home during those hours, such as people who work a night shift, retirees, or children, have to listen to the noise and protesters do not. The proposed change would prohibit leaving or operating an unattended sound amplifying device emitting sound to target a residence. However, this provision would be challenging to enforce as written. First, the bill defines unattended such that MPD would have to know that someone is not actively monitoring or controlling the device and the person is not capable of immediately ceasing the operation of the device. From a practical standpoint, an officer would have to find whoever owns or is operating the device in order to take action. Moreover, if someone could remotely turn off the device, they would not be violating the law. Second, the bill includes 6 exceptions to the prohibition. We do not think that these are all necessary, as most of the scenarios do not involve a targeting a residence for a protest. For instance, a smoke detector that is being used for an emergency or public safety purposes is not being used to protest a residence. That said, most of the provisions are benign and will not be relevant to protest. However, an exception for any device used in connection with religious practices would provide an easy defense to any enforcement. How is an officer to say that a protester's message is not related to their religious practice? We recommend 2 changes to address these concerns. 1, we suggest that adding language stating that the mayor and the police are authorized to seize any unattended sound amplification devices targeting a residence for the purposes of a demonstration. Second, we recommend striking the provision exempting amplification being used while targeting a residence for the purposes of a demonstration if they are used in conjunction with a religious practice. These changes would ensure that if an officer identifies an unattended amplification device that appears to be operating in order to target a residence for a protest, they would be able to seize the device. In addition, I would note while these changes would make it easier for MPD to address some concerns of the residents impacted by the protests, the Residential Tranquility Act as a whole still allows for conduct that is still of significant concern to residents. Protesters can still use amplification devices to target residents in residential zones between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. In response, DC residents have repeatedly and emphatically expressed their belief that they should be able to use their homes during the day without this harassment. Although this legislation specifies that the amplification is subject to other noise standards, MPD can currently only enforce the prohibition on noise disturbing residents between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Protesters are still allowed to target residences between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and again between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. if the protest is limited to just 2 people and does not involve amplification. For example, we have seen large groups gather and have 2 members at a time move closer to the residents to shout their message at a high volume. Then they take turns with others in the group in order to maintain the volume. While not amplified, this noise can certainly disturb residents. Ultimately, it's up to the council to make the policy decision about what level of protection to provide the residents from this activity, but I would be remiss if I did not mention these gaps that residents have raised to MPD. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important matter.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Carroll. Director Park?
Good afternoon again. And we've also submitted some preliminary written comments on this, and we'll have much more thorough, detailed feedback. But today I want to talk about the potential First Amendment concerns that are raised by the Residential Tranquility Act. And these are especially heightened because as drafted, the offenses created in this act are really directed at political speech. And there are at least 2 central concerns that we see with this bill as drafted. So first, the offense under subsection A-1, it's directed at use of sound amplification device to target a residence for the purposes of a demonstration. That is, it's specifically treating political speech differently from other non-political speech or conduct. So for example, if I'm just in a tiff with my neighbor and merely to antagonize him, I set up some speakers blaring into his house, I would not be guilty of this offense. And the Supreme Court has held that noise ordinances that banned loud noises for political speech and only political speech are deemed a content-based regulation, even if they're viewpoint neutral. And because it would be a content-based regulation, this statute would be subject to strict scrutiny analysis, which would require, among other things, that the law be narrowly tailored to achieve its interests. We have doubts that it'll be narrowly tailored because of the second concern, which is that A-1 does require use of a sound amplification device, but there's no requirement that the device actually makes any sound or that the sound be unreasonably loud or likely to disturb or annoy anyone. So this act essentially potentially criminalizes political speech, even if it's silent or it's not particularly loud, or even if it lasts for a very brief duration such that it wouldn't actually be likely to harass anyone. So given that that this act touches on core protected political speech, and due to the fact that it is broad enough to cover the kinds of speech that were not actually loud enough or unreasonable or that are likely to annoy one, it's likely that this would have that would be unconstitutional as applied, at least in certain cases. So we have general drafting recommendations. We recommend that the bill omits the requirement that the house is targeted for the purpose of a demonstration, and that it also adds in language very similar to what we have in the current disorderly conduct statute that requires that the noise be unreasonable and that it be likely to annoy or disturb residents. So that concludes my oral remarks on this. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
And we'll be just a minute when the council member.
Sorry about that. Thank you all. Okay, so Director Park, I have to disagree with the first sentence you said, which is that this is targeting political speech. This is absolutely not targeting political speech. This is targeting amplified noise. But when you think about the definition of the law that was already in effect before we ever moved an emergency, it did have this language for the purpose of a demonstration. So that's not something we are changing. That was the law. how do you or how do courts define what the purpose of a demonstration means?
So first of all, yeah, it is true. This definition of a demonstration is existing in current law. Based on the data that we saw from Superior Court, the current existing offenses have never been actually prosecuted. So I don't think there's been
Wait, sorry, the what?
the existing
Oh.
offenses under 2752 have not actually been charged, at least during the 2010 to 2019 window for which we have data. So it seems like it's never had occasion to actually be challenged in court. My assumption is that this new piece of legislation is in response to some kind of ongoing or fairly common activity, and that there is a better chance that it could be used, which is why I think it's salient to raise possible constitutional concerns. I understand the bill is targeted at amplified uses of sound, but an element is that it's amplified sound for the purposes of a demonstration, which is defined as marching, congregating, standing, etc., for the purpose of persuading one or more individuals of the public to protest some action or attitude or belief. So this really sounds like this is getting at the kind of speech. Again, it's not just me angry at my neighbor and I'm blasting loud music just to annoy him. It seems like this is sort of, advocacy. I'm trying to convince people of a certain position, which is why. So we interpret this as this is an act that is targeted at political speech. It's not not by its terms. It's not explicitly saying we're targeting political speech, but it does seem like that would be the import of this bill.
But if I don't like the yellow roses my neighbor is planting, and I live in a residential neighborhood, and at night I go out there and I use an amplification device and I want to convince my neighbors that we should have a new rule that says no yellowed roses on our block, that would be prohibited under this act, right?
I mean, I believe it. I mean, provided that counts as a demonstration,
Marching for the purpose
it's to protest some action,
persuading.
attitude, or belief. In this definition of demonstration, I think you're right. It could be interpreted broadly to include the kinds of things that we might not quite consider purely political speech. But the fact is it's carving out sort of certain uses of these amplification devices, many of which I think just under the terms of the definition of demonstration are going to be political speech. And so the fact that we're not treating all sound amplification between these hours as the problem, even though all of those kinds of amplifications would absolutely invade upon residential tranquility, and we're setting aside it's for the purpose of a demonstration, I think has the potential to raise constitutional issues. The notion that this is really directed at certain kinds of political speech.
No, and I appreciate that. I just want to be really clear for the record that while, yes, political speech could be included in a set of activities that you're trying to persuade, in my reading of the court decisions, it is not the either intention or the carve out of this limitation. And I think that's a relevant factor. From MPD's perspective, in my yellow rose example, and I do love yellow roses, so no knock on them. Is that activity that you would enforce?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Okay, so, and it's kind of an interesting situation because on one hand, it sounds like we're saying that in order to be clearer, we need to be broader, but that's going to be met with its own pushback. So yes, it is true that we were trying to be very targeted, not at the type of speech, not at the content of the speech, but at the time of speech and the time, place, and manner of that amplified speech. Chief, could you talk about the kind of practical efforts that MPD has been able to engage with in this area since we passed the emergency? And I think it's really notable that Director Parks, that there's been no cases since 2010. It's my understanding there have been 0 arrests since the emergency bill. And to me, that's kind of the best case scenario. Provide MPD this additional tool to disperse, but it's not being criminalized. Can you talk about what that looks like in practice on the ground?
Sure, absolutely. So, I mean, arrest avoidance is a tactic that we use and something we've used since the Police Standards Act of 2004. In this case, when the emergency legislation went in, immediately once the individuals, there is a group in a certain area that regularly comes out and demonstrates using these tactics, and they're very familiar with the law. Once the emergency legislation was passed, they were aware of it. They immediately ceased the behavior during those timeframes, and they moved in compliance with the new law. And even when there was almost a lapse and they believed it was going out, they came back and were like, "Hey, we're aware the emergency legislation is over." And then once the new it rolled in, they once again came back into compliance with that. So I do think, the importance of integrating this into the law is very important. And the tactic involving the amplification devices, this is something that we're seeing more and more commonly in this area. And it really does disrupt the entire neighborhood because they're leaving these things on the ground, multiple, sometimes 8 of them on the ground in front of a residence and letting them blare. So it's targeting this residence, but really the entire block and neighborhood is hearing the sound. And it's just going until the batteries end or whatever, and folks stand back there. So that's why we highlight some other areas, with the legislation where we'd like to see, because folks may have the ability, now with a switch or something to turn it off. And we want to make sure that if folks are doing this, or if they leave it there unattended and we can't identify who actually put it down, we do have the ability to seize these and take them away.
Thank you. And I want to come to the unattended device issue in a moment. I appreciated your testimony on that. What are some of the conditions that you all consider in determining if something is for a purpose of demonstration? Notwithstanding there's the changes in the emergency bill, but since this has been the law for several years.
Yeah, obviously, the definition of a demonstration is inside the code. So, really, picketing, marching, it can be any kind of content or speech. So, the first thing we do at any demonstration, any First Amendment activity, and a lot of times folks, use the term demonstration, protest, interchange, but really it's a First Amendment activity. When we get there, we evaluate, we see what's going on, and try to talk to the individuals. So really, once you're there, you observe and you see, you're able to determine if it's in compliance with the code as far as, if it's a demonstration or not.
Okay. At what point would something rise to the level of an arrest?
Like I said, voluntary compliance is our first goal. So, getting there, making sure, because sometimes, the group I spoke of earlier, obviously they do it all the time, so they're aware, but new folks come to town or they see a tactic that's being used, and so they may try to adopt it. It really is getting there, making contact, advising them, hey, this is a law, this is a regulation, trying to gain voluntary compliance. If we get to a situation where we can't gain voluntary compliance, then giving them warnings, making sure they're aware of the law, and then kind of as a last resort, it is making an arrest.
Okay. And so the law includes a provision that makes it unlawful to, quote, continue or resume targeting a residence after being instructed by law enforcement to cease. So does that include if law enforcement comes and says, you can't be here, it's the middle of the night, and then they return the next day? Does that include, does that mean that they are violating this provision?
I think that would be I think we made an arrest based on it. It would be worked out through the courts. I think that the safest row of caution would be to give them a warning again. To again, go to them more and say, hey, we just had this conversation yesterday. This is in violation of the law. You need to cease this behavior now. You're in violation. And then if they didn't, then again, we would make the arrest based on that. But again, because you may have different individuals that are in a group, it's a tactic sometimes to change people. And can you verify that each person that was there the day before are the same people? So the safe methodology, because you also may have different officers there on the second day, is to, again, re-advise, make sure everyone's aware, give them the order, and then if they fail to comply, then make the arrest.
Oh, thank you. And Director Park, how do you constitutionally analyze the pieces of unattended devices? So this is an issue, let's say somebody ties a speaker in a tree and it's blasting anything, music, speech, I hate yellow roses, whatever it is, and they leave the neighborhood, okay? And so we're trying to empower MPD to say, this is unattended, amplified device. It's disrupting the neighborhood. You should be empowered to cease that. Do you have constitutional concerns with that provision?
In general, no. There are disorderly conduct statutes already on the books that cover really, really loud noises. It's a narrower time window, I believe, in which those hours, the sort of quiet hours are. But those are already on the books. I don't know what the standard MPD practice would be if someone left a radio blaring at 1 a.m. or something. I assume MPD could seize it or at least turn it off. But yeah, on its face, no. Like having some kind of regulations of really, really loud noises is not inherently constitutionally problematic. It's just when it's now being done, you're targeting again for the purpose of a demonstration, and we don't have also these reasonableness elements baked in. So if someone has a sound emitting device, I leave a tiny Bluetooth speaker that's at the lowest volume setting, for example, right? And I'm doing that for political purposes as part of a demonstration, that might be the kind of thing, well, that's protected speech, and sure, I'm using a sound amplification device, but it's not really loud, and so barring that kind of use, even if it's unattended, might not be narrowly tailored enough to meet constitutional scrutiny, which is why I was just saying, I think for all of these new offenses under this bill, we need to have this sort of unreasonableness and the fact that it's likely to annoy or disturb some of the residences. And I don't think that would defeat any of the actual policy aims here, right? I mean, I don't think anyone cares about a Bluetooth speaker left at the lowest volume level. It's these really, really loud, genuinely disruptive kinds of sounds that we're concerned with. And I think those would meet the requirements of unreasonableness and likely to annoy or disturb.
Okay, and MPD, when you think about the ability to enforce these unattended devices under the current law, what are your tools?
So in the current law, obviously it's silent on it, right? So what we'll be left with, and what the challenge would be is we walk up, it's not there, it's playing, we get ready to take it, and then someone steps forward and says, hey, it's mine. So then we run into that, well, no, now it's no longer unattended. I think the easier solution is someone just leaves it there. Under the current law, could we take it for being abandoned property? Possibly, we could, just if we found an abandoned bag sitting on the ground for a certain period of time. The hope with this was to give us some clear guidance and some clear authority to do that in this case, and not so much, because if you were to find a bag, I come up, it's in there, we go to take it because it's unattended, and you come and say, hey, that's my bag, I forgot it. We would return it back to you. That's what we would do. So we want to make sure, because people will again weaponize this as we talk about, so, oh, hey, that's mine, I'll take that back. They'll hold it in their hand, start to run the siren again, and then, wait. So it's kind of, I don't want to say cat and mouse game, but they wait, then they set it back down again. Now it's theirs, so it's not unattended because it's sitting 3 feet in front of them, but they're not holding the button. Common tack is they'll tape down these siren horns and just let it blare and blare. So again, giving us clear guidance, the ability to clearly take and seize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or as has happened, someone may have, 6 or 8 devices and be sitting in their car across the street, kind of monitoring it from there. And so if they see MPD come,
They get out and they come forward.
So what do you think is the fairest response? That I understood in your testimony, you were saying you think there should be some changes to this element?
Yeah, we do. We think that just the mere fact, we should have the ability to seize them. So if it's there, it's unattended. If we walk up, we see unattended devices, there's no one in the area, we should have the ability to seize it at that point. The other issue is the way the law is currently written, it appears that if I was sitting in my car and say I had a switch where I could turn it on and off, then I would be able to immediately cease it. So therefore, I would not be in violation of this new legislation. And that's a concern, because there's a lot of Bluetooth apps and things like that where you can bloop, bloop right from your phone. So we're like, no, I can immediately cease it. Even though I'm sitting 10 feet across the street here in my car, I can turn it off.
Right, as soon as the police come.
Yes, exactly. And
And
so
then as soon
therefore
as
they
you
be in
leave-
compliance. Yes, they be in compliance with the law. And then when we walk away, bloop, and they say, hey, no, I have immediate control over it.
I see. Okay, thank you. I think that's an important distinction.
Councilmember,
Sure.
I think and this is apart from the practical challenges of enforcing
Yeah.
this stuff. But just again, the offense under A1, it talks about it being unlawful for a person to use a sound amplifying device. I would think in the common usage of that word, if I have a Bluetooth speaker and I turn it on, even if it's remotely, and I walk away, like I've still used it, I think, in that sense. So I think in a sense, the sort of unattended version of this offense is, if not, it's maybe somewhat redundant. I think it's clarificatory that pushing play once and walking away constitutes use. But I do think arguably the offense under A-1 would cover these kinds of situations adequately.
Yeah, I hear that. Like if I'm just thinking of an example, someone turns on a speaker in their yard and then they go inside. That would be on their property. Would that change the analysis?
But it wouldn't be, you wouldn't be targeting a residence for a protest. You would be turning on music in your yard.
Or for a demonstration?
Exactly.
Okay. So some of the opponents of this bill will say have said there are plenty of other alternatives. We have noise restrictions in the city. We have other ordinances. Disturbance of the peace has been mentioned. What's your response to those other avenues?
Sure. So like, as I mentioned before, the only thing the MPD has at this time is the noise at night, which starts at 10 p.m. So there is no other mechanism for noise that we, MPD, can enforce. I know there's some legislation was passed in 2024 that involves DLCP and their ability in civil enforcement. That was specifically my understanding from Councilwoman Nadeau to say so the MPD was not involved in enforcing that. So that's not really a tool that MPD can use. So in this time frame, 9:30 at night out in front of your house, we have nothing that we can do at this point. And residents, I mean, when you tell that, when you try to explain to a residents, they're not very happy. But you have children. I mean, a lot of people go to bed at 9 o'clock at night. They might not stay up till 10. So they have to explain that to them and say, well, actually, there's nothing we can do at this point. It becomes challenging.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I think, that other challenge at the other end of the day, at the very early morning hours, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. when, kids might be getting ready for school or still sleeping. And that creates a gap there. So another provision that this legislation seeks to address is the launching or throwing of projectiles onto residential property with the intent to cause fear, intimidate, or retaliate. Director Park, do you have any thoughts on this provision?
Yeah, so a lot of this would overlap with the ordinary threats statute. Threats is generally interpreted fairly broadly to not include just explicit words, but also conduct and gestures that are threatening. Like someone shakes their fist at you, that could still be deemed a threat. And so there's potential overlap. That said, we haven't found case law sort of clearly interpreting this kind of conduct as constituting a threat. And so there could be some value in, okay, fine, we're going to make it crystal clear that at least in certain circumstances, throwing these kinds of objects in someone's yard essentially constitutes a threat. I mean, that could be done by a tweak to the threat statute itself, but if you want to have a standalone statute, that's not the worst thing. There potentially could be some overbreadth. This is sort of draft preliminary comments, but someone supports candidate A, someone else who supports candidate B is angry at them, so they throw, their campaign sticker onto the other person's yard to make them angry. And we want to make sure that those kinds of acts necessarily are not sort of triggering full-on criminal liability. You want to make sure this is genuinely threatening conduct that really puts someone in fear for their safety. So as long as those elements are clear, I think this would be fine, even if it's somewhat redundant and overlaps with the threat statute.
Okay. Chief Carroll?
I think it's important to make sure that it is clear specifically what they're doing with people. We have had instances where individuals are throwing things, liquids, eggs, different items at people's property related to demonstrations. So I think it's important that it's clear that this is prohibited.
How do you advise your officers to distinguish between a projectile being thrown for fear versus litter?
No, obviously, it's like everything we talked about. There's a reasonable standard, and as we've kind of shown already with the lack of arrests that have been made involving this, our officers aren't just running out here and arresting people that are going out there. They're working with the people. The First Amendment area is an area that our officers are working all the time. So if someone's throwing a sticker on the lawn, the first thing isn't to go arrest them, right? So hey, don't do that. Pick up your sticker or whatever and move on. So that's not the intent. And for our instructions of how we train our officers, that's one of those things that we work through with their discretion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just sorry, Councilmember, but yeah, because the way it's drafted is it's intent to cause fear, intimidate. These are things that again really closely align with threat statutes and I think are unproblematic. But it's also just or retaliate, which is a much broader, I think, vaguer term, and that's where maybe it's intent to retaliate, right? So seems to be something different than putting you in fear for your safety. It's it's sort of you can retaliate in all manner of ways, and so that's why I bring up these hypos of. You like candidate A, I like candidate B. We got into an argument. I'm going to show you by putting this big candidate B sign, I'm going to throw it onto your yard. It's sort of childish behavior, of course, and don't do that. But arguably that could count as I'm throwing this onto your yard with intent to retaliate for you expressing your support for the opposing candidate. I don't like that. Not clear that should necessarily rise to the level of a criminal offense if I'm not actually intending to put you in fear of your own safety.
And maybe I kind of just see that differently. I agree that that's not necessarily, under the current threat statute, but if you are protesting somebody, I believe you shouldn't be throwing projectiles of any kind into their lawn, even if you think it's silly. That's not acceptable conduct. And that's where I go back to the practicality of when we say this word criminalization. There have been 0 arrests and 0 cases brought. It's just been utilized as a tool for the police to say, hey, you can't do that. and don't do it again. And we mean it. And in neighborhoods that we have seen this activity happen and really terrorize certain residents over and over and over, since we passed this emergency, that activity has ceased.
Again, certainly with respect to fear or intimidation, I think clearly then that this is the kind of conduct that would warrant criminalization. It's just when it comes to, I'm just retaliating in this rude and childish way. I agree, that's not good, good behavior. And certainly if it causes actual property damage or things like that, it could constitute other distinct criminal offenses. But if it's merely kind of a rude, childish thing, not clear that really rises to the level of a criminal offense, short of I'm not actually causing you to be in fear. But I suppose, yeah, reasonable minds could differ on that front.
Well, I think it just goes back to then what happens. Let's say it is not an offense because we don't think it rises to the same standard. Then what is MPD supposed to do if they're called, if someone continues to throw something in
there
your
are
yard?
littering offenses. I mean, it would be the person who, for example, walks his dog across my yard and it defecates, like, right? Like,
But do you think that's the same?
I think that's worse than throwing a political sign onto my yard, frankly. But those are kinds of things where that's living among people and it's tough and there's rude behavior. But again, does that rise to the level of we make a criminal offense for someone walking their dog across my yard within peas
Could I
on my
jump
yard?
in? Would you mind?
Sure.
I mean, just to remember, we talk about the sign and things like that, but this is all in the context of a demonstration at a residence. So like two neighbors get into a fight and throwing a sign in the yard, retaliation. Like this is like we're at a protest and someone's throwing it inside somebody's yard. So I think a lot of kind of those like that, the situation you're talking about, it's not two neighbors arguing about a political sign and throwing it in somebody's yard. There's a protest at someone's residence targeting people throwing things in the yard. So just to kind of not lose sight of what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I always regret when I ever say an example of myself, but I can't help myself. On this, like as a political person a political official who does receive protests and people coming to my house at all hours and advocating for different points of view, I do think a line is crossed in my residential neighborhood if they start projectiling objects into my yard. That people use my public trash can for their dog's business all day, every day, because it's a very public driveway and that's what they do. It's not perfect, but that to me is much different than if you're protesting something at a residence, targeting a residence, and then throwing something. Like maybe people have different thresholds of fear. I would find that threatening personally, and so it's not about me, but I just say that as an example of the distinguishing, I think, between the neighbors kind of having a jovial disagreement.
Sure, and I'm totally agreeing that genuinely threatening and intimidating conduct is fairly covered and should absolutely be covered by the criminal codes. I don't disagree in any of that. And absolutely throwing stuff on your yard could absolutely constitute sort of that kind of degree of threats, and we would not object at all to including that in a statute sort of similar to this.
Okay. No, that's interesting. Thank you. Okay, so one other question on this with the definition of residences. So something that came up during the public hearing yesterday is we really tried to be very narrow in this, but I hear you, Director Park, that maybe we should consider a more broad version. But one of the things that we did was limit it to residentially zoned areas. We are a city that has First Amendment protests and activity every day of the week. It's something that we're known for. I think we do it better than any other city in the world. And so we really wanted to be specific. We also have neighborhoods that might be very close by to something akin to a residence, like an embassy. And so what are your thoughts on, as we try to get this definition right, to both be really narrow and also responsive to what's happening in practice when these kind of uniquely zoned neighborhoods in DC?
No, it is challenging because there are some embassies that are in more residential areas or have apartment buildings and things very close by. And again, the noise, although not targeted at a residence, it is targeted at an embassy or consular or one of those locations or an ambassador's residence nearby, and it affects the neighborhood. So I know there's particularly one neighborhood that this is an issue that they've been concerned about, and it's been affecting them for a good period of time as it relates to that. So I think it's something we should definitely think about. How can we also address this to make sure that residences are not being affected?
Thank you. Director Park, you mentioned in your written testimony that you're worried about the underlying statute criminalizing demonstrations while wearing a mask. And I want to be very clear that the bill we're considering today does not create any new prohibitions on wearing a mask at a protest. I think what you're referring to is the underlying law, which has been the law in DC for the last 15 years, since its passage in 2011. In your analysis, you cited McIntyre v. Ohio Elections Commission, which the Supreme Court held that anonymous speech is protected. What changes would you suggest, if any, to this part of the bill, or maybe as a separate bill, to an underlying law to accommodate that concern?
And first, yeah, that's right. That when we're reviewing this, we just looked at the statute and figured, hey, we see some of the things here. I'm not familiar with binding case laws, just specifically stating whether it's constitutional or not to require to criminalize protesting while wearing a mask. But we think that it creates at least some potential issues for under the First Amendment to say that, even because that provision law that's in subsection A1, there's no requirement of it being loud or noisy or anything, right? So it's people just even completely peacefully, completely silently, just holding up a sign saying, you know, pass bill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they happen to be wearing, 3 of them are wearing masks, that would be a crime under this statute. And I think that genuinely could infringe upon people's free speech rights. And so one example would be just to, insofar as it does, the solution is be to nix that subsection. Just delete it.
Thank you. Chief Carroll, do you have any thoughts on this provision?
I mean, we've never made any arrests for it, so I don't think it's a concern.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that concludes my questions for this bill. I want to thank you both very, very much for your testimony and answering these questions. This is very helpful, and look forward to working with you both in the coming weeks to get this language right. Okay, so Chief, just you and me now for our last bill of the day. And a good news topic, I hope. The Metropolitan Police Department Training Academy College Credit Opportunity Amendment Act of 2025, which is Bill 26-187. Chief Carroll, if you would like to make any comments on this bill, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Again, I'm Executive Assistant Chief Jeffrey Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. The MPD Training Academy College Credit Opportunity Act would help to address one of the most critical challenges MPD faces, recruiting new police officers. Even though hiring and retention are improving, it's not happening fast enough. In fiscal year 2024, new recruit hires increased 12%, and separations were at a 10-year low. In addition, over the past 19 months, 44 cadets have been hired as recruits. Nevertheless, we are still seeing a net loss of officers. With 3,222 sworn members, MPD has fewer officers now than in over 50 years. The competition for new recruits among police departments is fierce, and DC's legislative requirement that recruits have completed 60 hours of college credits before hire is a significant hurdle. Up to 1 in every 6 recruit applicants to MPD do not meet the education requirement, and many more potential recruits never apply because of the requirement. Few of the agencies that are MPD's direct competition require any education beyond a high school diploma or GED. Locally, only Arlington and Montgomery counties require 60 credits, but they offer other advantages such as 37.5-hour work weeks and slightly higher salaries. To be clear, no one is proposing eliminating this requirement that has been in place for 25 years. However, there are ways to open up opportunities to recruits who do not yet have college credits while still ensuring that new police officers have the skills and training to successfully serve DC before they leave the academy. This is possible now because MPD has worked to improve its training academy substantially. One important step was creating a curriculum development team under the leadership of 2 professionals who have led curriculum development at area colleges. An agreement from an accredited college to grant credit hours for our coursework validates that MPD's academy provides recruits with the same skills as a college in order to prepare them to work in and serve DC, which is the goal of the college requirement. When Chief Pamela Smith and you, Councilmember Pinto, first discussed this proposal, MPD was in discussions with the college that would award up to 15 hours of credit for completing MPD's recruit training. However, applicants would still need to have 45 credit hours before hire, which may not be a common situation. Since then, we have worked with an area college who has agreed to provide us with 41 credit hours. The college would then provide about a month of intensive instruction and learning for recruits to earn the additional 19 hours. Recruits would stay in the academy for this month to take a mix of virtual and in-person classes taught by the college instructors with a cohort of other recruits. The college has successfully run a similar program with a state police department for 2 decades. This program would allow MPD to successfully compete with other police departments for the tight pool of applicants while still ensuring that new officers are well prepared to serve DC. MPD would be happy to work with the committee to modify the proposed bill to support this program. With that, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this important new bill. Thank you. And of course, any questions you may have, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. That is an amazing statistic that you shared, that 1 in 6 applicants don't meet the education requirements. And sometimes I think about recruitment in a life cycle of like what we can do at the front end to get more folks in the door, and then what we can do at the back end. I want to just give a little plug for our drop bill that's currently in the committee of the whole, to deal with more of the back end and to try to make sure we can retain our best and most senior officers. So can we just re-clarify for the record what is the current number of police officers at MPD?
Sure. So our current number is 3,222 sworn officers.
So what type of content is taught in the MPD Training Academy?
Sure. So, I mean, the academy runs the entire gamut of everything, not only what you need to be a police officer, but general skills, report writing, the things that you need to how to write police reports, the charges. We talk a lot about the code here, DC code, how to apply the code, the elements of the criminal code. And then there's more, I don't say more basic, but more traditional police things like obviously firearm safety, how to discharge firearms, marksmanship, driving skills, things like that. So really, it's a comprehensive program that takes you through not only the skills that you would traditionally think a police officer might need to know, the police officer skill, but also to focus on other things. How to interact with citizens, how to ask questions in a way that are open-ended to elicit the information, so that way when we develop the police reports or we're getting the information for a criminal case, we have the appropriate information. How to document that inside your police notebook, to make sure you're within the requirements of the law, or we have the appropriate information that we're required to turn over to the prosecutors when an arrest is made. So really we go throughout the entire lifespan of a police officer, kind of from A to Z.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of other things too. I mean, we do the we're talking like a 6 to 7 month program here. We have things that we do to make sure people are familiar with the District of Columbia. We have a whole Chocolate City program that talks about the history of the district, the effects of law enforcement here in the city to help officers. Because we have folks that come from across the nation. Some folks do grow up here in DC or the metropolitan Washington area, but we have folks from everywhere, so they can again become part of the community, understand the history that's here, and also put them out as part of the program while they're in the academy.
Great. So I appreciated your kind of comparison in your testimony of how some other jurisdictions handle these training requirements. I think DC rightly prides itself on having the best police department in the country, the world.
That's right.
And those heightened standards are a part of that, to make sure we are recruiting the best and the brightest and people ready to take on the very complicated matrix of public safety challenges that we have, not just in DC, but by nature of being the nation's capital, and that we have people coming here from around the world. So how do you see these changes in training requirements and credits being important on the one hand to get more officers in the door, but without undermining that highest degree of standards that we need to be applying to our officers?
Yes, ma'am. So really, I mean, that is the key to this bill. We've been working a long time and, looking at ways outside of just this bill to recruit more police officers, to retain people. And this is an issue that's not unique to MPD. This is an issue that law enforcement across the country and even internationally is seeing, actually recruiting and retaining police officers. So, as we sat down, we thought about, what can we do? How can we do this? Really looking at it in a way that, over the past few years, we really have built out our curriculum development unit. We brought in an entire staff to take it to work on that, to really take our curriculum that we had before and to enhance it, raise it up to make sure it's at the appropriate level. So by taking that and maintaining the same standards that we have and getting a college, an independent, college to evaluate the coursework, determine what it is, make that evaluation, takes it outside of us, and really to make sure that the officers will still get the information, they'll still have that same quality and that same level when they leave the academy as those folks who may still come. We may still get folks that come with 60 credits, because we do not want to do anything to potentially affect the overall quality officers that we get.
Okay, and then very practically, how would you go about the next steps if this bill were passed to partner with an accredited university and really kind of build out that curriculum?
Sure. So we are in talks, as I kind of referenced here in the opening remarks, with at least two universities and a couple others. If we were to get this bill passed, really it'd be just engaging in a memorandum to actually provide the services that are there. The method, the one I spoke about first, the 15 credits, you'd have to have 45 to come in. And then, of course, you pick up the additional 15, so you would have the required 60 credits before you graduate. The second method that we're looking at, if you had none or anything up to there, you would basically be entered into a cohort with other folks that are in the similar situation as you. You'd go through our police academy, as I mentioned. You would then stay, you wouldn't graduate, you would stay, and you pick up about another additional month where you would take coursework that is provided by the university professors that would give you those additional credits to bring you to the full 60, and then you would graduate from the police academy.
Okay. And will there be a preference for DC school partnership?
One of the universities we are looking at is here in the district.
Okay. Do you anticipate that that type of MOU would lead to changes at MPD's training academy of your own curriculum?
Right now, no. Both of the universities have actually seen our curriculum. They've evaluated. That's how we're able to speak about the credit hours they get. Obviously, we're always reviewing our curriculum based on best practices, case law, legislation. So our curriculum is always changing. It's not really static. And even just going back and looking at things as things, just look at the past 5 years, how many things in policing and law enforcement in general have changed. So we're always refreshing, renewing, incorporating new examples or real world examples. And now, of course, with body worn camera, there's even more teaching aids and methods that are available to help with our officers. So it's continuing to evolve.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you, Chief. That concludes my questions for you. If you have any other thoughts you'd like to share on this bill or any of the other bills, please feel free.
No, ma'am, I appreciate the opportunity to testify on all three. Thank you.
Well, really appreciate you being here. And as we've been having this 2-day hearing on Peace DC, really want to commend you and your team and everyone at MPD for the important role that you all have played over the last every year, but over the last several years in really driving down crime and violence. I know it has not been easy. And I know that you are still facing staffing shortages, but appreciate everything that you are doing to keep everyone in our city safe. With that, we are wrapping up our 2-day hearing on Peace DC. As a reminder, yesterday we heard from our public witnesses. Today we heard from our government witnesses and went over 7 of the bills included in Peace DC. We're really trying to build on the success that we've had as a city to make sure that we can not only keep improving public safety, but drive forward sustainable peace. And so I really appreciate everyone who's been a part of this process. As we've heard from folks, some people are supportive of a piece of it and not others, or have different considerations to make. And so we hope there's a little something for everybody in this package, because we know that it's not just one intervention that leads to these lasting improvements. It's going to take all of us working together to support our young people, to support neighborhood harmony, to support our violence interrupters, to support our police and our public safety personnel at Fire and EMS and DOC and OUC as well. and to really focus on housing and employment opportunities for our returning citizens to help set them up for success. So I invite everybody to be a part of this process. The record is closing on May 7th for the bills that we discussed today, with the exception of pretrial detention, which we're extending the record to May 21st so that the public can have an opportunity to comment on the report that CJCC is set to share with the council on May 7th. We're also going to continue doing our public safety walks in all 8 wards, so invite residents to join us for those. We'll be sharing our upcoming schedule soon. And with that, and thank you to my team, who got a tiny brief sleep break last night, but otherwise this has been a intense 34 hours. So thank you all very much. With that, the time is 4.